On the top of the highest mountain of Suanio Holy Sect, a black carriage was parked quietly at this moment. The white sea of clouds surrounding the mountain peaks is unpredictable and changes into various forms, just like all the phenomena in this world. Yi Yun quietly admired the beautiful scenery of the mountain peaks and the sea of clouds. At this time, 3 days had passed since Mu Qing entered the Holy Black Bird Sect. That day in the sect master's hall, Zuanio showed his true form and conquered all the elders in the hall with his powerful bloodline power. In the end, everyone had no objections and unanimously elected Saint Mu Qing as the leader of Suanio Holy Sect. As for the original sect leader Gongsun Chongqing and the Supreme Elder, they have been forgotten by these elders. After all, there is an unfathomable blackbird ancestor in the Zuancio Holy Sect today. Although the blackbird ancestor did not tell him about his cultivation level, they could guess that he was at least in the realm of life and death. Such a cultivation level is the best in the entire Tianyue dynasty. The most powerful combat power of the other 3 major forces is only half a step into the realm of life and death, far from being comparable to the blackbird ancestor. After becoming the sect leader, Mu Qing did not hold a grand sect leader succession ceremony. Instead, she simply summoned all the disciples and made a simple sect leader succession announcement. Suanio did not appear in front of all the disciples of the Suanio Holy Sect. As long as the elders unanimously support Mu Qing, it is enough. It had long since returned to the carriage. Under Yi Yun's instructions, the big black horse came to the highest peak of Suanio Holy Sect and planned to stay here for a few days. Yi Yun was waiting for the shadows of the coffin bearers to disappear. There are still 6 days to go. Today, Mu Qing, as the leader of the Suanio Holy Sect, received a message from the Shenlong Sect's Feijian. Not only the Zuancio Holy Sect, but also the Demonic Blood Sect and the Xingyi Sword Sect also received the Feijian message from the Shenlong Sect. The meaning of the letter is to ask the major sect leaders to go to Shenlong Sect to discuss the candidates who will enter the Hidden Dragon coffin this time. The old guy from Shenlong Sect is really impatient. It's no wonder, he only has 3 years left in his life. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Standing next to him was Mu Qing, the new head of the Blackbird Holy Sect. She had been by Yi Yun's side for the past 2 days. After receiving the Feijian message from Shenlong Sect, Mu Qing told the Master, do you think our Zuancio Holy Sect needs to go this time? Mu Qing asked from the side. You must go to the gathering of the 4 major sects this time, and you must be the best and defeat the others. In this case, the Zuancio Holy Sect no longer has to provide materials to build the Hidden Dragon coffin. It only needs to provide a person. That's good. Yi Yun smiled and said. After hearing these words, Mu Qing's face suddenly turned bitter. She didn't quite understand. Hidden Dragon coffin needs a person who is about to die. And it seems that no one in the Blackbird Holy Sect has the qualifications to enter the Hidden Dragon coffin. Yi Yun looked back at the carriage and asked with a smile, which of you is willing to enter the Hidden Dragon coffin and explore the Dragon's Cave? Haha, sir, can you leave this kind of good thing to me? Bai Heitong Shenlong was the first to sign up. As a person in the Divine Lord realm, he was really bored in this small place of Songnan continent. Transformed into a cute little blue cat, sleeping on the carriage with nothing to do all day long. Your level is a bit high. There is no chance for you to take action in Songnan continent. Yi Yun unceremoniously rejected Bihai Tongshenlong's request. Master, let me go. The Blood Chief demonic dragon was the second one to take the initiative. The Eternal Realm is too high and can easily scare the other party. Yi Yun shook his head. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly showed a frustrated expression and lay down on the carriage. The big dark horse grinned. Fortunately, it didn't speak just now, otherwise it would have been rejected by the master. It seems that Eternal Realm cannot participate in this operation. The black bird on the roof also closed its mouth. It almost took the initiative just now. On the carriage, the only ones left were the big black cat and Cat Bower. The big black cat blinked several times in succession, and the thoughts in his heart kept turning. Mao Bower let out a sigh, and suddenly said stupidly, "Brother, your destiny realm seems to be very suitable for you." "Really?" Cat Bower, this, getting into the coffin is really not a fun joke. The big black cat stammered. If it wasn't in full public view, it would really want to slap Mao Bower on the head. It really doesn't want to enter the hidden dragon's coffin. That was a place for the dead. Even if they weren't dead, they were still the living dead. It is now strong and vigorous, and it is unwilling to enter the coffin and become a living dead. Little black cat, I think you are quite suitable. Bai Heitong Shenlong's eyes fell on the big black cat, and he suddenly laughed. At the 4th level of Destiny Realm, although his cultivation level is not high, he really has no choice. Further down are the Nirvana Realm cultivation levels of several senior brothers and sisters. Then there is the Cat Bower in the Xinqiao Realm. These cultivation levels are all too low, and I am afraid they will not even be able to enter the hidden dragon coffin. Master, you can enter the Destiny Realm, but the 4th level of the Destiny Realm for the 9-tailed civet may be difficult for the coffin bearers to detect. Mu Qing was thinking about her words beside her. Just let it go. As for its cultivation, I will make it look like a great monk who is half a step into the realm of life and death. Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly and finally ordered the big black cat. The big black cat suddenly had a bitter look on his face and didn't know what to say. It was Cat Bower who reminded him. "Brother, Master has arranged such a good thing for you, aren't you willing to accept it?" "I really can't even go if I want to," Mao Bower said enviously. These words suddenly ignited the inner world of the big black cat like a flame, and he suddenly woke up. This is a task assigned by the master. As long as it completes the task assigned by the master, can the master still receive its reward? "Master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task this time." The big black cat stood up suddenly and said confidently. Snapped. A black ponytail fell from the air and slapped the big black cat onto the carriage. "Kitten, look at your potential. Isn't it a little too late to react now?" The big black horse turned his head and stared at the big black cat who was about to be crushed into a meat pie. He purred and laughed. "It's not too late to make amends. Let the little black cat go." Yi Yun laughed and walked into the carriage. "Let's go to Shenlong Sect." Yi Yun's voice came faintly in the carriage. The big black horse immediately stopped smiling, stepped forward with all 4 hooves, and pulled the carriage into the sea of clouds. Mu Qing also quickly got on the carriage and entered the car. He boiled a pot of hot water and made Yi Yun another cup of tea. The big black cat shook a few times, and its body returned to normal from the meatloaf state. Although it was beaten miserably, the big black cat has become accustomed to Uncle Ma's unique way of caring for it. "Cat Bower, thank you for reminding me that I have completed my mission this time. If there is any reward, I will also think of you." The big black cat stretched out his palm and gently patted Cat Bauer on the head. This slap looked very light. But when it fell on Mao Bauer's head, it was like 5 thunders hitting her head, causing stars to appear in her eyes, and she fainted at that time. 4th update completed. Please vote for recommendation, 5-star praise. Cat Bauer was already lying on the carriage, and the big black cat's paw fell on her head with such force that she immediately fell into a coma. The white, fluffy little head lay softly on its paws. Ouch, cat baby, why are you so sleepy? You fell asleep just after I patted you. The big black cat raised its paws and said with a smug look in its eyes. Its force is just right, it won't hurt cat baby, and it will only let her take a nap. Kitten, you know how to bully people all the time. The big black horse lowered his head, pulled the carriage, and snorted angrily. Xiao, what's the point of saying that you, a great demon of the destiny realm, bully a little demon of the divine bridge realm all day long? The Blood King demonic dragon opened one eye and glanced over coldly. Mao Bauer, this little girl, is the weakest monster in our Shenlong Sect. Shouldn't we take more care of her? Little Heisey, what you did this time is not authentic. Bai Heitan Shenlong also said lazily, with a rather reproachful tone. Seeing that several big demons had spoken, the big black cat felt a little panicked. He raised his furry paws and bravely said, Seniors, as the saying goes, hitting is a kiss, scolding is a love, Mao Bao and I got used to playing like this in the Jiuyou underground palace, and sometimes I can't stop myself. I don't believe you, you little brat, you have a very dark heart. The Blood Chief demonic dragon laughed and cursed. At this time, the space fluctuated slightly, and the little white cat lying on the carriage suddenly disappeared. The big black cat only paid attention to these seniors and didn't notice this scene at all. Bai Heitan Shenlong saw it and smiled. Xiao, Cat Bauer is gone, I guess. You will have something good to eat. What's missing? The big black cat had a look of surprise on his face, and quickly turned around to look, only to find that the Cat Bauer beside him had disappeared. This discovery immediately broke out in sweat all over his body. There is no doubt that the only person who can make Mao Bauer disappear without warning in front of these Dragon Clan seniors is the master. When he thought of the master taking away the Cat Bauer, the big black cat felt like an ant on a hot pot, and became uneasy. Kitten, I couldn't stand your bullying of the cat, so I took him away. The big black horse grunted, showing his big white teeth, and said with a smile. The Blood Chief demonic dragon chuckled and said alarmingly, I'm not trying to scare you, little Heisey. Maybe I will give Cat Bauer a treasure to specifically restrain you. Senior Blood Chief Demon Dragon is right, haha. Bai Heitan Shenlong also laughed, looking at the big black cat who was restless and sweating all over. It seemed to have thought of something. The more he thought about it, the more joyful he became. He even stretched out his paw and scratched his chin a few times. Seniors, I am timid, please don't scare me. The big black cat said with a sad face. Cat Bauer was picked up by the master, which was not a good sign. Maybe, when the master saw that he was always bullying Mao Bauer, he really couldn't stand it and would really give Mao Bauer some kind of magic weapon to restrain himself. Just as the big black cat was feeling uneasy inside the carriage, Cat Bauer woke up leisurely. He saw a white figure in front of him, and he couldn't help but turned pale with fright and jumped up suddenly. Master, how did I get into your carriage? I'm leaving now, Mao Bauer said quickly. There's no need to leave in a hurry. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Seeing that the big black cat always bullied the weak, even Yi Yun couldn't stand it. He was going to find a treasure to give to Cat Bauer for self-defense. After hearing the master's instructions, Mao Bauer immediately lay down on the ground obediently. It stared at Yi Yun with a pair of beautiful, jewel-like eyes. Mao Bauer was uneasy, not knowing what the master would do next. This colorful dress is just for you to protect yourself. Don't tell anyone. Yi Yun moved one of his hands out of his wrist, raised it slightly, and a colorful light fell on Mao Bauer. This colorful light disappeared after entering Mao Bauer's body. Mao Bauer's consciousness swept through his body, and he immediately felt an extra layer of protection within his body. It was a colorful neon dress, blooming with thousands of rays of light, very beautiful. It's just that these rays of light appeared within the body and did not leak a trace outside. Now that I have helped you refine it, I can protect you for a while. When you reach the destiny realm, you can refine it yourself. Yi Yun said with a smile. This piece of colorful neon clothing comes from that warehouse in the prehistoric times. In the myth of Journey to the West, although it is not a very powerful magic weapon, it is quite famous and is known to many people in later generations. Thank you, sir. Mao Bauer was so grateful that he kowtowed to Yi Yun 3 times. Go ahead. Yi Yun waved his hand disapprovingly, and Mao Bauer disappeared into the carriage in an instant. The master is so kind to the monsters under his control, so he gave me a colorful treasured garment as a gift. Mu Qing had a look of envy in her eyes. At this time, the space beside the big black cat fluctuated, revealing the figure of Cat Bauer. The big black cat was waiting patiently, and suddenly saw Cat Bauer appearing again, and he was suddenly surprised. Cat Bauer, where have you been? It came closer and asked nervously. Went to the carriage for a while. Mao Bauer blinked and suddenly remembered the master's instructions, but he didn't say anything about the colorful clothes. Seeing that Mao Bauer was hesitant to speak, the big black cat rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Cat Bauer, I didn't give you any magic weapon, did I? No, no. Mao Bauer quickly waved his paws and flatly denied it. The master has already given orders, and even if I die, I won't be able to tell you about that colorful dress. Brother, that claw of yours hurt so much just now. You really dare to kill me? Mao Bauer scratched his head with his paw and said in an extremely annoyed tone. The big black cat smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, you are a little devil in the Xinqiao realm, how dare I kill you? Cat Bauer, don't you see that you are fine? You are not hurt at all. Mao Bauer glanced at his mouth and said nothing more. It lay on the carriage, closed its eyes, and looked at the colorful rays of light in its body with satisfaction. The master said that this colorful treasure has self-defense function, but I don't know how to activate it. Mao Bauer looked at the set of colorful clothes inside his body, dormant on the surface of his body, and used his magic power to drive it, but in the end, it failed. As the master said, it has not been refined yet, so this treasure cannot be commanded as it pleases. Cat Bauer, why did you fall asleep again? The big black cat touched its chin, looked at Cat Bauer, and said with twinkling eyes. There's something wrong with this little white cat. Why is the motivation so low after getting out of the car? Mao Bauer ignored it and continued to admire the colorful clothes blooming with thousands of rays of light inside her body. Cat Bauer, in a few days, I will be entering the hidden dragon's coffin, and you won't be able to see me in a short time. Let's talk. The big black cat chuckled, stretched out his palm and landed on Cat Bauer's head. It has to figure out the truth no matter what, and see if the master has given Cat Bauer any magic weapon. As soon as its fluffy paws touched the cat's head, a huge stinging sensation suddenly came from the paws. Ah! There's a thorn! A scream suddenly sounded from the carriage. The sound was sharp and shrill, and it dispersed the surrounding sea of clouds. For chapters today, this is the first. There are thorns, there are thorns. Why are there thorns on Cat Bauer's body? It seemed as if many hot red thorns had pricked its claws. The big black cat grinned in pain and kept shaking its arms. When its palm touched Bauer just now, it felt countless spikes piercing through the cat's hair, directly piercing its palm. You must know that it is a nine-tailed civet cat in the Destiny realm, and its body is also extremely strong, especially in the Joyo underground palace, where it has devoured a lot of immortal grass. It made its physical body even stronger. Even so, the spikes still penetrated the palm of its hand. The big black cat quickly looked at his palm and found that there was no blood on it. It couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that the tingling feeling was a mental attack? Ha ha ha. The big black horse, the Blood King demon dragon, and the blue sea reaching dragon all burst into laughter at this time. Especially the blue sea Tom Tianlong, who had the highest level of cultivation, kept slapping the carriage with his blue furry little paws, laughing so hard that he turned forward and back. As a master of the Divine Lord realm, he could see the colorful and neon clothes in Bauer's body and had already predicted the big black cat's tragic ending. Feeling guilty because of the laughter of several seniors, the big black cat waved his hand and found that his palm no longer hurt. Its sense of luck rose again. So it looked at Cat Bauer and said with a smile, "Cat Bauer, don't move, let me touch it again." Bauer lowered his head, but there was a mocking smile in his eyes. It finally understood now that the moment the big black cat touched it, the colorful clothes in its body immediately turned into a colorful glow, rushed out of its body, and turned into a colorful spike. These spikes are extremely powerful. He knew how strong the big black cat's body was, but he didn't expect it to be able to penetrate easily. This attack does not seem to be purely a physical attack. There will be no bleeding after being penetrated, but it will be extremely painful. Seeing that the big black cat was so determined to slap him again, the big black horse and the other demons couldn't help but sneer. They are waiting for the show to begin. Although the big black cat said it was easy, he was still extremely cautious. This time, I saw it getting closer to Bauer's forehead little by little. When its palm just touched Bauer's white cat fur, it suddenly saw a layer of colorful light that flashed violently. The big black cat instantly felt a sharp pain in the pads of its paws. It yelled suddenly and retracted its claws as fast as lightning. "What is this? Cat baby, why does it hurt so much?" The big black cat grinned in pain again and shouted with a twisted face. "Brother, I don't know either." Bauer smiled proudly, and his big eyes turned into two crescent moons. It kept the master's words in mind and would never tell this treasure to anyone. "Did the master give you a defensive treasure?" The big black cat came over and asked fiercely. "I don't know anything, you don't have to ask me." Bauer replied with a firm look. "Oh, it's so boring." The big black cat sighed and did not continue to embarrass Cat Bauer. It knows that every move it makes falls in the eyes of the master. The master gave Bao a cat a treasure covered in thorns. From then on, it was impossible for the cat to deal with Bao. The big black cat looked depressed and looked a little ugly. It coiled its body into a circle and hid its head in its belly. It was not known whether it was asleep or shameless to see anyone else. Everyone burst into laughter again when they saw this. Mao Bauer felt proud, but instead of stimulating the big black cat, he closed his eyes and started practicing. During this period of time, its cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds. It has reached the peak of the 10th level of the Shenqiao realm, and is only one step away from the Nirvana realm. Therefore, Mao Bauer must break through his cultivation to the Nirvana realm as soon as possible. Several monsters laughed for a while, and then chatted about this matter with great interest for a long time, and then started their own cultivation. Seeing that all these monsters had entered a state of cultivation, Yi Yun smiled slightly. The life of raising a group of monster beasts is such a joy. It wouldn't be interesting if one of his ancestors took 3 disciples and traveled around the Tsangnan continent. The Tianyue dynasty has a vast territory, many times that of the ancient Moon dynasty. The 4 high-grade sects stand in 4 different directions. From Xuanio Holy Sect to Shenlong Sect, you can take the teleportation array to the largest city near Shenlong Sect, and then fly to Shenlong Sect. However, Yi Yun did not let Mu Qing do this. Too much trouble. With Big Dark Horse, a great monster in the Eternal Realm, pulling the cart, the distance was quickly reached. The effort of a stick of incense. The carriage stopped, and the sound of the big black horse came from outside. Master, Shenlong Sect has arrived. Go up. Yi Yun gave instructions, and this time he planned to join in the fun. The big black horse pulled the carriage and dropped directly from the air, landing in the square of the main hall of the Shenlong Sect. Who? 20 or 30 monks suddenly poured out from all around. Everyone looked at the black carriage with vigilance, wondering who it was. Is this carriage so strange? An old man held a sword in his hand and looked at the black carriage with a surprised look on his face. Not just him, everyone felt this way. The carriage was pulled by a big black horse, which looked like an ordinary black horse. There were 4 kittens in different colors, white, black, blue, and red, lying there neatly. There is a black bird on the top of the carriage, preening its feathers. These monsters were extremely calm, and even though they were surrounded by so many monks, they showed no signs of panic at all. Yi Yun glanced at Mu Qing. Master, I'm going out right now. Mu Qing understood and immediately stepped out of the carriage. She stood on the carriage and looked around coldly. Is this the Shenlong Sect's way of hospitality? It turns out to be a saint. After the leader, an old man, saw Mu Qing's appearance clearly, he was startled and quickly waved his hands to disperse the crowd. The old man walked closer, clasped his hands, and smiled and said, I didn't know it was the saintly daughter of the Xuanio Holy Sect who was here. Please forgive me for the disrespect of the Shenlong Sect. It doesn't matter. Mu Qing walked down with her hands behind her back. It turns out that sect leader Mu has arrived. Welcome, welcome. An old man wearing a big red robe walked out of the door of the main hall. His cultivation was at the 10th level of Destiny Realm. When he saw Mu Qing, he immediately said with a smile on his face, I've met sect leader Zhou. Mu Qing cupped her fists and saluted. The red-robed old man at the door is the head of the Shenlong Sect. I heard that the supreme elder of Xuanio Holy Sect has passed away. I wonder which elder of Xuanio Holy Sect is in this carriage. Sect leader Zhou's eyes flashed, and he kept looking at the black carriage in front of him. He was also shocked by the strange monsters in the car. After hearing Sect Master Zhou's words, Mu Qing's eyes suddenly turned cold. There must be a spy within the Xuanio Holy Sect. Otherwise, the news of the death of the Supreme Elder would not have been known to them. But it doesn't matter now. With Suanio ancestor, a great demon in the eternal realm, sitting in charge. Not to mention the Shenlong Sect, even the Jingyi Sword Sect and the demonic Blood Sect, the three major sects combined, are no match for the Suanio Holy Sect. Sect leader Zhou, you are not qualified to know. Mu Qing's face was cold, and she threw him away with an unceremonious word. You're so good, Master Mu. You've just taken over the Holy Blackbird Sect. And you're so arrogant. Do you think your Holy Blackbird Sect is still the Holy Blackbird Sect? Sect Master Zhou said angrily. He never expected that the little girl in front of him would have such an arrogant temper, and would dare to be so arrogant in the territory of his Shenlong Sect. He was about to teach Mu Qing a lesson when he suddenly saw several rays of light falling from midair. When he took a closer look, the expression on his face changed immediately. The masters of Jingyi Jianmen and the demonic blood sect, as well as the supreme elders, all came. I have met 2 sect masters and 2 supreme elders. Sect leader Zhou bowed very politely, cupped his fists, and said, after all, the other 2 sect masters were in the same realm as him, and they had a real peer relationship. As the 2 supreme elders had a distinguished status, he must treat them with the courtesy of juniors. Unexpectedly, the Holy Blackbird Sect came one step ahead. A middle-aged man in black robe looked at Mu Qing, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and sneered, Master Mu, you are really reluctant to inherit the position of sect leader with a cultivation level of 7th level of destiny realm. An old man in a white robe next to him smiled and hid a knife, and said calmly, yes, you are too young and your qualifications are not enough. In my opinion, you should go back early and replace it with someone else. Dragon Cave is about to be born. For such an important matter, you guys are mysterious. The Bird Saint Sect can just provide some materials to build the hidden dragon coffin. There is no need to participate in the meetings of our major sections. Seeing the 2 sect masters of Demon Blood Sect and Jingyi Sword Sect appear, they were so sarcastic. Suanio on the roof of the car suddenly became furious. It turned into a black light and suddenly fell next to Mu Qing. Suanio transformed into a young man in black robe. I've met the Blackbird ancestor. Seeing the sudden arrival of the Blackbird ancestor, Mu Qing did not dare to neglect and quickly bowed. What? Is this the Blackbird ancestor? Several other people couldn't help but look at each other. They had also heard that the ancestor of the Suanio Holy Sect was Suanio. But that was all tens of thousands of years ago? A supreme elder of Suanio Holy Sect died. Why is there another Suanio ancestor now? This Blackbird ancestor. I'm afraid he came under the name of the original Blackbird, right? Everyone felt the cultivation level of the Suanio ancestor in front of them, but were surprised to find that the other person's aura was so deep that it was impossible to detect the specific realm. Little did they know that the aura behind Suanio had been covered up by Yi Yun. Otherwise, the great demon of the eternal realm would be too conspicuous in the small territory of Tianyue dynasty, and it would easily attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. It's really strange. When did the Holy Blackbird Sect have another Black Bird ancestor? The supreme elder of the Demon Blood Sect was an old man in black robe. He glanced up and down at the young man in black robe with a sneer on his face. Humph. Being so secretive, not daring to show off your cultivation, and carrying the name of the ancestor of Suanio, I think your Suanio Holy Sect is planning to act like a ghost this time and find a young man to deceive our Three major sects? A red light fell, and an old man wearing a big red robe appeared next to sect leader Zhou. This is the supreme elder of the Shenlong Sect, with a half-step cultivation level in the realm of life and death. The two supreme elders of the Demon Blood Sect and the Zhengijian Sect were also at the halfway stage of life and death. The supreme elders of the three major sects have the same realm, but their combat power is different. The purpose of the gathering of several major forces this time is naturally to differentiate between them. The supreme elder of the Shenlong Sect showed strong hostility towards the Xuanio Holy Sect after he appeared in the Tianhua secret realm not long ago. Shenlong Sect's disciples suffered many casualties. It is said that one of the disciples of Xuanio Holy Sect bribed a group of apes, which caused Shenlong Sect's huge losses. After leaving the secret realm, the saintly daughter of the Xuanio Holy Sect, regardless of her status, used her power to overwhelm others and drove away all the deacons and elders of their Shenlong Sect and a group of Nirvana disciples. It can be said that this incident has become the trigger for the feud between the two major sects, Shenlong Sect and Xuanio Holy Sect. What are you? Xuanio finally became angry. He raised his hand and slapped the supreme elder of Shenlong Sect. Only a snap was heard. There was a crisp sound, and the supreme elder screamed, and his body immediately flew out. After knocking over several high walls, he stopped. When the supreme elder stood up unsteadily, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the young man in black robe with a look of fear in his eyes. What kind of cultivation level does this guy have? He was a powerful man who was half a step into the realm of life and death. But he couldn't even dodge the opponent's slap. The two supreme elders from the Demon Blood Sect and the Zhengijian Sect couldn't help but turn pale when they saw the scene, and immediately took a few steps back. Too strong. This young man in black robe is really too strong. Could it be said that in addition to the supreme elder, who was half a step into the realm of life and death, the Holy Blackbird Sect really has an ancestor of the Blackbird? And you too, get out of here and cool off. He slapped the supreme elder of Shenlong Sect and flew away. As if he still wasn't relieved, Xuanio opened his bow from left to right and slapped away the two supreme elders of Demon Blood Sect and Jingyi Sword Sect. The two supreme elders also vomited blood and knocked down countless courtyard walls. Hiss. The sect leaders of the three major sects couldn't help but gasped when they saw this scene. The Xuanio Holy Sect of the Tianhua dynasty turned out to be the strongest sect among the four major sects. It was originally thought that after the death of the leader and supreme elder of the Xuanio Holy Sect, the ranking of the Xuanio Holy Sect would fall to the bottom. But he didn't expect that this unfathomable blackbird ancestor would hit the supreme elders of the three major sects one after another. Senior Xuanio, this junior has offended my senior with his rude words. I would like to ask you, senior, to ignore the faults of others and spare our lives for the sake of the four major sects of our Tianhua dynasty being united. The three supreme elders flew over quickly, landed in front of Xuanio, and bowed down respectfully. Seeing that these three old guys had given in, Xuanio snorted coldly and said, "Is there any need to discuss this meeting?" "No, senior, our three major sects are willing to build the hidden dragon coffin. As for the candidates, it will be decided by the Holy Blackbird Sect," the supreme elder of Shenlong Sect said in a panic. "That's it, we're willing to take on all the materials and manpower." The other two supreme elders also nodded repeatedly. They are not stupid, and they can now guess that the Blackbird ancestor in front of them is probably a great monk in the realm of life and death. It's far beyond what they can contend with. If the attitude is not good, it will bring disaster to the sect. You guys are quite aware of current affairs. Suenio sneered, turned into a black light, and returned to the roof of the carriage. The sect leaders and supreme elders of the three major sects looked at the black bird on the roof of the car and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. They looked at the four kittens of different colors below again, and at the same time a turmoil arose in their hearts. The little black bird that has always been inconspicuous is so powerful. Aren't those four kittens even more powerful? I'm afraid that the big black horse pulling the cart is not an ordinary big monster, right? The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. I can't help but guess what kind of terrifying person the person in the carriage is. It can make an ancestor of the blackbird in the life and death realm willingly stand on the top of the carriage to watch coffins. When Mu Qing saw Ancestor Suenio return to the carriage, she knew that Ancestor Suenio was going to continue to let her control the affairs here. Mu Qing glanced at the old man in front of her and asked, calmly, "How many days will it take for your three major sects to build the hidden dragon coffin?" "If the three major sects use their full strength, it will take 10 days. The Supreme Elder of Shenlong Sect said with a smile. "Yes, 10 days is enough. The coffin bearers are projected in the void. We have recorded the shape of the hidden dragon coffin. It is not difficult to build such a coffin." The Supreme Elder from the Yijian sect also said with a smile. "Good." Mu Qing nodded. The Supreme Elders of these three major forces became much more honest after being punished by Ancestor Suenio, and even spoke so politely. A powerful person in the realm of life and death is an unscrupulous existence. In the Tianyue dynasty, Ancestor Suenio is in the eternal realm, so it is too easy to suppress these Supreme Elders. However, just now Mu Qing also discovered that the cultivation level of the Xuanyan ancestor seemed to have become blurry when he entered the Xuanqiu holy sect a few days ago, and seemed to be covered with a veil of chaos, making it difficult to understand. If we were to guess based on experience, Ancestor Suenio felt like a great monk in the realm of life and death. Mu Qing glanced at a few people and said softly, "Okay, let's build the hidden dragon coffin in Shenlong Sect. We'll wait here for a few days. Headmaster Mu actually wants to stay in the Shenlong Sect. It is really a great honor for our Shenlong Sect. I will arrange a good guest room for you." Sect Master Zhou looked happy and smiled politely. Nowadays, the situation is stronger than the people, and the Suenio holy sect is the only one, so these sects can only try their best to build a good relationship. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Mu Qing smiled slightly. Although the Holy Xuanzang sect is now the only one, for tens of thousands of years, the four major sects of the Tianyue dynasty have had a fairly good relationship in private, and there is no need to break up. Nowadays, building the hidden dragon coffin requires the efforts of three major sects. Therefore, we still need to have a good relationship on the surface. After Mu Qing discussed with several sect leaders for a while, she went to the guest room in the backyard to rest under the leadership of sect leader Zhou. The carriage pulled by the big black horse also followed. Time flies. 6 days passed in a flash. The shadow of the coffin bearer almost covered most of the area of Tianyue dynasty. Then he disappeared silently. The three major sects began to use a large amount of manpower and material resources to build the hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffin they built was exactly the same as the shadow described, but the size was different, as long as it was the size of a normal coffin. At this point, basically, all the forces that have heard of the legend of the coffin bearers know it. On the 10th day, with the cooperation of the three major forces, this hidden dragon coffin was finally built. This black hidden dragon coffin was placed on the top of the highest peak of Shenlong Sect. The coffin lid was open and not closed. Only when the selected person enters the hidden dragon coffin and closes the lid will the coffin bearers be summoned. Underneath the coffin, standing were the heads of the four major sects and three supreme elders. A little further away, there was a black carriage parked. Now the three major sects seemed to be used to this mysterious black carriage. Anyway, they couldn't guess the owner of the carriage. These days, the three major forces also discussed privately when building the hidden dragon coffin. They also suspected that the Holy Blackbird sect was controlled behind the scenes by a larger force. It might be a super sect. Maybe a super sect wants to use the action of the coffin bearers to put a dying elder in the sect into the hidden dragon coffin, and then the coffin bearers will bury it into the dragon coffin inside the cave, trying to live out a second life. Although this guess seemed reasonable, the three major forces did not dare to ask. Even if there is a superpower secretly involved, this is still a taboo, and must not be spoken out. At this moment, it depends on whether the coffin bearers can find out what is going on here. If discovered, they might refuse to carry the coffin, making all the efforts of this superpower in vain. This possibility only exists according to the cultivation realm of the four major sects of the Tianyue dynasty. No one can cross the realm of life and death. Therefore, the request of the coffin bearer should also be a fate monk who is about to die. If the superpower behind it wants to arrange for a strong man in the life and death realm to enter the hidden dragon coffin, he may be rejected by the coffin bearers. Historically, such things have happened frequently. However, it does not rule out that the power of this super sect may arrange for a monk in the destiny realm to enter the hidden dragon coffin. As for the candidates, it is not something that the three major sects can control. Anyway, now that the hidden dragon coffin has been built, they will wait and see how it gets better. Maubauer, seniors, the coffin has been prepared for me. Now I'm about to go in. I really can't bear to leave you. The big black cat had a sad face, squeezed out a few tears, and looked reluctant to leave. Little Heisey, stop being so hypocritical. It's just a matter of lying in the coffin for a while. Are you afraid of a ball? I want this spot, but the master won't give it to me. Bihai Tongshenlong snorted coldly and said very aggrievedly. Yeah, don't be dissatisfied. You took away such an interesting task. I'm feeling very upset these days. The Blood King demonic dragon raised his palm and gave it to the big black cat. But he was still relatively light and didn't exert any force. Despite this, the big black cat still had stars in his eyes and could not stand unsteadily. Okay, little black cat, go ahead. Yi Yun's voice rang from the carriage. Master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission successfully. The big black cat transformed into a young man in black robes. He respectfully faced the direction of the car, bowed and saluted, and said with confidence. After saying that, he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the black hidden dragon coffin. Opposite. Since Yi Yun had placed restrictions around the carriage, the sect leaders and elders of the other three sects did not find any clues. For them, as soon as they saw it, a young man in black robe flew down from the carriage. And this young man in black robes has a very high level of cultivation, reaching the peak of the 10th level of the Destiny realm, and is also a strong man who is half a step into the life and death realm. Everyone has this illusion, this is naturally Yi Yun's handiwork. The big black cat has just taken a few steps. Suddenly there was a wave of fluctuations in the sky, and a small vortex rumbled into existence. A bright white beam of light fell from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. The leader was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character and a resolute expression. He was wearing a green robe, with a sword behind him. His aura was billowing from his body, and his sword intent was surging like a mighty river. His cultivation has reached the 3rd level of life and death realm. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 4 other people standing. The cultivation of these 4 people has reached the realm of life and death. But they are carrying a vermilion coffin and slowly walking towards the hidden dragon coffin. What kind of force is this? Even the coffin bearers are great monks in the realm of life and death. The supreme elders of the 3 major sects were all frightened when they saw these people. 4th update completed. Please give me good reviews and recommendation. Votes. I came at just the right time, it's not too late. The middle-aged man in green robes with a sword on his back looked at the hidden dragon coffin and saw that the lid of the coffin had not yet been closed. He sighed softly and relaxed. He released the powerful aura of the Mirror of Life and Death monk, and the elders and sect masters of the 3 major sects around him were all trembling with fear. The middle-aged man in green robe looked around and smiled calmly. You, the 4 major sects of the Tianyue dynasty, have worked hard to build a hidden dragon coffin so quickly. But don't worry, this hidden dragon coffin will not go to waste for you. If you build it, I, Ningxian Cave, will give you corresponding compensation. His words trailed off. The 4 life and death realm monks carrying the vermilion coffin walked towards the hidden dragon coffin and gently lowered the coffin. Underworld cave. What kind of force is this? Several supreme elders looked at each other and began to think hard. Mu Qing also narrowed her eyelids slightly and looked at the green-robed man, thinking. I remembered. At this time, the supreme elder of Shenlong Sect was heard shouting in surprise, with a look of shock on his face. I heard him waving his arms and saying with great excitement, Ningxian Cave is the supreme sect and one of the most powerful forces in the Ningxian dynasty. Oh my God! It turns out he is from the Underworld dynasty. The supreme elder of the Demon Blood sect was also so shocked that his mouth opened wide. The Mingxian dynasty and the Tianri dynasty are adjacent to each other, and the 2 dynasties are at the same level. There are supreme sects within the dynasty. However, the Tianri dynasty and the Mingxian dynasty were hostile forces to each other, so the forces from both sides rarely entered the others' territory. Unexpectedly, the hidden dragon coffin this time actually attracted the most powerful supreme sect of the Mingxian dynasty, Mingxian Cave. When they thought that it was the supreme sect, everyone's hearts filled with admiration. The strength of the supreme sect is far stronger than that of the top sects. Not on the same level at all. In the supreme sect, there are many powerful people in the Mirror of Life and Death. And the highest combat power among high-grade sects is only half-step into the realm of life and death. This is a huge gap. After hearing the words of the Supreme Elder of Shenlong Sect, a flash of light flashed in Mu Qing's mind, and she suddenly remembered something about the Mingxian dynasty. Since the Tianyue dynasty belongs to a relatively small territory under the Tianri dynasty, their practice and activities usually do not leave the Tianyue dynasty, so they do not have much information about the Mingxian dynasty. The middle-aged man in green robe looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of the young monks across from him. He just smiled indifferently, with his hands behind his back, maintaining his aloof status and saying nothing. He comes from the underworld Immortal Cave, which is one of the most powerful forces in the underworld Immortal Dynasty. When he came to the small Tianyue dynasty, he was simply a godlike existence. If he wants to snatch this hidden dragon coffin, no one will be his opponent. Moreover, he made it very clear this time that he would not take this hidden dragon coffin in vain, and would definitely give certain compensation to the four major sects of the Tianyue dynasty afterwards. As a supreme sect, they still have to talk about this aspect. After the scarlet coffin landed on the ground, four great monks in the realm of life and death gently moved the coffin lid. The coffin lid opened, and a young man in white slowly sat up from inside. This young man in white clothes was pale and withered, and he looked like he was going to die soon. The aura on his body was very weak, but it could be seen that he had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Destiny realm. "Dad, is this the hidden dragon coffin?" The young man in white glanced at the black coffin next to him and asked weakly. "Yes. My son, this is the hidden dragon coffin. After you enter the coffin, bearers will bury you in the dragon's lair, so that you have a chance to live a second life." The middle-aged man in green robes flashed and appeared next to the vermilion coffin. He stretched out a hand, gently patted the shoulder of the young man in white robes, and said with a smile, "Dad, is this okay?" The young man in white coughed twice and his face turned red. "It should be possible. There are many people in history who survived the second life from the dragon's lair," the middle-aged man in green robe said with great confidence. "Then I look forward to seeing Dad again." The young man in white didn't know where the strength came from at this time. He suddenly stood up from the coffin and prepared to enter the hidden dragon coffin next to him. The big black cat has now reached not far from the hidden dragon coffin. As soon as he saw this scene, he immediately became anxious. Damn it, there are actually people trying to grab the coffin from him? Hey, why are you people in Ningxian Cave so unreasonable? This is obviously the hidden dragon coffin we built. Why do you want to snatch it as soon as you come up? The big black cat suddenly flew over and stood in front of the hidden dragon coffin, blocking the way of the young man in white. The young man in white looked slightly stunned and looked up and down at the young man in black robe in front of him. The black-robed young man in front of him turned out to be at the 10th level of the Destiny realm like him, but he didn't look like a living dead. The dragon is strong and the tiger is fierce, and there is no sign of death at all. Seeing the young man in black robe standing in front of the Qianlong coffin, the middle-aged man in green robe suddenly darkened his face. "We, Ningxian Cave, want this hidden dragon coffin. Didn't I tell you just now? Your little Tianyue dynasty only has 4 high-ranking sections. Do you also want to compete with our supreme sect?" Having said this, the aura of the life and death realm on his body rushed towards the young man in black robe opposite. The big black cat felt a strong pressure covering his body, which immediately made it difficult for him to breathe, and he couldn't help but feel frightened. Secretly, with his true strength at the 5th level of the Destiny realm, he still cannot face the strong men at the 4th level of the life and death realm. What's so great about the Supreme Sect? The big black cat resisted the pressure and snorted coldly. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong and he was able to withstand the pressure of the great monk on the fourth level of the mirror of life and death. Humph. It's true that unruly people come out of remote villages. Don't all the major forces in your Tianyu dynasty have eyes? The middle-aged man in green robes turned around with a gloomy face and looked at the sect leaders of the four major sects in the distance, with two glares in his eyes like knives. Senior, please calm down. If you want this hidden dragon coffin, just take it away. The supreme elder of the Demon Blood sect rubbed his hands and said with a helpless smile. The supreme elder of Shenlong Sect looked at Mu Qing and advised earnestly. Sect Master Mu, we cannot afford to offend the Supreme Sect. Should we let that young man from your Xuandiao Holy Sect come back? Come back? How is that possible? Don't take advantage of others and destroy our spirit. Mu Qing smiled coldly. The master is sitting behind him, and there are a large group of great demons from the eternal realm on the carriage, as well as a strong dragon from the divine lord realm. Can they be afraid of this small supreme sect? Please invite Ancestor Suenio. When Mu Qing thought of this, she immediately turned around and bowed with great respect. The black bird on the carriage suddenly turned into a black light and landed next to Mu Qing. Became that young man in black robe. What can the Supreme Sect do? This is an opportunity that belongs to our Xuanqiu Holy Sect. You can't take it away even if you want. Suenio looked at the life and death monks in the netherworld cave opposite and let out a sarcastic laugh. For chapters today, this is the first. Huh? The middle-aged man in green robe looked at Suenio with a shocked look on his face. I didn't expect that in the Tianyu dynasty there would be a great black bird demon in the realm of life and death. No wonder you, the holy black bird sect, have the confidence to challenge our supreme sections. The middle-aged man in green robe sneered, with sarcasm in his eyes. The aura of the guy opposite was chaotic and seemed a little unstable. He seemed to be a black bird demon at the first level of life and death. Although the demon tribe is not weak in combat power, compared with him, it is not on the same level at all. Seeing the middle-aged man in green robe opposite him looking at him with disdain, Zuanio was a little angry. His body swayed slightly and his breath suddenly surged. At this moment, the aura on his body actually reached the fourth level of the life and death realm. Suddenly, Yi Yun's voice came to Suenio's ears. Just a light punishment. Okay, sir. Zuanio was slightly startled and quickly replied in his heart. He did not expect that the master would be particularly kind to these few monks in the life and death realm of the underworld immortal sect. But the master always had his own plans, and Suenio didn't dare to ask further, so he just followed his instructions. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun looked at the young man in white with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This young man cannot die. However, let's finish dealing with the hidden dragon coffin first. Let the few monks of the nether immortal sect retreat in the face of difficulties first. After everything is over, Yi Yun plans to go to the nether immortal dynasty. What? Are you also at the fourth level of the life and death realm? How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful monk in the Tianyu dynasty? Looking at the breath released by the blackbird, the middle-aged man in green robes twitched his mouth and roared in shock. The four life and death monks behind him also had exaggerated looks of shock on their faces at this moment. In the small Tianyue dynasty, there were only 4 high-ranking sects, and a great demon at the 4th level of the life and death realm actually appeared. This is already amazing. This, the ancestor of Suenio from the Suenio Holy Sect, is actually a strong man at the 4th level of the life and death realm? The 3 supreme elders and sect leaders of Demon Blood Sect, Shenlong Sect, and Jingyi Sword Sect were all shocked and dumbfounded. Their backs felt cold and they were covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he surrendered to the Suenio Holy Sect early that day. Otherwise, the Suenio ancestor with such a cultivation level would already have the strength to fight against the supreme sect. The big black cat leaned against the hidden dragon coffin, looked at the scene in the distance, and smiled. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the young man in white standing in the vermilion coffin opposite, and said with a smile, "Brother, it's not that a fierce dragon can't cross the river. You didn't expect that our Tianyue dynasty also has 4th level masters of the life and death realm. I really didn't expect." The young man in white turned even paler, and after sighing, a sad smile appeared on his face. "It seems that God really wants to take my life." He lowered his head, the expression on his face extremely painful and twisted. Seeing the painful look of the young man in white, the big black cat licked his lips and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He was a living person, fighting for a coffin with a dying person, and it always felt weird. But there is no way, this is the task assigned by the master. He wanted to lie in the hidden dragon coffin and be buried in the dragon's lair to see what the scene would be like inside. Your Excellency is also at the 4th level of the life and death realm. Do you have to be at odds with me in the netherworld immortal cave? The middle-aged man in green robe said coldly. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back. His body was as straight as a javelin, and he released wisps of shocking sword intent from his whole body. These terrifying sword intentions swept over like a sea tide. The supreme elders in the distance were immediately shocked, and quickly retreated dozens of meters, putting up a defense before resisting. Mu Qing did not retreat. She originally wanted to retreat, but suddenly a faint barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the surging sword intent. Mu Qing knew that this must be the master's handiwork. "I'm sorry, our Xuanqiu Holy Sect has to order this hidden dragon coffin. No one can come. You'd better go back," Suenio said calmly. His tone was still very polite. After all, the master had already told him. That young man in black robe doesn't look like a dying person. Why waste such a precious opportunity? The middle-aged man in green robe pointed his sword at Suenio, with a desolate expression, and sighed. "This is my sect's secret, no comment." Suenio clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. "Okay, then let's see the true chapter under our hands. The winner is the king." The middle-aged man in green robe gritted his teeth fiercely, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. A sharp sword light suddenly broke through the void and struck hard. Seeing the fierceness of this sword, Suenio didn't panic at all. He is already a great demon in the eternal realm, and now he is just covering up his cultivation and playing tricks with this little monk in the life and death realm. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the sword light. Boom! Pointing his finger on the sword light, the middle-aged man in green robe flew backwards as if his whole body was struck by lightning. He flew hundreds of feet in mid-air before regaining his balance. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were soaked with blood. How can this black bird be so strong? The middle-aged man in green robe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with an extremely solemn look in his eyes. The black bird is also an ancient mythical beast. I would have never imagined that in the same realm, its combat power would be so terrifying. He dared to touch his sword light with just one finger. However, for the sake of his child, the middle-aged man in green robe decided to fight. If you can accept my move, then I will turn around and leave. He said coldly. The expression on his face became neither happy nor sad, and he slowly raised the sword in his hand. If you have any skills, call them out. Suanio just smiled slightly. Looking at the sad eyes of the middle-aged man in green robes, Suanio seemed to understand at this moment the meaning of the master asking him to spare a small amount of punishment. The middle-aged man in green robe disappeared. In the entire void, dazzling sword lights rose everywhere. Each sword light carries unimaginable power, and this power actually makes the void tremble. Waves of powerful sword intent flew out from the sword light that filled the sky and surged around the surrounding mountains, rocks, vegetation, and trees. Instantly turned into powder. Several supreme elders and sect leaders of Shenlong Sect, demonic blood sect, and Jingyi sword sect suddenly felt something bad and immediately turned into several rays of sword light and left the mountain. The strong ones in the realm of life and death are too strong. They simply couldn't bear the sword intent alone. It's strange. Why is Sect Master Mu of the Xuanqiu Holy Sect acting as if nothing has happened? Several people were hiding in the air far away when they saw the beautiful black figure on the top of the mountain, standing there as if nothing had happened. The heads of the three major sects all had shocked expressions on their faces. Perhaps the Blackbird ancestor took action? The supreme patriarch of the Yijian sect sighed and explained. The swordsmanship is good, and he is worthy of being a supreme sect. The sword light enveloped the void, and the indifferent voice of the black bird came. Call. A black light swept out like a violent wind. In an instant, all the sword light in the sky was shattered, and the void returned to calm. Puff. The middle-aged man in green robe spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly appeared from midair. His face turned red, his breathing was rapid, and he looked at the black bird demon opposite him in disbelief. The strongest sword in Netherworld Cave is no match for him. He lost. You lost. Xuanio put his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged man in green robe opposite him calmly. Yes, I lost. The middle-aged man in green robe looked depressed and slowly fell beside the vermilion coffin in despair. Son. It's no use, Dad. He actually lost to the opponent this time. The middle-aged man in green robes had red eyes and choked with sobs. Dad, life or death is determined by fate, wealth is in the sky, don't I still have a few more days to live? You don't have to worry, I will accompany you well in the remaining days. The young man in white smiled and stretched out his hand, gently wiping the tears from the corners of the man's eyes. Seeing such a touching scene, the big black cat pouted beside him, not knowing what to say. Just don't blame Dad. The middle-aged man in green robe burst into tears, lowered his head, and felt ashamed to face his son. The young man in white retracted his arm and slowly lay down in the vermilion coffin. He gently moved his hand, and the red coffin lid was placed on it. Let's go back. The young man in white whispered something in the coffin. Walk. The middle-aged man in green robe quickly wiped away his tears and gave instructions to the 4 monks in the life and death realm next to him. The 4 monks in the realm of life and death lifted the vermilion coffin again and rose into the air together with the middle-aged man in green robes. In the void, the small vortex appeared again. As a beam of light fell, it shone on the 5 people. As the beam of light disappeared, they also lost their trace. The powerful Netherworld Cave was also defeated. The Supreme Elder of Shenlong Holy Sect swallowed hard. Yes, the Holy Blackbird Sect is too strong. We must keep a low profile in the future. The Supreme Elder at Yijian Sect said with a wry smile. The Suenio Holy Sect has such an invincible Xuanyan ancestor sitting in charge, so they will always have to humble themselves and try their best to curry favor with the Blackbird Holy Sect. The light shield beside Mu Qing disappeared. Suenio came over, looked at Mu Qing and smiled lightly. You guys go ahead. Okay, ancestor. Mu Qing agreed, and the blackbird immediately turned into a black light and flew back to the black carriage. Mu Qing quickly walked to the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat looked at Mu Qing and smiled awkwardly. I'll go and right away. Don't worry, as long as the master is here, nothing will happen to you. Mu Qing said with a smile. The big black cat raised its legs and stepped in, then lay down in the hidden dragon coffin. Mu Qing stepped forward and gently closed the black coffin lid. The big black cat suddenly felt his eyes go dark and fell into darkness. Experiencing death for the first time is a bit exciting. The big black cat opened his eyes, looked at the dark coffin lid, and laughed to himself. What he is thinking about now is, once the mission is completed, the master will definitely reward him. It's nothing more than lying in the coffin for a while. No big deal either. The Shenlong Sect is so powerful, how can they be afraid of a few coffin bearers? The big black cat is comforting himself in his heart. After Mu Qing closed the coffin lid, she quickly retreated a distance. At this time, the supreme elders and sect masters of the other 3 major sects also landed. They waited eagerly and quietly for the arrival of the coffin bearers. According to legend, as long as the hidden dragon coffin is covered, the coffin bearers will appear near the hidden dragon coffin through the void. A stick of incense passed. The pallbearers did not show up. People from the 4 major sects have been looking up into the void and can only wait quietly. Why haven't the coffin bearers come yet? I'm really anxious to wait. Bai Heitan Shenlong raised his head and looked straight in the direction of the hidden dragon coffin. It is always thought that it would be interesting to have this mysterious pallbearer carry the coffin and bury it in the dragon's lair. It also wanted to see how the coffin bearer would operate after he appeared. After waiting for so long, the wind and waves were calm, making him a little restless. Don't worry, he might be here soon. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said calmly. It just finished speaking. A vortex appeared in the void, and as the light pillar appeared, 6 figures in white flew out from it. Each of these 6 men in white robes wears a mask. The mask is dark and engraved with several dragon patterns. 6 white-robed men fell from mid-air and landed on the edge of the hidden dragon coffin. People from the 4 major sects in the distance looked at the 6 white-robed men with excitement, but their faces were extremely shocked. The auras of these 6 men in white robes were extremely powerful, even more powerful than the middle-aged man in green robes from the underworld cave before. Oh my god! With such a powerful cultivation level, I'm afraid it can rival a super sect, right? The Supreme Elder of Shenlong Sect flashed his eyes and whispered. It's hard to say. The number of coffin bearers has always been unknown. Maybe there are also coffin bearers from the eternal realm. That way they can be comparable to the heaven-level sections. The Supreme Elder, who was standing in the Yijian sect, curled his lips and whispered. Several people were discussing here. Suddenly, a man in white robes was found looking over. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing into the soul. The elders were so excited that they almost fainted. They quickly shut up and didn't dare to talk nonsense again. The white-robed man sneered, lowered his head, and looked at the hidden dragon coffin. He stared at it quietly for a few seconds. Suddenly, he slapped the coffin lid. Snapped. The black coffin lid suddenly floated. A black-robed young man lying calmly inside the coffin was revealed. The hidden dragon coffin can block spiritual consciousness, so the big black cat doesn't know that the coffin bearer has suddenly arrived. The coffin lid suddenly flew up, and suddenly the eyes became bright, which startled the big black cat. The eyes of the 6 men in white robes all fell on the young man in black robes in the coffin. They looked at the big black cat unscrupulously, as if they were testing something. The white-robed man at the head suddenly coughed and said coldly, "Your cultivation level is acceptable, but your body is sound and there are no signs of dying, so you do not meet the conditions for being buried in the dragon's lair. Ineligible?" The big black cat was immediately stunned. He had been lying in the coffin for a while, and the pallbearers actually told him that he was not qualified. Should we let him go out again? Mu Qing, who was in the distance, was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that the coffin bearers would have such standards. In the carriage, Yi Yun heard the words of the coffin bearer and was thoughtful. He gently flicked his fingers, and the big black cat's body suddenly changed. This change, the big black cat immediately sensitively caught it and understood it. This is because the master has made some adjustments to his body. I'm really about to die. The big black cat coughed twice and said weakly, "You won't die. Come out quickly and let someone else come in." The leader in white robe said coldly, "You must have read it wrong just now. My health is really failing and I won't live for a few more days. If you don't believe me, please ask someone to check me out." The big black cat raised its face, showing a pitiful and dying look. The man in white robe was a strict man. After frowning slightly, he still projected a ray of spiritual consciousness and landed on the big black cat. After this inspection, there was also a look of shock in his eyes. The body of the young man just now was strong, with strong energy and blood. And there was nothing wrong with him at all. Why did my body suddenly age like this? Could it be? Did they really make a mistake just now? The big black cat was quick thinking and knew what was going on as soon as he saw the change in the white-robed man's eyes. "You little coffin bearers, do you still want to make waves under the master's hands?" The big black cat sneered in his heart. "I'm really about to die, so I'd like to ask some seniors to take pity on me and take me to the dragon's lair." The big black cat covered his heart with his hand and said extremely weakly. In order to cooperate with the acting, he also deliberately showed a longing look. "If you are buried in the dragon's lair, you will have a chance to live a second life. Who doesn't want to? Anyone who is dying wants to do this. Did we really see it wrong just now?" The leader in white robe said thoughtfully, "I think I saw it right. Maybe this kid has some weird disease. Once it attacks, it might be like this, right?" Another man in white robe said, "It doesn't matter, anyway, his conditions are suitable, that's all he needs." The leading man in white robe gently tapped the coffin lid with his hand, and the coffin lid immediately fell down, sealing the entire hidden dragon coffin tightly. The 6 men in white robes were located in 6 different directions of the hidden dragon coffin. They were constantly making seals with their hands to reinforce the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat's eyes fell into darkness. He stared, not knowing what was happening outside. If he knew that the hidden dragon coffin had been reinforced and he could not escape, he would probably be scared to death again. After some reinforcement, the 6 men in white robes stopped at the same time. They lifted the hidden dragon coffin, slowly rose into the air, and sped away in a certain direction. It's so terrible that these pallbearers are finally gone. The supreme elder of Shenlong Sect exhaled at this time and looked at a certain direction in the void, with a lingering look of fear on his face. They have been dominating the Tianyue dynasty for many years. When did the great monks who had encountered so many realms of life and death come to this place? Today I encountered several waves of great monks in the realm of life and death. It was really uncomfortable to be subjected to that kind of powerful pressure. Sect Master Mu, the coffin bearers are carrying the Qianlong coffin for burial. Can we go back? The supreme elder who was standing in the Yijian sect looked at Mu Qing, cupped his fists and saluted, and asked with a smile. I have been building the hidden dragon coffin these days. Thank you all for your hard work. Mu Qing would like to thank you all. Mu Qing clasped her hands and said with a smile. Sect Master Mu, see you later. The 6 people said goodbye to Mu Qing one after another and left through the air. Mu Qing returned to the carriage and walked into the carriage. Master, is there anything else you need me to do next? Mu Qing asked respectfully. No, make me a cup of tea. Yi Yun smiled calmly. His consciousness has been closely watching the movements of the 6 coffin bearers. Not only him, but also the Blood King demonic dragon, the big black horse, and the blue Sitong Tian dragon were also staring closely at the 6 coffin bearers with their spiritual consciousness. However, the speed of these 6 coffin bearers was extremely fast. After a while, the spiritual consciousness of the big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon who were in the eternal realm were not enough. Bai Heitan Shenlong immediately used a magical power, and a small mirror appeared in front of him, and the coffin bearers appeared in the mirror. It's still a divine king realm cow. The Blood King demonic dragon sighed. Compared to the 6th level of his eternal realm and the blue Sitong Tian dragon, there is really no comparison. Senior, you don't have to make fun of me. You were reborn from ancient times. A cultivation like mine would have been like scum in ancient times. And you even have the blood of the Blood King demon dragon. Sooner or later, you will be way more than I am. Bai Heitan Shenlong said with a smile. That makes sense, haha. The Blood King demonic dragon laughed. You don't know where the dragon's lair is? Mao Bauer also came up and stared at the screen, curiously. Don't worry, it should be within the sphere of influence of the Tianyue dynasty. The Blood King demonic dragon whispered. Yi Yun looked at the 3 kittens gathered in front of a small mirror, looked at them seriously, and couldn't help but laugh. This picture is still very warm. Because the cultivation level of these big demons is too high. Although the 6 coffin bearers were watched by powerful spiritual consciousness, they did not realize that they had been targeted. Sir, please have some tea. Mu Qing brought a cup of tea and handed it over. Yi Yin took the teacup, looked at the expression on Mu Qing's face, and said, with a smile, you should also go out and join in the fun with them. Go and have a look. Mu Qing's face turned red, she nodded quickly and walked out. She had just separated out a ray of consciousness and was indeed secretly paying attention to the situation outside. Mu Qing also wanted to know where the coffin bearer finally settled. Pulling open the car curtain, Mu Qing squatted behind several kittens, holding her cheeks and looking at the screen seriously. "Stop it." Suddenly, Mao Bauer's voice rang. The 6 coffin bearers on the screen stopped, and the one at the front pointed in the direction of the earth. I saw a golden light suddenly rising into the sky. "Senior, quickly turn the screen and look at the dragon's lair," Mao Bauer shouted. "Good." Bai Shenlong adjusted his consciousness, and the scene immediately changed. In a huge mountain range, a golden beam of light flew out from halfway up one of the mountains. An unfathomable golden hole has appeared on the land halfway up the mountain range. It must be the dragon's lair. This dragon's lair is indeed extraordinary. Mu Qing looked at the screen and roughly guessed the location. She also didn't expect that there was an emperor-level dragon cave hidden in that mountain range. The black hidden dragon coffin suddenly flew away from the hand, flew towards the dragon's cave, and pressed down along the golden light beam until it reached the entrance of the cave, and then suddenly stopped. 6 coffin bearers suddenly flew around the black hidden dragon coffin. They kept surrounding the hidden dragon coffin, circling and clasping their hands constantly, as if they were setting up some formation. In the clear sky, 7 big stars suddenly appeared, arranged in the shape of a spoon. Mao Bauer looked shocked and shouted, "Is this the Big Dipper?" "Good." The Blood King demonic dragon nodded heavily, frowned and said, "The Big Dipper suddenly appeared. What on earth is this coffin bearer doing?" "This is just the shadow of the Big Dipper. They are just borrowing the power of the Big Dipper." Bihai Tongshenlong made some observations and came to a conclusion. The Big Dipper again? Although the big black horse was pulling the carriage, he also had a ray of consciousness observing the movement. When it saw the image on the small mirror, it immediately remembered the 7-star dragon formation that suppressed a black dragon in the palace underneath the fake Shenlong Sect. In the carriage, Yi Yun raised his eyebrows slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. Saw the Big Dipper again. He didn't expect that the coffin bearers had some connection with the mastermind behind the scenes. Drop. The 6 coffin bearers shouted in unison, clasped their fingers and pointed at the hidden dragon coffin. The Big Dipper dropped 7 rays of light and fell straight into the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat was staring at the coffin board above his head when he suddenly saw 7 rays of light falling from the sky and landing on his chest. "Ah!" The big black cat suddenly screamed and died tragically in an instant. 4th update completed. Please vote for recommendation, 5-star praise. This Big Dipper suddenly dropped 7 rays of light into the hidden dragon coffin. Is there anything going on with little Heisey? On top of the carriage, the Blood King demonic dragon raised its furry cat paw, picked at its chin, and said with a serious expression, "Judging from its knowledge, if the Big Dipper drops 7 rays of light and enters the hidden dragon coffin, something will happen to the big black cat. Good or bad luck is unpredictable." After the hidden dragon coffin was reinforced and sealed by the coffin bearer, it can no longer be detected with spiritual consciousness. I don't know whether Xiao Heisey is alive or dead. I am really worried about this. Brat. Bai Tongshenlong sighed. Little Heisey is blessed with a great destiny and great fortune. That kid is a ghost, so he probably won't die. The big black horse turned its head and said, but there was also worry in its eyes. Regarding the Big Dipper, Big Dark Horse instinctively felt a sense of fear in his heart. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the little black cat. Just when the demons were worried, Yi Yun's faint voice came from the carriage. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. The master has spoken, Xiao Haizi is definitely safe. Everyone turned their attention to the image in the small mirror again. At this moment, the Big Dipper in the sky has disappeared. 6 coffin bearers stood around the dragon's lair. Their hands kept shooting out streams of light, which landed on the hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffin pressed the golden light little by little and sank along the dragon's lair. The burial has begun. Mao Bauer stared at the small mirror with big eyes. What is the purpose of the coffin bearer being so mysterious? Can he really live a second life? The blood chief demonic dragon glanced at his mouth, still not believing in the idea of living a second life. Bai Haitong Tianlong did not speak, his eyes jumped, he stared at the screen tightly, and fell silent. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun's face was still calm. Just now, 7 rays of light from the Big Dipper fell on the big black cat, which indeed destroyed all the vitality in his body. At that moment, the big black cat is almost dead. However, the 7 rays of light from the Big Dipper fell on his chest and formed a small formation. The moment the formation was formed, the dragon veins here were quickly connected. Wisps of dragon energy were drawn by the 7-star formation and injected into the big black cat. With the injection of these dragon energy, the remaining vitality of the big black cat has not been completely destroyed. The Big Dipper formation, controlled by the coffin bearers, was like pulling chestnuts from the fire. During the whole process, the timing was extremely exquisite, and only then was the glimmer of life preserved. If anything goes wrong, the big black cat will be destroyed by the 7-star formation. Yi Yun looked at the coffin bearer's skillful techniques and couldn't help but nod secretly. These people don't know how many times they have trained, and they have already mastered the trick in this subtle way. Naturally, Yi Yun would not let the big black cat put himself in danger, as he had already hidden a ray of soul in his mind. Although the hidden dragon coffin was reinforced by a seal, his ray of soul could still maintain contact with him. That layer of seal seemed extremely weak to Yi Yun. That ray of his soul can easily break the seal. But now is not the time. He wanted to carefully investigate this small Big Dipper array. This formation seems to be different from the previous one. The hidden dragon coffin was sinking continuously, not very fast, and was suppressing the golden light as it descended slowly. Too strange. The blue Sea Tong Tian dragon turned to look at Mu Qing and asked in a low voice, shouldn't only one person be buried in a dragon cave? Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly and said, yes. Senior. Why did you say that? You'll find out later. Bai Haitong Tianlong smiled and did not explain. Instead, he raised his furry paw and pointed at the small mirror. Everyone's curiosity was suddenly aroused, and they stared at the small mirror attentively. Yi Yun was studying the small 7-star formation on the chest of the big black cat. When he heard Bihai Tongshenlong say this, his eyes flashed twice, and he immediately understood what was going on. But Yi Yun did not continue to pay attention. His attention continued to be on the Big Dipper formation. It has to be said that the mastermind behind the scenes has studied the Big Dipper formation very thoroughly, and there are various variations. The functions are also completely different. The bottom of the dragon's cave became wider and wider, and the black hidden dragon coffin went all the way down. After a stick of incense, it suddenly stopped. At this time, the picture on the small mirror was clearly revealed. There were 4 other black hidden dragon coffins, constantly rising and falling in the golden light. Counting the hidden dragon coffin where the big black cat was, there were 5 coffins in total. Why are there so many coffins? Looking at the style, they are all hidden dragon coffins, exactly the same. There was a look of shock on the face of the Blood King demonic dragon. Originally, it didn't care at all about the burial in the dragon's lair, but it was still surprised when 5 hidden dragon coffins suddenly appeared. It seems that I have never heard of it before. The coffin bearers bury the laden dragon coffin, and they will be placed together in such a concentrated manner? Mu Qing frowned and muttered to herself. Sister, you are right. I also heard rumors that only one hidden dragon coffin can be buried in a dragon cave. Melbauer nodded and said, rumors are just rumors. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, have you? Every time these coffin bearers appear, they fly away quickly with the coffin. Who can see how they are buried? The big dark horse grunted and raised his doubts. Uncle Ma, why do you think there are 4 hidden dragon coffins? Melbauer looked at the big black horse and asked with a smile. I don't know the details, but I remember that at the summit of Shenlong Sect, the coffin bearer once said that the only thing missing was this hidden dragon coffin. The big black horse looked at the sky and said solemnly, what he means by this sentence should be that this dragon cave should be filled with 5 hidden dragon coffins. The big dark horse finished speaking. Everyone was surprised. That day at the Shenlong Sect peak, a coffin bearer indeed said so. At the time, no one thought much of it. Especially Mu Qing's concept of burying a hidden dragon coffin in a dragon's lair was deeply ingrained, and she didn't think about anything else at all. I have a guess. Bihai Tongshenlong's eyes flashed, and he said slowly, the quality of the dragon cave here has reached the imperial level, and it may require 5 hidden dragon coffins to suppress it. The higher the level of the dragon cave, the more hidden dragon coffins need to be suppressed. More. What is the principle of this? Cat Bauer blinked his big eyes, scratched his head with his furry little paws, and shouted in confusion. How can it be so easy to survive the second life? Maybe these 5 hidden dragon coffins are related to the secret of the second life? Bihai Tongshenlong boldly guessed. The secret to living a second life? Everyone looked at each other, unable to accept it for a while. This royal-level high-grade dragon cave requires 5 hidden dragon coffins to be buried. One of them was buried now. When were the other hidden dragon coffins buried? Suddenly, all kinds of complicated thoughts poured into everyone's minds like a tide. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first. About there. The leading coffin bearer glanced deep into the dragon's lair and said in a calm voice. Now the 5 black hidden dragon coffins are floating side by side in the golden light, looking extremely quiet. The 6 coffin bearers quickly cast spells one after another at the same time to seal the entrance to the dragon's lair. The process is quick. In a few breaths, the entrance to the dragon's lair was sealed. One of the coffin bearers used magic power to move some soil, rocks, and vegetation to cover the top of the dragon's cave. After everything is in order, the 6 coffin bearers rose into the air. Is this the end? Melbauer stared blankly at the picture in the mirror, a little unbelievable. The dragon's lair is sealed. It is now impossible to detect what is going on inside. It is also impossible to determine the life and death of the 9-tailed civet. Master, how about I go to the dragon's lair and have a look? The Blood Chief demonic dragon stood up with great interest, turned his head and looked in the direction of the carriage and said, "There's no rush yet." Yi Yun smiled faintly. This fun show has just begun. He is still analyzing the small 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest. Anyway, the dragon's lair has been sealed. Just as Yi Yun was about to find out where the coffin-bearer's lair was. Oh. Seeing that the master did not agree to his promise, the Blood King demonic dragon had no choice but to lie on the carriage and continue to stare at the picture in the small mirror. At this time, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. As the vortex continued to rotate, a white beam of light suddenly fell down. "Are they going back?" Bihai Tongshenlong frowned and said. At this time, Yi Yun's faint voice rang in the ears of the Blood King demonic dragon and the big black horse. "Pony, Xiaolong, you two go explore the coffin-bearer's lair." Before the two great demons of the eternal realm could react, their eyes suddenly flashed and they instantly left the carriage and entered a white beam of light. The Blood Chief demonic dragon watched helplessly as the 6 coffin-bearers were not far from him, only 3 or 4 feet away. The big black horse is also beside it. Although they were face to face with several coffin-bearers, those guys did not notice them. The Blood Chief demon dragon understood that this was the master's grand gesture. The void was instantly broken, and they were put into the beam of light projected by the void. At the same time, an invisible restriction was added so that the 6 coffin-bearers could not detect them even if they were close at hand. The big black horse suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man in black robe. Every time the master asked him to perform a task, he would naturally appear in human form. This is also the way the big dark horse likes it. Naturally, the Blood Chief demon dragon was not to be outdone, and transformed into a red-robed young man. The two people looked at each other and said nothing in a tacit understanding, with a hint of excited smile in their eyes. The white light pillar dropped down, retracted, and disappeared into the whirlpool in the sky. The 2 great demons of the eternal realm, the Blood Chief demon dragon and the big black horse, left the Tianyue dynasty along with the coffin-bearers. Under Yi Yun's planning, within the dragon cave, 5 black hidden dragon coffins were constantly rising and falling in the golden light. The naked eye could see that golden dragon energy flew out from the depths of the ground and entered different hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yun's ray of consciousness was also constantly analyzing this small 7-star formation. The more he analyzed it, the more frightened Yi Yun became. He really didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes would be so crazy. He once robbed the Shenlong Sect's luck, but this time he wanted to rob the entire Cangnan continent's luck. There are many dragon veins on the Cangnan continent, which are the places where luck gathers. And if these dragon vein fortunes are analyzed in depth, they gather the fortunes of the entire continent. Cangnan continent was also called the Hidden Dragon Continent in ancient times. It was once the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Although the glory of the Dragon Clan is no longer there, this continent still has many of the Dragon Clan's past fortunes. If this luck is allowed to develop, it will only increase. Slowly, this Dragon Clan's ancestral land will regain new vitality. However, due to the appearance of the coffin bearers, the use of a special 7-star formation, and the use of the living dead to be buried in the dragon's lair, it was possible to absorb and destroy the dragon's luck in the underground. This is equivalent to as long as there is a dragon vein, once it emerges, the coffin bearers will use the 7-star secret method to bury it in the hidden dragon coffin and start to plunder the remaining dragon luck in the entire continent. The reason why there are 5 hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yun guessed that this dragon cave was of the highest grade, the emperor's level. One hidden dragon coffin could not completely absorb the dragon's luck. Here, 5 hidden dragon coffins were needed. Under the influence of this 7-star formation, the person in the hidden dragon coffin has turned into a puppet on the verge of death. This 7-star formation absorbs the energy of the dragon's veins and continuously replenishes the puppet. After replenishing it to a certain level, it will destroyed again. As for the rumor about living a second life, Yi Yun guessed that after the dragon energy in the dragon cave here was sucked dry, the 7-star formation might undergo some changes. This change is the key to whether the person in the hidden dragon coffin can survive the second life. This 7-star formation is really magical. Yi Yun sighed lightly. Although he is very strong and it is easy to destroy the 7-star formation, it will take a certain amount of time to completely deconstruct it. But Yi Yun is not in a hurry, he has plenty of patience. Now the Blood King Demon Dragon and the Big Black Horse followed the coffin bearer, and he was waiting for news about the 2 people. He added a layer of invisible restrictions to the bodies of these 2 great demons. Only those who were in the Divine Lord realm with higher cultivation than him could see these 2 great demons. Otherwise, when these 2 big monsters arrive at the lair of the coffin bearers, it will be as if they are in a deserted place, and no one can see them. Yi Yun closed his eyes and continued to analyze the small 7-star formation. At the same time, he was also waiting for the victory report of the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the Big Dark Horse. Outside the carriage, seeing the bloody dragon and the big black horse suddenly disappeared. Well, Bai Hai Tong Tianlong said with a look of resentment, it's a pity that my cultivation level is too high. When I arrived at Songnan continent, I was completely useless. Senior, you don't have to be too sad. Maybe I will find a new mission for you sometime. Mao Bauer covered her mouth and smiled. Stop comforting me. Bihai Tongshenlong shook his head, put away his magical power, lay on the carriage again, and fell asleep. At this time Mu Qing also returned to the carriage. There was only one white kitten left on the carriage. In a desolate valley, a white light fell down, revealing 6 coffin bearers wearing white robes. The 6 coffin bearers looked around cautiously, found nothing unusual, and then flew off in a certain direction. What kind of place is this? Why doesn't it feel like you're in Songnan continent? The big black horse, who was in the invisible state, felt the surroundings. He felt that the place was desolate and cold, with no vegetation, and the spiritual energy was pitifully scarce. He couldn't help but be surprised. The Blood King Demonic Dragon looked around and seemed to have discovered something. The expression on his face kept changing and his pupils tightened. After some inquiring, isn't this, the moon star? The Blood King Demonic Dragon looked shocked and couldn't help but murmur to himself. This is actually the moon star? After hearing what the Blood King Demonic Dragon said, the big black horse was also surprised. Unexpectedly, the lair of the coffin bearers was located on the moon star. Yeah, I really didn't expect that. The face of the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon also became cautious. As an ancient dragon clan, he was naturally familiar with Moon Star. This big star hanging high in the sky is where the Xianin Yuelong clan lives and inhabits. It's just that without the order of the ancestral dragon, even the 10 super dragons are said to be unable to easily set foot in this place. As for the reason, no one knows. There are a huge number of shining moon dragons living on Moonstar, and no other dragon clan exists. However, from ancient times to the present, the dragon clan has basically fallen. The same is true for the shining moon dragon on the Moonstar. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon did not expect that the coffin bearers would set their lair on the Moonstar. This is an extremely secretive place. Standing on the Moonstar, you can monitor the entire Songnan continent. This is really the best monitoring point. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon looked at the big black horse and said solemnly, "Boss, this time the master asked us to find the lair of the coffin bearer. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. I have a hunch that this coffin bearer may also have a great background." Second brother, you are right. We need to be more careful. We must not act rashly. We should investigate clearly before talking. The big dark horse also nodded solemnly. After the Blood Chief Demon Dragon joined the Shenlong Sect that day, he elected the big dark horse as the boss, and he volunteered to be ranked second, so the title of boss and second was decided from that time. After going back and forth, everyone becomes familiar with it, which is called getting used to it. It seems that the invisibility restriction imposed on us by the master is still there. It seems that the master has already considered this for us. The Blood King Demonic Dragon silently felt the space around his body, and then said with a smile, "Then let's go." The big black horse felt relieved and said immediately. The two people followed the 6 coffin bearers closely, keeping a certain distance. After arriving at Yueshing, the 6 coffin bearers were extremely relaxed. They talked and laughed along the way, just like walking, and they were not in a hurry. It took about 1 stick of incense to fly. After crossing a mountain range, we saw a large valley below. There are actually many houses built in this valley, and from a distance, you can see many human monks wearing white robes. It seems like this is the lair of the pallbearers. The big dark horse nodded secretly. After the 6 coffin bearers arrived, they took off the masks on their faces, revealing their true colors. Among the 6 people, there was an old man and 5 middle-aged people. This time, our mission was completed relatively smoothly. The Imperial high-grade dragon cave was completely sealed, and the dragon's energy will not flow out. As long as we wait for another 100 years, the 5 seeds will break through and out. It won't be long before we can get a container. Elder, I have always had a suspicion. What is the use of so many containers we have collected? Asked a middle-aged man next to him. The old man in white robe immediately glared at the middle-aged man and said, with a serious face, "This is the secret of my coffin-bearer clan. Only the clan leader knows it. You don't need to ask more. Anyway, the more containers we collect, the better we can carry the coffin. For one clan, the more advantageous it is." Why? After being scolded by the old man in white robe, the middle-aged man sighed, shook his head, and took the lead to fly towards the house in front. The old man in white robe looked at the other people and said with a wry smile, "Don't think I'm not telling the truth. It's true that I don't know much about the container. Only the clan leader knows." "We understand, Elder." The other smiled and nodded and dispersed. "I'll go report to the clan leader." The old man in white robe looked at a black temple in the distance and flew over in a flash. On a boulder in the distance, the Blood King Demonic Dragon and the big black horse overheard the conversation between these people and the old man in white robes, and both of them were extremely shocked. This group of coffin bearers behaved strangely and had great ambitions. Boss, what exactly is this container they are talking about? What do you think of this matter? The Blood King demonic dragon touched his chin and said in deep thought. The big black horse watched the old man disappear into a black temple in the distance, frowned, and said in a deep voice, according to what these coffin bearers said, 5 hidden dragon coffins come out of one container, so it is possible that one of the 5 coffins, people devour each other until only one remains. It's really unbelievable. What's the use of cultivating such a container? The Blood Chief demonic dragon shook his head, expressing his difficulty in understanding. Let's go and take a look at the front. The big black horse said something and flew forward quickly, followed closely by the Blood King demonic dragon. Enter the valley. The two actually discovered many great monks in the eternal realm, more than a dozen of them. The old man with the highest cultivation level in the eternal realm had already reached the 8th level of the eternal realm. It is 2 smaller realms higher than the Blood King demonic dragon. Is this place more powerful than a heaven-level sect? The Blood King demonic dragon murmured to himself. Fortunately, the master had added an invisible prohibition to them, otherwise he and the big dark horse would have been discovered once they had sneaked into the moon star. Once it is discovered, it will be a fierce battle. No matter how much you want to investigate at that time, you will not be able to find anything. After witnessing how powerful the coffin bearers were, the two peoples' expressions became more and more serious, and their smiles disappeared. Let's go over there and have a look. The big black horse flashed and floated towards the ancient black temple not far away. The Blood Chief demonic dragon followed closely behind. The two of them suddenly stopped in front of this black ancient temple. Dragon Temple? Looking at the 3 big characters on the plaque of the ancient temple, the Blood King demonic dragon was so excited that he almost took down the plaque. This family of coffin bearers actually worships the Dragon Temple. Isn't it incredible, second brother? The big black horse looked at the 3 characters on the plaque and sent a message to the Blood Chief demon dragon. This place is very strange. Logically speaking, the coffin bearers don't even let go of the dragon's veins. How could they be enshrining the dragon? The Blood Chief demonic dragon said in a very angry voice. The big black horse nodded, floated over, and stood outside the window. He looked inside through the gap in the window. This ancient temple is not big, and there is a statue of a god inside. This statue is completely black, with no facial features on its face, like a faceless man. One hand is placed on the chest to form a mudra, and the other hand is raised high, holding a black mirror. There are 4 small dragons coiled on the limbs of this statue. Under the statue stood 2 old men, both dressed in white. One of them was the old coffin bearer who went to the Tianyue dynasty to perform a mission. As for the other old man, his face was thin, but his spirit was extremely strong. His cultivation was extremely amazing, and he had reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. It seems that this is the clan leader. The big dark horse nodded secretly. Boss, this place is so weird, even the statues worshipped are faceless. Statues. The Blood Chief demonic dragon came over and couldn't help but show surprise. After seeing clearly the situation in the ancient temple. I don't know what kind of god this god is. He doesn't even have facial features on his face. Could it be that he deliberately doesn't want people to know what he looks like? The big dark horse sneered. This method of hiding one's head and showing one's tail is really disgusting. Yeah, I really want to rush in and smash it. The Blood Chief demonic dragon said coldly. This ancient temple is called the Dragon Temple. It stands to reason that this god is the dragon god. Second child, have you ever seen such a dragon in ancient times? The big black horse suddenly asked. I haven't seen it before. Our dragon clan never wears dragons on our bodies. So this dragon god should be a human. The Blood Chief demonic dragon said angrily. The big black horse nodded and remained silent. At this time, they heard the two old men in the temple suddenly talking. Clan leader, the juniors in the clan are very interested in the container. They all want to know what the container is used for in the end. The old man in white robe looked up at the black statue in front of him, his expression changed, and he said cautiously. This is the secret of our clan. When all the clan leaders knew this secret, they all swore to the statue of the dragon god that it would never be told. Outside, the old patriarch's face tightened and he said very seriously. Okay, then I won't ask. The old man in white robe looked embarrassed and shrugged helplessly. As if he felt that his tone just now was a bit serious, the old patriarch explained, our lineage of coffin bearers was personally inherited by the dragon god. The place where the moon star lives was also personally selected by the dragon god. For nearly 100,000 years, we often receive various training resources from the dragon god, and such treatment is far superior to the eternal level sects below, so I, the patriarch, must not tell the secret of the container in front of the dragon god statue. Okay, chief. Looking at the earnest words of the old patriarch, the old man in white shook his head helplessly, then turned and left. It is no secret that the dragon masters regularly give various training resources to the coffin bearers. After all, the spiritual energy of Moonstar is now very thin. Cultivation resources are extremely scarce, and their clan of coffin bearers cannot easily come to Sangnan continent. Therefore, in the past 100,000 years, all training resources have been provided by the dragon god. These cultivation resources are not only abundant, but also of high quality. So their clan has many great monks in the eternal realm. Even monks in the life and death realm are very common in the clan. In terms of strength, their coffin-carrying clan is slightly stronger than the heaven-level sects. Haha. The old patriarch looked at the disappearing figure of the white-robed old man and shook his head helplessly. Then he turned around and walked out. After closing the door, he went to the living area in front of him. The entire dragon temple became empty again. In the quiet dragon temple, rows of candles were burning, the lights were bright, and the smoke was lingering. The black statue, with a faceless face, looked more and more ferocious. After listening to the conversation between the old patriarch and the old man in white robes, the big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon were thoughtful. It turns out that this black divine elephant is called the dragon god in the hearts of the coffin bearers. The coffin bearer clan has lasted for nearly 100,000 years. During these years, all training resources have been provided by the dragon god. This so-called dragon god may come from the divine land. The big black horse touched his chin and said softly, Boss, let's go in and take a look. The Blood Chief demonic dragon suddenly felt something in his heart, turned into a streak of blood, and slipped in through the crack in the window. The big black horse shook his head, smiled, and followed in. The two people transformed into human forms again and stood in front of the black statue. Why does this faceless statue become more and more terrifying the more I look at it? The big black horse stared at the statue for a while, becoming more and more frightened, and suddenly spoke. Boss, if you don't tell me, I feel the same way. This damn so-called dragon. God is definitely not a good thing. Why don't I destroy this statue now? The Blood King demonic dragon was also frightened, but his nature was rather evil, and he immediately thought of destroying the statue. Don't destroy it. The big black horse quickly stopped him and said, why don't we take this statue away and give it to the master to take a look at? Good. The Blood King demonic dragon immediately agreed and was ready to reach out and grab the statue. Wait a minute. The big black horse suddenly blocked the arm of the Blood King demonic dragon with his hand. What's wrong? Boss. The Blood King demonic dragon asked in confusion. Look at his other hand, holding up the black mirror. Something seemed to have flashed just now. The big black horse said with wide eyes. Don't scare me, why didn't I see anything? The Blood King demonic dragon was shocked and quickly looked at the black mirror held up by the statue, but found no clues. Call. At this time, for some unknown reason, a faint layer of black mist suddenly emerged from the statue's body. The body of the statue shrouded in black mist moved slightly, seeming to come alive at this moment. The hand holding the small black mirror suddenly started to rotate. The small black mirror suddenly released a black brilliance. This piece of black brilliance quickly occupied the entire ancient temple like a vast ocean. What light is this? The Blood King demonic dragon was shocked. Under this black light, he suddenly felt extremely weak. Not only was it difficult to mobilize his magic power, but he was also unable to exert his powerful physical strength as a dragon. The Blood King demonic dragon was teetering on the verge of falling to the ground. The big dark horse felt similar to him at the moment, but the degree of weakness was much lighter. What light is this? A huge question also emerged in his heart. This light seemed to be specifically aimed at the blood in his body. I am half dragon, so I feel it less than the second child. The big black horse immediately found the problem. He pulled out a golden axe without hesitation and slashed at the idol. The big black horse knew that if the statue was not destroyed today, it would be difficult for him and the Blood King demonic dragon to escape from this place. The faceless statues are very evil, and the black mirror is even more so. It not only makes them weak, but also destroys the invisible prohibition outside the body. Therefore, their current situation is very dangerous. Who is it? How dare you break into our dragon temple? An old man's voice came from far away, and he was in front of the statue in an instant. He stretched out his sword and blocked the golden axe of the big black horse. In the surrounding black light, the violent shock wave originally caused by the confrontation between the two eternal realms was actually neutralized by this black light. Dragon Clan? The old patriarch was floating in midair and could tell at a glance that the two people who broke into the dragon temple had the blood of the dragon. His face suddenly showed a look of joy. The dragon of eternity. It has long since disappeared on Songnan continent. If you catch one, it will be a great achievement. The movement in the dragon temple caused a sensation among the entire coffin bearers. Those monks in the eternal realm instantly surrounded the dragon temple. Some rushed into the temple, while others guarded the outside. Boss, go quickly and go back and tell me. Seeing so many eternal realm monks, the Blood King demonic dragon's complexion changed drastically, and a burst of strength came out of nowhere, and he pushed the big black horse violently, and then sent out a sound transmission. Second brother, I can't leave you alone. The big dark horse said eagerly. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Don't forget that I have the blood of the Blood Dragon. The Blood King Shenlong said urgently. The big black horse looked solemn and swung the golden axe fiercely. At this moment, he inspired the reincarnated thunder and lightning energy in the axe. The golden and violent reincarnation thunder and lightning rushed out from the small axe, carrying the aura of destroying the world like a huge wave in the sky. All the Eternal Realm monks from the Coffin-Bearer clan had their expressions changed drastically at this moment. Here comes the coffin! Almost everyone roared in unison, and a black coffin appeared outside. Everyone's body out of thin air. This is equivalent to all these coffin-bearers in the Eternal Realm entering the coffin and using these coffins to resist the terrifying golden thunder and lightning. The statue shrouded in black mist actually waved its arms at this moment, and the black mirror once again released a large black strange light. The golden reincarnated thunder and lightning collided with the strange black light, making a strange sizzling sound, and both dissipated at the same time. It seems like each neutralizes the other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the big dark horse instantly turned into a black light and escaped. 4th update completed. Please vote for recommendation and 5-star praise. Just rushed out of the Dragon Temple. Countless fierce sword lights filled the void, like a cloud of swords, falling down all over the place. At this moment, at least 7 or 8 Eternal Realm monks took action against the big dark horse. This part of them has a tacit understanding of guarding the outside and cooperating inside and outside. After rushing out from the Dragon Temple, without the restraint of the black light, the big black horse's body suddenly returned to normal. He raised the golden axe. On the surface of the axe, reincarnated thunder and lightning raged out, forming a golden ocean of thunder and lightning, roaring towards the sword light. Boom! The reincarnated thunder and lightning destroyed those crazy sword lights, and, with the force of thunder, violently swept towards the coffin bearers in the Eternal Realm. Here comes the coffin! The coffin bearers roared angrily, and their bodies were wrapped in black. Coffins. Call. The reincarnated thunder and lightning surged forward, hitting the black coffin with a crackling sound, but the coffin did not seem to be damaged in any way. The big dark horse was secretly frightened. This family of coffin bearers is really weird. Everyone has a coffin-like magic weapon. It was actually able to block his reincarnated lightning. Although the attack that broke through the sword light just now has weakened the reincarnated lightning, the fact that these black coffins can withstand it also proves that they are good. The big dark horse doesn't know. Within the inner wall of the coffin, there is a small 7-star formation. When the reincarnated lightning struck the coffin, the small 7-star formation shone with silver light. The mysterious silver light spreads throughout the coffins from the inside, allowing these coffins to calmly face the attacks of reincarnated lightning without suffering any damage. Have to say, with the blessing of the 7-star formation, these black coffins have terrifyingly powerful defenses, continuously stimulating the reincarnated thunder and lightning in the golden axe. The big black horse glanced at the axe and found that the golden axe had become somewhat blurry. He couldn't help but feel distressed. This was a treasure given to him by his master, but he had no choice but to activate it twice in a row just now in order to save his life. The intensity is extremely high every time. The Eternal Realm coffin bearers in the Dragon Temple, while the big black horse was in a trance, suddenly rushed out and besieged the big black horse. Again. The old patriarch put his hand into the void, and a black light flashed, and a dark coffin was immediately filled with the Blood King demonic dragon. The current Blood Chief demonic dragon is extremely weak and cannot be stopped at all. The big black horse came to his senses and was about to escape. Suddenly, the coffin bearers from the eternal realm in the dragon temple got entangled again. Most of these monks are at a higher level than the big dark horse. Therefore, if the big dark horse wants to escape, it will be unimaginably difficult. Ouch! The big black horse roared angrily and finally turned into its true form at this moment. A black dragon tens of thousands of feet suddenly appeared in the void. The huge dragon's mouth holds a small golden axe. Blue lightning bloomed all over his body, and a series of crackling sounds came out. Another dragon? An old man in white robes shouted excitedly. In an instant, they surrounded the black dragon. At this moment, behind all the coffin bearers in the eternal realm, there are black coffins floating. These black coffins seem to provide them with huge defense at any time. It seems it will be difficult to escape today. The big black horse looked at the dozen or so great monks in the eternal realm. Around him, all of them carrying black coffins and holding long swords. They all released a terrifying aura, and couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his heart. Although he is extremely talented and has the reincarnation thunder axe given by his master, there are too many eternal realm monks from the coffin bearer clan. Many people have reached a level beyond him. Moreover, the opponent has a black coffin to defend against his reincarnated thunder and lightning, which leaves the big dark horse with nothing to do. By the way, why did I forget the sky disillusionment eye? The big dark horse suddenly muttered to himself in annoyance. His sky disillusionment eye is just the beginning. Although it is not very powerful, it may be able to stop the opponent for a while. Think of this. The big black horse's eyes widened, mana circulated in his pupils, and he immediately activated the sky disillusionment eye. The wind in the void seemed to have stopped for a second, and the coffin bearer surrounding the big black horse fell into a trance. The big black horse quickly turned into a black light and flew away through the sky. He now has to rush back to bring in reinforcements. I need to tell the master everything that happens here. The weird faceless statue, the black mirror that makes the dragon weak, the black coffin carried by the coffin bearers, and the mysterious container that will be born in the dragon's lair, all of this, he has to tell the master. These doubts are really important. He must not die at the hands of Moonstar's coffin bearers. Inside the dragon temple. When the old patriarch saw the black dragon trying to escape, his expression changed slightly, and he took the black mirror off the statue without hesitation. Next moment, he appeared in the void. He raised the black mirror in his hand high and pointed it in the direction of the big black horse's escape. A black light suddenly shot out from the mirror. It penetrated the void in an instant, incredibly fast, and landed on the big black horse. What the hell? The big black horse suddenly felt physically weak and could not even mobilize his magic power. He couldn't help but cursed angrily. The figure flashed. The old patriarch appeared in the void, holding a black mirror in his hand. This little dragon of yours is only on the 4th level of the eternal realm. Can you run away? The old patriarch said calmly. His expression was indifferent, and the mirror in his hand still emitted black light, completely covering the big black horse. There were constant flickering figures all around, and many coffin bearers from the eternal realm were all gathered around. Clan leader, where did this dragon come from? I have never seen a divine Dragon in the eternal realm in Shenlong continent for so many years. An old man in white robe said with a smile. Yes. I don't know if this black dragon is a local black dragon. If it is, then it is a treasure. Another old man said. Let's seal it first and then talk about it. The old patriarch thought for a while and made an instant decision. Catching 2 eternal realm divine dragons at once was an unimaginably huge gain for them. Also an important clue. This shows that there are still dragons in the eternal realm alive on Shenlong continent. Maybe he escaped from some secret place. If they can follow the clues and catch all the dragons in the secret realm, then the Dragon Master will definitely praise them and give them more higher quality training resources. You want to seal me? Just give up. After hearing what the old patriarch said, the big black horse showed a sneer on his face. He still holds the axe that was transformed into golden reincarnated thunder and lightning in his mouth. At this moment, the axe has become more illusory and not as solid as before. After all, 2 consecutive waves and the reincarnated thunder and lightning in the golden axe were not enough. You've already caught a turtle in a jar, what else can you do? The old patriarch smiled coldly and slowly moved his hand gently in the air. Black light flashed in the sky, and another black coffin appeared. Call. The coffin lid was missing. The dark mouth of the coffin was like a monster's mouth that suddenly appeared, spraying out a piercing black light and falling down. I am going to update recently. I will update 6 chapters today. This is the first chapter. Please support me. 7-star formation? The big black horse looked up and immediately saw a silver 7-star formation shining brightly on the black coffin. He was suddenly shocked. No wonder these coffins are so powerful, it turns out they are blessed by the 7-star formation. Since the big black horse was only half dragon, he was not completely weakened. Under the black light of the mirror, he suddenly mobilized all the mana in his body and poured it into the golden axe. At this moment, this golden axe bloomed with dazzling light, and golden lightning spurted out in an endless stream, like a world-destroying wave, rushing towards the surroundings. And in this golden light, 3 small purple runes suddenly rose. This is the rune that the master once laid. The big black horse was excited when he saw these 3 purple runes, and recognized them immediately. Here comes the coffin. The coffin bearers around saw the golden thunder energy rushing in again, and immediately summoned a black coffin and put themselves in it. The old patriarch held a black mirror, which reflected patches of black light, blocking the golden thunder and lightning in front of him. He narrowed his eyelids slightly and watched the 3 purple runes appear in front of him, and a feeling of fear came to his heart. What are those? These 3 small purple runes, although each one is as small as a grain of rice, they exude an extremely terrifying aura. The old patriarch murmured to himself and couldn't help but be on guard. Secretly. At the same time, the black light from the black coffin floating above the head of the big black horse also fell. 3 small purple runes suddenly shook slightly, and one of the purple runes flew towards the black coffin in midair. As soon as the purple rune came into contact with the black light emitted from the coffin, it immediately shattered it, and then rushed to the black coffin at high speed. Boom! After an earth-shaking loud noise, the black coffin was shattered on the spot by the purple rune. And the second small purple rune trembled slightly, flew up again, and went straight towards the old patriarch. The old patriarch hurriedly turned the black mirror in his hand and shot it towards the purple rune. A dense black light instantly fell on the purple rune. The purple runes bloomed with bright purple light, which actually continuously disintegrated the black light. The black light is disintegrated extremely quickly. The small purple rune, carrying a monstrous terrorist attack, arrived in front of the old patriarch in an instant. The old patriarch was immediately frightened and smashed the black mirror in his hand. The black mirror in his hand is the treasure of the dragon god. At this time, he can only use this mirror to resist the rune attack. The third rune also rose into the air at this time, trembling slightly, and headed straight for the old patriarch. It seemed that he had identified the old patriarch with the highest cultivation level in the room. At this time, the old patriarch's eyes almost bulged out. He did not expect that these three small runes would be so terrifying. He threw the sword out without hesitation and hit the purple rune. The purple rune trembled slightly, and the sword was immediately shattered. At the same time, the second small purple rune and the black mirror collided in midair. One black and one purple. After colliding in midair, they both disappeared at the same time. It seems to be evenly matched. The old patriarch's eyes were about to burst and he was extremely heartbroken. But when he saw that purple rune shooting towards him again, he quickly shouted, "Here comes the coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark coffin immediately placed the old patriarch inside. At the same time, the 7-star formation in the coffin began to operate, and silver light flowed inside the coffin, wrapping the old patriarch completely. In an instant, purple runes hit the black coffin. Boom! The black coffin was knocked out. The coffin plates were broken into pieces, but they were not shattered like the previous black coffin. The broken coffin fell, and the old patriarch flew out from inside, vomiting blood. His body was teetering in midair. Even though he was protected by the black coffin, he was still seriously injured when he was hit by the purple rune. What kind of rune is this? It actually broke my life coffin. The old patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth, waved his hand, and shouted suddenly, "Catch him, we must not let him escape." The dozen or so coffin bearers in the eternal realm around them suddenly came to their senses. They were in the black coffin at the moment, and had just withstood the wave of golden and ferocious thunder and lightning. After hearing the old patriarch's order, they immediately drove the black coffin towards the black dragon. At this moment, the big black horse saw the 3 purple runes left on the golden axe by the master, showing his power and excitement. The first one shattered the black coffin, and the second one died together with the weird black mirror. The third one seriously injured the old patriarch with the highest level of cultivation. It's really satisfying. However, while excited, the big dark horse also paid a huge price. The golden axe transformed from the reincarnated thunder and lightning has been used to overload 3 times in a row, and the lightning energy has disappeared. And because he was illuminated by the weird black light, his body and magic power were still unable to lift up, so he could only watch as the dozen coffin bearers from the eternal realm drove the black coffin towards him. The big black horse had no choice but to rely on the body of the dragon to carry it. If he could withstand this blow and regain his magic and physical strength, he might still have a chance to escape. After all, the strange black mirror disappeared, and the big black horse also had a small golden sword. This small golden sword was also left to him by the master. He has only refined 1/5 of this sword, and there is still a lot of power that has not been unleashed. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction in the sky. He actually felt on the moon star the 3 purple runes he had left on the golden axe. These 3 purple runes have 2 functions. The first is to stabilize the reincarnated thunder and lightning so that they will no longer wreak havoc and become uncontrollable. The second is to protect the safety of the big dark horse. If the big dark horse encounters a strong opponent and the golden axe collapses, these 3 purple runes will appear. Yi Yan never expected that this time, 2 great demons from the eternal realm, the blood demon dragon and the big dark horse, would go to the coffin bearers' lair to find out what was going on. It could be so dangerous. Even the golden axe was destroyed, and then 3 purple runes emerged. Although these 3 purple runes were extremely powerful, Yi Yan was still a little worried. It seems, this family of coffin bearers should not be underestimated. Yi Yan's figure flashed. In an instant, he disappeared into the carriage. He tore through the void, crossed hundreds of millions of miles, and landed on the moon and star in an instant. When he saw the dozens of black coffins exuding the aura of eternity, crashing into the black dragon, Yi Yan raised his sword eyebrows, and a cold look appeared on his face. He waved his hand gently, and the black coffins lost control and flew out in an instant. Yi Yan did not kill him, because the coffin bearers are extremely mysterious and they are the key to finding the mastermind behind the scenes. If they are killed directly, some important clues will be easily lost. The next moment, Yi Yan appeared directly next to the big black horse from above the moon star. Seeing that familiar figure in white suddenly appearing in front of him, the big black horse was so excited that tears instantly flowed down his face. Master! The big black horse burst into tears. Xiao Ma, you have worked hard. Seeing the sobbing big black horse, Yi Yan smiled faintly, and with a wave of one hand, the strange power that invaded the big black horse's body disappeared. The big black horse immediately regained his physical strength, and now his magic power could also be used. He transformed and returned to the image of a man in black robes. Master, there is something very strange about this place. The big black horse flew to Yi Yan's side, bowed, and said. Yi Yan glanced at the big black horse, his pupils shrank slightly, and the runes as small as stars flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he read a certain memory in the big black horse's mind. He instantly understood everything that happened after the big black horse and the Blood King Demon Dragon appeared on Moonstar. Yi Yan also took a breath of air. I didn't expect that the small coffin bearer's family would have so many secrets. The black coffins that had been slapped away by Yi Yan disappeared one after another, revealing the figures of coffin bearers wearing white robes. At this moment, the seriously injured old clan leader, after taking some pills, his breath became more stable. At this time, he had flown into the crowd of clan members. Looking at the young man in white, who suddenly appeared, the old patriarch narrowed his eyes and kept looking at him. This young man in white has deep features, flowing black hair, handsome and extraordinary temperament. He is like an immortal walking out of a painting, without any trace of human atmosphere. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't clearly see the other person's cultivation. The young man in white looks like a mortal, but he gives people the feeling of a god whose whole body is blooming with infinite holy light all the time. Clan leader, what kind of cultivation is this? Is he already a true god? An old man in white robe next to him asked in a low voice. It's not a true god, but it's hard to see the other person's cultivation. Maybe it's just the eternal realm? The old patriarch shook his head. After all, he had seen the great dragon man before, and he was a figure even more powerful than the true god realm. So he was familiar with that smell. Based on the aura of the dragon master, he could measure the general cultivation level of the young man in white in front of him. Just as the coffin bearers hesitated, Yi Yin suddenly waved his hand, and a black coffin flew out from the dragon temple. What is sealed inside this black coffin is the blood demonic dragon. Kill him and never let the divine dragon escape. The old patriarch shouted and rushed forward first. A dozen or so great monks from the eternal realm of the coffin-bearer clan also besieged him. Yi Yan's eyes turned cold and he waved his sleeves, and these people were immediately blown away. You are no match for me, just stand still and don't move, Yi Yan said calmly. He stretched out a finger and tapped on the black coffin. The black coffin shook slightly, then turned into powder and disappeared. The old patriarch who paused in midair saw this scene and couldn't help but be frightened to death. This young man in white is too strong. Just relying on his physical body, he can turn a life coffin he refined into powder. What kind of powerful supernatural power is this? The other coffin bearers also looked frightened, their backs felt cold and their palms were sweaty. They have lived for so many years and have never seen such a powerful person in Songnan continent. Is this still the eternal realm? As the black coffin turned into powder, the figure of the blood chief demonic dragon was revealed in the place of the black coffin. After the seal on the blood chief demonic dragon was removed, he turned over and stood up. Master, I'm so useless. I'm an embarrassment to you. I was sealed away by these coffin bearers. The Blood King demonic dragon looked depressed, lowered his head, and his face turned red. I can't blame you for this. The main reason is that the black mirror is very strange. It seems to be specifically targeting the dragon bloodline. Yi Yan smiled and patted the Blood King demonic dragon on the shoulder. After hearing what the master said, the Blood King demonic dragon felt a little better. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the master has come to this place, there will be no more troubles. Bang bang. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the dragon temple. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, only to see the statue that had been standing on the altar striding down from the altar. Although the statue is walking, it still has the same weird gestures. The left hand is holding a mudra, and the other hand is raised high, holding a black mirror. Why did this mirror come back? The big black horse was a little shocked. He didn't expect that the purple rune left by the master didn't shatter the black mirror. Finally, the black mirror disappeared in the void, and it turned out to be back in the hands of the statue. Dragon Master. Seeing the statue suddenly stepping down from the altar, the coffin bearers all around looked excited and even knelt down in the air. They looked enthusiastic, as if they had seen the savior. It's just a puppet. Are you so excited? Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. The statue in front of him is a puppet, and there is a remaining ray of consciousness in the body attached to the statue. The grade of this puppet is extremely high, reaching the low-grade god level. Coupled with that ray of consciousness and the black mirror in his hand, this god-level puppet can also explode into the high-level combat power of the true god realm. The black statue walked out of the dragon temple, looked at the young man in white opposite, and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "Just a nobody." Yi Yan smiled faintly, looking at the four little dragons wrapped around the statue. A thought suddenly flashed in Yi Yan's mind. The dragon keeper should be your excellency, right? Yi Yan asked. The black statue was slightly surprised when he heard Yi Yun's words. He seemed not to have thought that there were still people on Shenlong continent who could identify his true identity. Your Excellency, you have admitted your mistake. I am not a dragon breeder. I am just a dragon master of the Coffin Bearer clan. The black statue shook his head, coldly denying Yi Yun's guess. Yi Yun smiled. His guess was not wrong. The moment the black statue lost consciousness, just now, it can be proved that this guy is the dragon keeper. The people who raise dragons are on the other side of the divine land, and they are also a powerful mysterious force that keeps the dragons from coming back. Unexpected. They are not only active on the divine land, but also left a legacy on the moon-starved Shenlong continent. This family of coffin bearers continues to consume the dragon vein luck of Shenlong continent, creating one container after another. Although he didn't know what the final use of these containers would be, Yi Yun guessed that the purpose of raising dragons was definitely not that simple. The black statue in front of him is just a god-level puppet inhabited by a ray of consciousness of the dragon keeper. For Yi Yun, it can be defeated easily. But Yi Yun did not act rashly for the time being. There was no attempt to detect the memory in the black elephant puppet. Yi Yun is worried that there are some restrictions hidden in his memory. If he detects them rashly, the restrictions will be triggered, resulting in a complete explosion of consciousness, and then he will be in vain. No matter what your name is, it doesn't matter. Yi Yun smiled softly, looked at the black puppet, and said slowly, you passed down the Taoism, created a clan of coffin bearers on Moonstar, and created one container after another. What is your purpose? How do you know about the container? Hearing Yi Yun talk about the container, the black statue was shocked. This is an extremely confidential matter. It has been carried out extremely covertly for nearly 100,000 years. How come the news leaked out at this time? He tightened his eyes and looked at the old patriarch and others next to him. Dragon Master, I didn't say anything, and I don't know how they knew. The old patriarch knelt on the ground and explained in a panic. Due to his excitement, he, who was originally seriously injured, spat out a mouthful of blood again. The old patriarch didn't even bother to wipe it, and lowered his head with a look of extreme fear. What a bunch of losers. Such a confidential matter is actually known to outsiders. The black statue snorted coldly, feeling extremely angry. It seems, we must kill all of you to eliminate future troubles. The black statue looked at Yi Yun and others, and suddenly smiled cruelly. Although he has no facial features, he can still make visible expressions on his smooth face. It's just that this faceless face makes people feel eerie. You're confident. Yi Yun smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. The black statue's gaze fell on the blood demonic dragon and the big black horse, with a trace of heat flashing in its eyes. If I kill you, I can get those two little dragons. It's really wonderful. Haha. The black statue seemed to think of something happy and suddenly laughed. As the laughter rippled, layers of black light surged around him, covering his entire body, making it impossible to see clearly. Great Dragon Man, these two dragons may be native dragons from a secret realm on Shenlong continent. The old patriarch suddenly raised his head and explained excitedly. Native dragon? That would be even better. If you find a secret place like Shenlong continent again, then I will give you a great contribution to the coffin bearers. In the black light, the arrogant voice of the black god came. He let out bursts of wild laughter, and the laughter shook endlessly. At this moment, the entire moon and stars seemed to be shaking. Pretend to be a ghost. Yiyan smiled faintly and waited for the black statue's performance to officially begin. Master, that mirror is really weird, you have to be careful. The Blood King demonic dragon looked at the dense black light, and felt a sense of powerlessness all over his body for some reason, and quickly whispered to the side. Don't worry, I'll try the black light of this mirror. Yiyan smiled and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived in the 10-foot void in front of the black statue. His body trembled slightly, releasing a faint divine dragon aura. This is the divine dragon aura that Yiyan deliberately simulated using the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Facing the dragon god of unknown origin, he also wanted to test it a few times. What? So you are also a divine dragon? Haha, that's great. It seems that there is indeed a secret realm in Shenlong continent, where a group of divine dragons live. The black statue let out an excited laugh in the dense black light. His raised right arm turned, and the black mirror in his hand shot a black light at Yiyan. This black light has a diameter of dozens of feet. It looks extremely powerful, and its momentum is strange and terrifying. Yiyan stood still, although he gained some memories of the big dark horse and knew something about the black mirror. However, he still wanted to experience this black light for himself. If this dragon god is a dragon breeder, then this black mirror may be a treasure specially designed to restrain the dragon clan. This guy must have been so frightened by the dragon god that he didn't even know how to hide. A coffin bearer from the eternal realm saw this scene and sneered. It's not that I can't hide, it's that I can't hide. I'm afraid the cultivation of the dragon master has now reached the high level of the true god realm. How can a mere eternal realm monk avoid it? An old man in white robe sneered. In the hearts of these coffin bearers, the dragon god is like their creator. God, possessing supreme status and authority. Hearing the discussions of the coffin bearers, the big black horse and the blood chief demonic dragon looked at each other with looks of contempt and ridicule in their eyes. How powerful is the master, especially what little ants like them can guess. Aha! The black beam of light fell down, completely covering Yiyan. Yiyan was indifferent, he was feeling the power in this black light. This was an extremely strange power that he had never seen before. Once this power invades the body, it will exert powerful suppression on the dragon bloodline in the body. Once suppressed, the physical strength and magic power can no longer be used. Have to say, this black mirror is simply a killer weapon for Shenlong. As expected of a dragon breeder, with such a powerful weapon in hand, it will be too easy to capture the dragon. Yiyan sneered in his heart. He has the blood of the ancestral dragon in his body. As the ancestor of all dragons, how can the strange power of this black mirror be intrusive? The ancestral dragon blood in Yiyan's body boiled slightly. Boom! The power of the black light exploded into pieces and disappeared without a trace. Do you have any other means? Yiyan walked slowly in the void, completely ignoring the shining of the huge black light pillar. His white clothes were more sparkling than snow, and he was so eye-catching in the black beam of light. Looking at the majestic and unparalleled godlike figure, the big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon were stunned for a moment. I have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The strange light in the mirror has no effect on me. The Blood King demonic dragon was so excited at this time that he almost said these words. However, he held his mouth in time. The moon star is so weird, maybe the walls have ears, and the identity of the master must not be revealed. It turns out you are not a divine dragon, and that breath just now was just to trick me. Seeing that the light failed, the black statue couldn't help but sneered. This mirror is specially designed to restrain the Shenlong clan. It has no restraining effect on ordinary human monks. Here comes the coffin. The black statue let out a low roar, and a black light suddenly flew out from the palm that had been forming a hand seal on its chest. The black light fell into the air and turned into a dark coffin. This coffin is exactly the same as the Qianlong coffin, with various textures on the surface and dragon patterns on all sides. Compared with the natal black coffins of those previous coffin bearers in the eternal realm, there is still a big difference between this hidden dragon coffin. Is this the real hidden dragon coffin? Yi Yun looked at the black coffin gently and smiled softly. You guys know a lot, the black god said with gritted teeth. He used his hand, and the black coffin roared towards Yi Yun's body. Yi Yun smiled. He was just right about what he said just now. It seems that the black hidden dragon coffin in front of me is the real hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffins on Songnan continent are all built based on this coffin. The quality of this hidden dragon coffin has reached the level of god level. Low grade. Such a treasure can probably only be created by the divine land. Looking at the black coffin falling from the sky, Yi Yun did not intend to expose the powerful side of Zulong's body. So after groping around on his wrist, Yi Yun gently pulled out an octagonal bright silver hammer. The octagonal bright silver hammer, which was originally only the size of a palm, swayed in the wind and immediately became 3 or 4 feet in size. The surface of the octagonal hammer was densely covered with mysterious patterns and flowed with silver luster. Master, there is such a treasure? The Blood King demonic dragon said in shock. He looked at the silver octagonal bright silver hammer from a distance, and after feeling the amazing aura, his face showed a look of salivation. Boy, you are really worthless. Seeing the Blood King demon dragon's drooling look, the big black horse shook his head. Although our dragon clan is physically strong, we also like all kinds of magic weapons. Besides, since my rebirth, I don't have a single treasure on my body. Unlike you, I at least have an axe. The Blood Chief demonic dragon said dully. Although he is gifted with magical powers, he also likes magic weapons. If he has a weapon that comes to his advantage, he will naturally be extremely happy. In his previous life, he had obtained a handy weapon, a low-grade god level Hunyuan diamond hammer. But after he died in the battle, his most beloved weapon also disappeared. Now seeing the master take out an octagonal, bright silver hammer brought back his memories. The big dark horse didn't know that the Blood Chief demon dragon had such a deep obsession with the hammer, so he laughed at him. After the matter with Moonstar is over, you can ask me for the 8-pointed silver hammer. The big black horse said with a smile. I'm embarrassed to ask for it. After all, such a precious treasure has already reached the level of a god. How can you ask me to ask for it? The Blood King demonic dragon rubbed his hands and said awkwardly. Don't worry. If it's really difficult to speak, I'll help you do it. The big dark horse smiled mysteriously. He knows the master's background. Although he has never entered the warehouse of magical treasures, the various divine pets in the master's warehouse have extremely terrifying origins. The master has so many pets that I can't even count them. As for the magic weapon, how can it be missing? But the big dark horse has always regarded himself as the master's confidant. So naturally he will not tell others about the master's background. Just when two people are having a conversation, Yi Yin rose across the sky and rushed into the air. He held up the silver octagonal bright silver hammer and smashed it against the black hidden dragon coffin that fell from the air. This guy actually has a god-level weapon? The black statue looked at Yi Yun's back rising into the sky, with a hint of shock in his eyes. In his impression, on Shenlong continent, god-level magic weapons are extremely rare. Even the Eternal Level sect may not have a god-level magic weapon. But the young man in white clothes in front of him took out a god-level magic weapon. His origin was suspicious. Could it be that he also comes from the Divine Land? The black idol thought for a while and found it impossible. How could the monks from the Divine Land be willing to risk their cultivation to stagnate and enter Shenlong continent? Isn't this digging one's own grave? While he was thinking, he saw the white figure and the black coffin collide. Yi Yun's face was indifferent, his black hair was flying, and his robes were rustling. He held an octagonal, bright silver hammer in his hand, drew a ray of silver light, and hit the black hidden dragon coffin heavily. Boom! There was a loud bang, which exploded throughout the moon star in an instant. A huge shock wave spread crazily from midair to all directions. The coffin bearers in the eternal realm couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw this scene. Fortunately, the battle was in midair, otherwise, they would not have been able to survive. They didn't expect that this young man in white would be so powerful. Holding a bright silver hammer, he smashed the black hidden dragon coffin and flew out. Although the battle took place in the air, the mountains in the distance were still flattened a lot. It can be seen how powerful the blows between these two powerful men are. Watching the hidden dragon coffin fly out, Yi Yun suddenly smiled and chased after it closely. Boom! Yi Yun raised his palm again and hit the coffin with the octagonal bright silver hammer. After a violent impact, the black coffin rose into the sky again. Yi Yun disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared above the hidden dragon coffin, and once again raised the octagonal bright silver hammer and smashed it down. Boom! The hidden dragon coffin flew downwards. Just like that, Yi Yun's figure changed, left and right, and the hidden dragon coffin was smashed into pits and pits under his fierce attacks, which was terrible to see. Seeing that his treasure had been smashed into a miserable state, the black statue couldn't help but become furious. He suddenly raised the black mirror in his hand and looked at the blood dragon and the big black horse in the distance. A black pillar broke through the sky. Yi Yun saw in midair that the black statue dared to sneak attack on the big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon, and just smiled indifferently. He gently pressed his hand, and the two people immediately disappeared. Black Mirror's attack failed directly. Yi Yun grabbed the black coffin with one hand, fell from the valley, and slammed it against the statue wrapped in black light. For you! The black god suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the black coffin. He glanced at the inside of the hidden dragon coffin, which was already full of pits, and found that the 7-star formation inside had not changed much at the moment. This made him feel relieved. As long as the 7-star formation is still there, hidden dragon coffin can continue to be used. Yi Yun stood in midair, gently holding the octagonal, bright silver hammer. Although his expression is calm, he still gives people an air of being arrogant and invincible. Yi Yun did not destroy the 7-star formation in this black coffin. After finishing the black statue, he was ready to study it when he had time. If it were not for the 7-star formation attached to the hidden dragon coffin, this coffin would have been smashed by him long ago. It can be said that the addition of this 7-star formation has greatly enhanced the capabilities of this black hidden dragon coffin in all aspects. This is a very good formation. Along the way, Yi Yun saw various variations of the 7-star formation. It has to be said that the design of the 7-star formation by the mastermind behind the scenes really exceeded his expectations. Although there are only 7 bright stars, they contain countless runes, densely intertwined, forming different arrangements and combinations. You, the dragon-raising clan, are in the divine land and do not dare to set foot on the hidden dragon continent. You only dare to appear as puppets. Are you afraid of the curse of the hidden dragon continent? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows, looked at the black statue in the black light, and suddenly said, "It's ridiculous, why are we afraid?" The black statue suddenly let out a mocking cry. After laughing, he suddenly realized there was something wrong with his words. Doesn't this mean that he admits that he is a dragon breeder? You're such a despicable guy, you actually tried to trick me? The black statue was furious. This time he drove the hidden dragon coffin and rushed towards Yi Yun, swinging the black hidden dragon coffin and slamming it down. He really is a dragon breeder. Yi Yun nodded silently. The dragon breeder also participated in the mastermind's plan to destroy Shenlong continent. Although there is currently no direct relationship with the persecution of the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun believes that the hands of the dragon raisers are definitely not clean. He swung the octagonal, bright silver hammer and smashed it into the black hidden dragon coffin. Boom! A huge force struck, and the hidden dragon coffin in the black statue's hand flew away again. Yi Yun grabbed it with his big hand and suddenly grabbed the black statue in his hand. Seeing that the supreme god of the coffin-bearers clan, the dragon god, was actually controlled by the young man in white, all the coffin-bearers who were kneeling in midair stood up in an instant. "Go and save the great dragon man!" The old patriarch roared and led a group of Eternal Realm clansmen towards Yi Yun. Roll. Seeing a group of small Eternal Realm coffin-bearers rushing over, Yi Yun softly uttered a word. A dozen coffin-bearers in the Eternal Realm were suddenly swept away by a powerful force. "If you dare to attack the Master, I think you are impatient." The Blood Chief demonic dragon gloated and laughed. "The Master is already a god in the Divine Lord realm. To deal with these little Eternal Realm monks, just one breath is enough." In the heart of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, Yi Yun's current cultivation level is still around the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. But in fact, during the time when Lord Grimm entered the Tianyue secret realm, Yi Yun had already broken through from the 7th level of the Divine Sovereign realm to the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. He will soon reach the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. One step further up is the Divine Realm. 100,000 years later, the reborn Yi Yun's cultivation was like riding a rocket, making rapid breakthroughs. The threshold of any realm is equal to 0 for him. This is the amazing reward he finally received after signing in for 100,000 years in the dark space, enduring all kinds of loneliness and pain, and going crazy countless times. Yi Yun did not kill all the coffin bearers, but just knocked them away casually. But when these coffin bearers saw the Dragon Master being held by Yi Yun, they rushed over again, vomiting blood, regardless of their injuries. Certainly. As soon as Yi Yun pointed out, the dozen coffin bearers froze in midair. But what Yi Yun didn't expect was that the surrounding coffin bearers who were under the Eternal Realm, after seeing the Dragon Master being caught, all rushed over without fear of death. Yi Yun used his hand again. In an instant, all the coffin bearers stood on the spot, looking like puppets. Such a powerful magical power of immobilization immediately shocked the big Black Horse and the Blood King Demon Dragon. This is also the first time they have seen the master use such magical powers. Breathtaking. Second brother, I heard that the master taught you a magic eye skill, right? The Blood Chief demonic dragon suddenly said through a message. The big dark horse nodded. Then I just happened to learn the magical power of body fixation from the master. The Blood Chief demonic dragon chuckled and rubbed his hands. He was extremely interested when he saw the master's first use of the body-holding magical power. Didn't I promise you that I would teach you the sky disillusionment eye? The big black horse looked sideways at the Blood King demonic dragon and asked. He remembered that the Blood Chief demon dragon really wanted to learn the sky destruction eye, but the master at that time agreed to teach it to him only after he had made meritorious deeds. Unexpectedly, this guy changed his mind immediately after seeing this magical power of concentration. The big dark horse is also a little helpless. The Blood King demon dragon's temperament is really jumping. This magical power is more useful once it is fixed in midair, won't the opponent just catch it without any help? The Blood Chief demonic dragon said proudly. Okay, it's up to you. The big dark horse smiled. All the coffin bearers in the entire valley were frozen. Yi Yun's magical power immediately shocked the black statue. Who are you? The black statue struggled desperately, but to no avail. He looked at Yi Yun in horror and asked. I'm just a nobody, coming from the land of the gods. I want to see what plans you dragon breeders have in Shenlong continent? Yi Yun said calmly. It turns out that you are also from the divine land, but I have to say that you are stupid. Don't you understand that there is a curse in this place? Once you entered Shenlong continent, your realm will stop here for life. The black idol said with a sneer. It doesn't matter, this is just a clone of me. Yi Yun laughed. He didn't tell a word of truth. No matter whether this consciousness could be sensed by the Dragon Keeper, he would not reveal any information. If you go against our dragon-raising clan, you will die without a burial place sooner or later. Even if you are your true self, we will dig you out 3 feet apart. The black idol issued a threat. Then you can find me. Yi Yun's palm suddenly exerted force, and the powerful force immediately made the black elephant feel a burning pain. The black statue had a ferocious expression and said in a hateful voice, You don't have to try to trick me. This ray of my will has already been cut open by me and can be destroyed at any time. Is it? Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly, and runes as small as stars suddenly appeared in the monster's eyes. The power of life and death swept away and landed on the ray of consciousness in the black statue. Puff. As Yi Yun went deeper into this ray of consciousness and tried to dig out the memories inside, this ray of consciousness immediately exploded. The black light around the unconscious black statue suddenly disappeared, and its arms hung down limply. After seeing this ray of consciousness being destroyed, Yi Yun's face was calm, without any trouble. This is not the first time this has happened. But the biggest gain this time is to know that there is an inseparable connection between the dragon breeder and the mastermind behind the scenes. When you get to the divine land in the future, you can approach it from the perspective of a dragon keeper. Come over. Yi Yun grabbed it with his big hand and immediately grabbed the old patriarch, who was carrying the coffin. Seeing Bai Qing in front of him easily kill the dragon god, the old patriarch was heartbroken and wished he could die with him. If you tell me all the secrets about the container, I can spare your entire tribe a way out. Yi Yun looked at the old patriarch and said leisurely, I have no idea. The old patriarch answered simply. You swore an oath in front of the statue of the dragon god, but now that the dragon god is dead, it doesn't matter if you say it. I can protect you. Yi Yin said calmly. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry too much. We, the coffin bearers, have been deeply cared for by the dragon god during these 100,000 years. We will definitely not betray you. The old patriarch's eyes were firm, showing that he was looking forward to death. The old patriarch also knew that the real dragon god was still in the divine land and had not died, so he would not tell the truth. Yi Yun's heart moved, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed a middle-aged man in white robes from the eternal realm. Don't threaten me with my people. We, the coffin bearers, have long since dedicated our lives to the dragon god. The old patriarch seemed to force Yi Yun's thoughts and immediately warned him. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and began to search the memory of this middle-aged man in white robe. There were no restrictions in the middle-aged man's memory, but Yi Yun didn't get any useful information. The only thing that can be known is that for nearly 100,000 years, the coffin bearers clan has cultivated at least 1,000 vessels on the vast Songnan continent. Are you afraid of death? Yi Yun suddenly changed his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man in white robe and asked. So what if we die? We, the coffin bearers, have given our entire lives to the dragon god from the moment of birth. The middle-aged man in white robe showed no fear on his face and said with a solemn expression. They are all a bunch of foolish and loyal people. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and activated the sky disillusionment eye at this moment. He read the memories in the minds of all the pallbearers. The only one not read. He is the old patriarch of the coffin bearer clan in front of him. 6th update completed. Please give me a 5-star review and support with a recommendation vote. Yi Yun's guess was not wrong. After reading the memories of all the coffin bearers except the old patriarch, Yi Yun found that none of the coffin bearers' memories had been tampered with. The old patriarch knows all the secrets, and his memory must have been tampered with like the black statue. There must be restrictions added. Once Yi Yun uses some method to explore the memory, the restriction will immediately destroy the old patriarch. After obtaining the memories of all the coffin bearers, Yi Yun originally wanted to force the old patriarch to reveal the secret by killing the coffin bearers one by one. However, through the read memories, I learned that these coffin bearers had already worshipped the dragon god to the core, and would rather die than compromise with the other party. Since they all want to die, Yi Yun is ready to help these coffin bearers. I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now the chance is gone. Yi Yun looked at the middle-aged man in white robe in front of him and smiled softly. The next moment, the middle-aged man turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Seeing such a strange magical power, the old patriarch was also frightened. He was not worried about being killed by the young man in white in front of him. Instead, he was worried that this unfathomable young man in white would go to the divine land to find trouble for the dragon god in the future. Although the dragon god is very strong, for some reason, the old patriarch always feels that the young man in white in front of him. It seems even more terrifying. All kinds of magical means are incredible. The puppet of the dragon man great god has reached the high level of true god realm and is not even a match for this person. This man defeated that god-level puppet so easily. This indicates that the cultivation level of the young man in white may have reached the level of a divine king. Yi Yun looked at the old patriarch with a stern expression, and suddenly said, "Slowly, The coffin bearers have been plundering luck on the Shenlong continent for 100,000 years, and have committed many crimes. Today, in the name of ancestral dragon, I will send the coffin bearers to Shenlong. Removed from the mainland. As soon as the words fell, the whole world felt it, and a bolt of lightning suddenly dropped from the starry sky. Boom! This bolt of lightning struck the moon star with astonishing force, and the entire moon star trembled. Hearing the words of the young man in white, the old patriarch knew that it would be difficult for him to survive today, so he closed his eyes. Yi Yun's face was indifferent, and runes as small as stars appeared in his strange eyes. The huge power of life and death descended on the entire valley. In an instant, all the coffin bearers disappeared into thin air at this moment, ending their sinful lives. Bang bang! Black coffins fell to the ground, including the hidden dragon coffin with the black statue and the black mirror. Yi Yun glanced around and found that all the coffins contained 7-star formations, so he put away these coffins and black mirrors with a big move. These coffins are the talisman of the coffin bearers. The coffins contain the 7-star formation. Yi Yun plans to collect them and study them carefully in the future. It must be the master who managed to get rid of the coffin bearers so easily. The big black horse sighed, admiration flashed in his eyes, and flew to Yi Yun's side. The Blood King demonic dragon also followed closely. Sir, what's the name of the magical power you used to immobilize the coffin bearer just now? The Blood Chief demonic dragon asked while rubbing his hands with a smile. Yi Yun glanced at him, as if he had seen through his mind, and asked with a smile, "It's just a body-holding technique, do you want to learn it?" "I really want to learn, so please let me help you." The Blood King demonic dragon scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "You said you were too embarrassed to open your mouth. I think you are too embarrassed." The big black horse beside him also laughed. The Blood Chief demon dragon smiled coquettishly, and when the big dark horse said this, his face suddenly turned red. As soon as Yi Yun raised his hand, a ray of light poured into the mind of the Blood King demonic dragon. This body-fixing technique can be used to fix the body externally and the soul internally. When practiced to the peak level of Desheng, it can be used to fix the movements of the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, the flow of time and the impermanence of life and death. All moving objects can be fixed with the fixing body technique. Yi Yun's voice sounded faintly. Neither the Blood Chief demonic dragon nor the big dark horse expected that this body-fixing technique would be so powerful. "Thank you, sir, for the magical power." The Blood Chief demonic dragon immediately knelt at Yi Yun's feet in great excitement. "Get up. It is extremely difficult to cultivate this magical power to its peak. A journey of thousands of miles begins with a single step. You will slowly work hard to cultivate and put in more effort." Yi Yun smiled and encouraged. "I understand, sir, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations." The Blood King demonic dragon said with a smile, and then stood up. "Xiao Ma, you have worked hard this time. Do you want to learn this magical power?" Yi Yun asked him with a smile. The big black horse scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Master, I have just started to learn the sky disillusionment. If I learn the body-holding technique again, will I bite off more than I can chew?" "What you said makes sense, why not come to me later when you want to learn?" Yi Yun chuckled and nodded. After finishing speaking, he began to look around, looking into the depths of the valley. I scanned around and found no useful clues. As for the containers mentioned by the coffin bearer, he did not find even one. According to Yi Yun's guess, these containers may have been taken away by the dragon keeper. After all the cultivation methods of the coffin bearers were taught by the dragon breeders. The ultimate goal of the coffin bearers carrying the coffin to bury the dragon in the cave is to cultivate a container. All this is the secret planning of the dragon keeper. The container, what exactly does it contain? Yi Yun smiled softly and thought for a while, but couldn't come up with any clues. He simply stopped thinking about it, looked around, and then slowly walked forward. Moonstar was the dojo where Shenlong Moon Dragon lived in ancient times. It is also the place where Zulong once sealed treasures. Zulong once regarded this area as a restricted area. Even the top 10 super dragons would not be able to come to the Moonstar at will without Zulong's order. Yi Yun was going to search again on the Moonstar to see if he could find the place where the ancestor dragon sealed the treasure, and see if there were any clues there. The big black horse and the bloody demon dragon saw the master walking straight forward and quickly followed him. Sir, the moon and stars today are too desolate, far less beautiful and prosperous than in ancient times. Following Yi Yun, looking at such desolate hills and deserts, the Blood King demonic dragon suddenly felt something in his heart and sighed. Yes. Yi Yun also sighed slightly. He once captured the memory of the Blood King demonic dragon, and also read the memory of the Shenlong Moon Dragon. Although the memories of these two dragons are incomplete, they can still piece together a beautiful and rich moon star. In ancient times, hundreds of thousands of Shenlong Moon Dragons lived and inhabited the moon star. They made this place a beautiful home. It's just that Zulong issued a ban and turned this place into a restricted area. So when most people see the moon star on the ground, they just think it is a shining planet. I wanted to write more today, but I was so confused that I only wrote 4 chapters after all the hard work. Alas, the plan is beautiful, but the implementation is very boring. The moon and star are huge, desolate, and vast. Waves of dark wind kept blowing from all directions. Yi Yun took the big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon to a stop above an abyss. Do you have any impressions of this place? Yi Yun glanced at the Blood King demonic dragon and asked with a smile. Sir, although I have never been to Moonstar, this abyss is so unique that it should be the only core forbidden area of Moonstar. Master Zulong once ordered that except Shenlong Moon Dragon, no dragon clan can approach. Even the super divine dragon is also like this. The Blood King demonic dragon's eyes flickered as he looked into the dark abyss in the distance and whispered. Moonstar is a forbidden place in the hearts of ordinary dragons. He had only glanced at it from a distance. As for the Moonstar, there are also many legends among the dragon clan. Some people think that this is the place where Zulong retreats and practices. Some people also think that Zulong refined the supreme treasure here. Others say that Zulong once captured a peerless beast from the divine land. In short, there are various opinions. Let Moonstar cast a mysterious veil. Yi Yun is naturally aware of these statements that the Blood Chief demonic dragon knows. After all, he once read the memory in the mind of the Blood King demonic dragon. This time when he came to Moonstar, he naturally wanted to see the place where Zulong sealed the treasure, and the abyss in front of him should be the place of sealing. The big black horse stared into the abyss and suddenly said, Master, there seem to be some wandering souls moving down here. Yes, this is the destination of our trip. Yi Yun nodded. Master, Are you looking for something in this place? The big dark horse asked curiously. This is the place where Zulong once sealed the treasure. Let's go down and have a look. Are there any clues? Yi Yun smiled softly, and his body suddenly fell from the top of the mountain. The big black horse and the bloody dragon followed closely behind. The three of them floated down and found that there were huge dragon bones everywhere in the abyss. Each keel is like a hill, and the keels are stacked on top of each other. In the dim night, they look like white mountains of bones. Master, how come there are so many dragon bones in this abyss? The big dark horse said in surprise. These are the corpses of the Shining moon dragons. They once guarded the moon star under the orders of the ancestral dragon, but then the gods of the divine land launched an invasion on the moon star, and all these Shining moon dragons died in the battle. After they died, they were thrown into the abyss by the gods. Now hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and only these white dragon bones are left. Yi Yun sighed softly, looking a little depressed. The white bones in front of me are stacked together, exuding a faint white light in the cold wind, seeming to tell the story of the tragic battle between the gods and the dragons on Moonstar in the past. In that invasion battle, all the Shining moon dragons on Moonstar were killed. In the depths of the abyss, the large formation sealed by Zulong was also broken open, and the ferocious gods took away the treasures inside. This was a bloody massacre. After hearing what the master said, the big dark horse suddenly stood in awe. He cupped his hands into fists and bowed to face these white bones. Everyone is polite. The big black horse said softly. The blood chief demonic dragon looked at his companion's keel, feeling a little sad in his heart. He also imitated the big black horse and bent down and bowed. Yi Yun also felt some unspeakable sadness in his heart, but he did not show it, and continued to drift down into the abyss. White keels one after another covered the entire abyss. The further inside, the more white keels there were. At this time, one can see the wandering souls, constantly shuttling among the bones, like kites with broken strings. Most of these wandering spirits appear in human form. But Yi Yun knew that these were condensed from the remaining souls of the dead Shining moon dragon. During his lifetime, the Shining moon dragon guarded the moon star and also appeared in human form. The dragons are so large that they usually only appear in their true form during battles. During various daily activities, they appear in human form. At this point, this is true from the ancestral dragon to the top 10 super dragons. Zulong once held a conference of 10,000 dragons, and every dragon participated in these gatherings in human form, including Zulong himself. Those wandering souls are floating everywhere in the dragon bones and in the abyss. There are men and women, old and young. Their faces are gray, their bodies are translucent, and their whole bodies exude a cold aura. Their bodies were stiff and they were flying around, occasionally saying hello to each other. They looked like a group of zombies. These wandering souls are so strong, many of them are in the eternal realm. The Blood King demonic dragon squinted his eyes and looked at the wandering souls flying around, and couldn't help but said in shock. The bodies of these wandering souls should have been relatively high in cultivation during their lifetime. After their death, the remaining souls in their bodies absorbed the energy of the shining earth veins from the moon star and survived in an extremely strange way. Their starting point is very high, and they have experienced millions of years of unconscious automatic cultivation, so these ghosts are currently in the realm of life and death with the worst cultivation. Yi Yun observed it for a while, came to his own conclusion, and said softly, Master, if these wandering souls go out, I'm afraid it will cause turmoil in the entire continent. The big dark horse muttered to himself. Seeing that all the wandering souls were masters of the eternal realm, he also had an indescribable strange feeling. They're not going out. Yi Yan smiled and said. Why? Is it because the coffin bearer did something? The big black horse looked around, scanning constantly, as if trying to find some clues. No. Looking into the distance, Yi Yan's eyes jumped, and then he smiled and said. Maybe you will know after a while. The big dark horse said oh, and then stopped talking. The three of them moved on. The ghosts didn't seem to notice these three people and kept wandering around. Squeak. A strange scream sounded, and a huge black shadow suddenly emerged from a white bone and rushed towards the three people. Yi Yan looked up and gently touched it with his hand. This huge black shadow was immediately fixed in midair. What's this? The big black horse stared and found that this huge figure had a strange appearance, and it was difficult to tell what kind of creature it was. This should be the dragon shadow insect. The Blood King demonic dragon looked at the strange-looking black shadow carefully, and suddenly recognized it at a glance. Yes, this is the dragon shadow insect. After the dragon dies, the body is affected by the outside world, and there is a chance that the dragon shadow insect will form. Yi Yan sighed. This kind of dragon shadow insect is actually similar to the corpse insect. After death. There are not many dragon shadow insects in this abyss, there are more than 100 in total, and their cultivation levels have all reached the eternal realm. Although these dragon shadow insects are very powerful in cultivation and have surpassed the coffin bearers in terms of strength, due to the obsession in Shanning Yuelong's heart, the dragon shadow insects, born from these corpses, also stick to there in this abyss, they are like those wandering souls. Thinking of this, Yi Yan sighed. The Shanning Yuelong clan is full of loyalty, and it is really the dragon clan that is most loyal to the ancestral dragon. Snapped. Yi Yan flicked his hand lightly, and the dragon shadow insect flew away. He added a restriction in front of him to isolate the breath, and immediately no dragon shadow insects rushed towards them anymore. The three of them continued descending. At this time I saw more and more wandering souls wandering in the abyss. When the three of them landed at the bottom of the abyss, Yi Yan discovered a damaged main hall, and outside the main hall, there was also a damaged formation. Although millions of years have passed, but traces of the formation still exist. That great hall had already turned into a desolate ruin. But its scale can be vaguely seen. In front of the main hall, there is an abandoned square, and there is not even a wandering soul. Those wandering souls were wandering around in the distance, but none of them came to this square, let alone entered the ruined hall. This should be the place where Zulong sealed the treasure. Yi Yan observed it and said softly. The Blood Chief demonic dragon sighed, Master, it's been too long, and there are no clues worth discovering. Yes. Yi Yan nodded silently. There were indeed no clues worth discovering, but seeing such a desolate place inevitably caused him to feel an inexplicable emotion. Perhaps it has something to do with the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body. Anyway, wandering souls would not come in this place, so Yi Yan removed the restriction and walked slowly along the ruins. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of broken red gravel and look at it carefully in his hand. Yi Yan's expression suddenly moved slightly. He actually felt an extremely weak and strange energy in a piece of broken red gravel. If it weren't for his amazing pupil power, it would be really difficult to detect. Yi Yun had never seen this kind of energy before. It was a red energy, very weird. But because it is too rare, it is equivalent to some extremely small particles existing in this red gravel. If it were an ordinary monk, he would definitely ignore it. With a thought, Yi Yun immediately mobilized these tiny red particles from the gravel. These red particles were floating in front of his eyes. They were extremely small and difficult to detect unless they looked carefully. "Master, what are these things?" The big black horse came up and stared at these red particles with curiosity, observing them carefully. With his state of mind, he couldn't find anything strange about these red particles. "Can you tell?" Yi Yun turned to look at the Blood King demonic dragon and asked with a smile. "Master, I don't know what this is. Is it just the debris in the red stone?" The Blood King demonic dragon scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "No." Yi Yun smiled softly, without any explanation. It seemed that neither of them could identify the strange energy contained in these red particles. This shows that the strange red energy level is extremely high. If you are not strong enough, you will most likely regard them as powder in the red stone. This discovery suddenly aroused Yi Yun's interest. He kept looking at the red particles, trying to deconstruct them, but for a while, he couldn't deconstruct them. Right now, the wandering souls in the abyss didn't know what kind of infection they had. But they started to gather from all directions and flew towards the ruins. Square quickly. The number of wandering souls is increasing. In the end, thousands of wandering souls gathered together. They were swimming around the square, still not daring to step into the square. But at this moment, each of these wandering souls looked excited and muttered to themselves incomprehensibly, and they didn't know what they were talking about. "What's wrong with these wandering souls?" the Blood Chief demonic dragon said, dumbfounded. He glanced at the wandering souls and found that there were 700 or 800 people with cultivation levels in the eternal realm among them. Such a huge number shocked him. Could it be because of the master? The big dark horse said speculatively. After listening to the conversation between the two people, Yi Yun raised his head and smiled. He stopped observing the red particles in front of him and looked towards the excited wandering souls outside the square. Right now, at the bottom of the abyss, a faint light suddenly emerged from all around. In this faint light, scenes unexpectedly appeared. Where the ruins were originally, a 7-color palace appeared between illusion and reality. The 7-color palace is majestic, like rays of sunshine. Blooming, majestic, and brilliant. The originally dilapidated square was now shrouded in layers of colorful shadows, as if it had returned to ancient times. At this moment, there are many Shenlong Yuelong clan members standing in the illusory square. They are all wearing golden armor and holding weapons in their hands. They seem to be guarding the 7-color palace. Is it a mirage? Or is it a remnant of memories from ancient times? Yi Yun said in surprise. He looked at the wandering souls around the square again, and found that each of them had a fanatical expression, and the energy fluctuations in their brains were extremely violent. It seems that the agitation of these energies caused this change in this place. Yi Yun didn't understand what was going on for a while. He decided to wait and see. Buzzing. The picture fluctuated a bit, and the palace that was originally glowing with colorful light suddenly disappeared. At this time, the whole palace was trembling slightly, as if something was about to be born inside. The Shenlong Yuelong tribesmen who were guarding the surroundings looked at the dramatically changed palace, and their expressions changed drastically. Next moment, I saw a small crack suddenly opened where the palace door was attached to the seal, and a red light like a poisonous snake slowly flowed out from inside. After the red light flowed out, it immediately dispersed and swept away all the Shining Moon Dragon clan members in the square. Each of these tribesmen had a look of horror on their faces, and finally they roared loudly. Immediately afterwards, a layer of fine red hair actually grew on their bodies. The red hair is so weird, emitting a faint red light. These people all fell to the ground, rolling over and over, their expressions getting more and more crazy. The red light kept jumping outwards like a poisonous snake, seeming to want to attack more Shining Yu Dragon clan members. At this critical moment, a black light fell from the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a black robe appeared above the square. Retreat. The middle-aged man waved his hand and gave a soft drink, and the red light immediately retracted into the palace like an ebbing tide. Seeing this middle-aged man who was as noble as an emperor and the unique aura of majesty exuding from him, Yi Yun was immediately shocked. Isn't this the ancestral dragon? When the wandering souls outside the square saw this middle-aged man in black, they all knelt down and bowed to the ground. Although they were excited, they did not dare to say a word. At this time, the big black horse and the Blood King Demon Dragon were also trembling. The middle-aged man in black in front of him, even if it was just an illusion, gave him unimaginable pressure. Zulong landed on the square, stretched out his hand and scratched every member of the Shining Moon Dragon clan. Every time he grabbed it, a strange red light would emerge from Zulong's hand. This red light was captured by him again, thrown into the palace. After several times in a row, the people of Shining Yu Along, who guarded the palace, returned to normal. I've met Master Zulong. Dozens of Shining Yu Along clan members looked excited when they saw the man in black, and they all knelt in the square. This broken sword is really getting more and more restless. Zulong clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the colorful palace with a hint of worry in his eyes. The red light like a poisonous snake poked its head out from the small crack in the palace. When it found that the ancestor dragon was still guarding there, it suddenly retracted. Zulong sighed. He kneaded continuously, emitting streaks of light and pouring them into the small cracks in the palace, completely blocking them. After sealing the palace again, Zulong disappeared in a flash. The illusory picture also began to fade, and then completely disappeared. The wandering souls who were lying on the ground also stood up in a daze at this moment and continued to wander back around. The big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon exhaled a long breath, feeling that their bodies finally relaxed. It turns out that Lord Zulong looks like this. The Blood King demonic dragon sighed. The look in his eyes was both surprise and loneliness. Although he lived in ancient times, he was just a small miscellaneous dragon at the bottom and had never seen the legendary Lord Ancestral Dragon. Unexpectedly, millions of years later, when I visited Moonstar, I would have the opportunity to see the illusory projection of Master Zulong. The big dark horse doesn't have as many complicated ideas as the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. After all, he is not a monster in this world. It's just because Zulong's aura is so powerful that it frightens him very much. It turns out that the treasure sealed in this colorful palace is a broken sword. Yi Yun looked in the direction of the ruins and murmured to himself. It's really unbelievable that a broken sword can emit such strange power. It seems that the level of this sword may have surpassed this world. Treasures of this level are also found in Yi Yun's warehouse. It's just that the level is too high and he can't take it out. Yi Yin didn't know where Zulong got this broken sword. However, even though this broken sword was sealed, it was still able to break through the seal and reveal that terrifying red energy. This shows the horror of this broken sword. Yi Yan's eyes kept flashing, scanning the entire ruins. He suddenly grabbed it with his big hand and immediately grabbed some red energy particles. He gathered these energy particles together and put them away. This time we went to Moonstar and solved the coffin bearer, which was just a trivial matter. The real gain is to know what the treasure sealed by Zulong is. This is very important. In the future, Yi Yin arrived in the Divine Land and had a clear goal. Yi Yin speculated that the reason why this illusory scene appeared just now was because of the obsession in Xianin Moondragon's mind to turn into a wandering spirit. And his appearance may have made them feel something. They gathered together, became emotional and brainstormed, forming a mirage-like magical power, recreating the scene of the ancestral dragon descending on the Moonstar to seal the colorful palace. Let's go. Yi Yin looked around, hesitated for a moment, and decided to leave here first. These wandering souls adhere to Xianin Yuelong's obsession and still guard the periphery of the palace. Let them continue like this. Perhaps for these wandering souls, guarding this place for Lord Zulong is an extremely glorious thing. Yi Yin doesn't want to destroy it yet. Yi Yin tore through the void and returned to the Tianyue dynasty with the big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon. Fall onto the carriage. Yi Yin suddenly thought of something, looked at the big black horse and said, with a smile, "Your weapon is gone, little horse." "Yes, sir." The big black horse scratched his head and said with a depressed expression, "The golden axe, given to him by his master, saved his life on the Moonstar, but this beloved treasure was also gone." Wait. Yi Yin took out 3 more reincarnated thunderbolts from the warehouse, condensed them into an axe, and added 4 more purple runes to it. The density of this axe is 3 times that of the previous one, and 1 more rune has been added. It should be enough to last for a while. Yi Yin smiled softly and threw the golden axe in his hand to the big black horse. "Thank you, sir." The big black horse quickly knelt on the ground, held the golden axe in both hands, and said in surprise and joy, "Get up." Yi Yin smiled, and a burst of magic power swept out, lifting the big black horse up. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon rolled his eyes and immediately thought of something. He struck while the iron was hot and said, "Master, your octagonal bright silver hammer is really majestic. Can you give me one?" "No problem." Yi Yin smiled softly. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the silver octagonal, bright silver hammer appeared in his hand and threw it to the Blood King demonic dragon. "It's really great. It's a pity that there is only 1 hammer. It would be better if it had 2 hammers." The Blood King demon dragon caressed the octagonal, bright silver hammer fondly and said in admiration, "There really is a couple that you can tell me right." Yi Yin laughed and took out an octagonal, bright silver hammer again and threw it to the Blood King demonic dragon. "There's still another one?" The Blood Chief demonic dragon was so excited that he almost stopped crying, and immediately took the second octagonal, bright silver hammer. He held 2 sledgehammers in both hands and swung them twice, suddenly feeling elated. "Cat Bower, look at me playing with a sledgehammer. Is it majestic or not?" The Blood Chief demonic dragon looked at Mao Bower and said with a smile, "Senior is so majestic." Mao Bower quickly said, "Good things." It just thought that the senior in front of him was holding a sledgehammer in both hands, and his style was quite funny. But she couldn't tell the truth either. Ha ha. The Blood King demonic dragon laughed twice, and then began to play with the two octagonal, bright silver hammers fondly. You two are so lucky. You went out to perform a mission, and when you came back, the master gave you a treasure. Shenlong raised his head, yawned, and said sourly. Who told you to cultivate too high? The Blood King demonic dragon glanced at it and said with a smile. These words left Shenlong speechless. When did it become wrong to have a high level of cultivation? He was quite depressed and prepared to fall asleep again. Little blue cat. Yiyan looked at the cute blue kitten under his feet and suddenly smiled. Master, have you arranged any tasks for me? Hearing the call of the master, Shenlong immediately raised his head and asked energetically. I will arrange a task for you next time. If it is executed well, I will give you a set of armor. Yiyan touched his chin, looked at the blue sea Tongtian dragon, and said with a smile, I think you like that set of Shura armor. Thank you, sir. Shenlong immediately felt as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, and he was so excited that he agreed. Yiyan burst out laughing. The big black horse put away the golden axe, transformed, and pulled up the carriage again. Master, where are we going? The big black horse turned around and asked. Let's go to the dragon's lair. After Yiyan finished speaking, he lifted the car curtain and walked in. Today's big black cat is still locked in the hidden dragon coffin, with only a glimmer of life left. Yiyan has not yet fully studied the 7-star formation on its chest. Now that the coffin bearer's clan has been wiped out by him, he just went to the dragon's lair to find out. Yiyan also wanted to know how this container was produced. When the Blood King demon dragon saw the big black horse transform, he immediately turned into a red kitten and lay on the carriage. However, it still held 2 huge octagonal bright silver hammers and began to refine them continuously. A mountain range somewhere in the Tianyue dynasty. A black carriage suddenly appeared from the void and landed. Yiyan walked out of the carriage, stood above the dragon's cave, and with a gentle touch of his hand, the seal on the dragon's cave was immediately broken. Yiyan's figure flashed and appeared next to the 5 black hidden dragon coffins. These 5 hidden dragon coffins were rising and falling in the golden light. If you look carefully, there are also streams of dragon energy that are constantly gathering towards the hidden dragon coffin. Yiyan pointed again and shot out 4 rays of light, which landed on the other 4 hidden dragon coffins. The reinforced seal above was immediately destroyed by him. There is no more seal. Yiyan saw the scenes inside the other 4 hidden dragon coffins at a glance. The 4th update is completed. I am sorry. Please vote for me and give me good reviews. Thank you to the brothers who have supported me all the way. Inside each black hidden dragon coffin, there is a person lying quietly. In the first hidden dragon coffin, there was an old man in a golden robe lying flat on his back. His hands were crossed on his lower abdomen, his eyelids were closed, and his face was calm, and there seemed to be a faint hint of hope. It seems that he desperately wants to live a second life. There is a silver 7-star formation attached to his chest, which is composed of 7 silver star points. Along the 7-star formation, the dragon energy penetrates into the body of the golden-robed old man. Yiyan's eyes flashed, and then a probing consciousness fell into the old man's body. The vitality in the golden-robed old man's body was like a big river, rushing and flowing in his body, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. Inside the other 3 coffins, there was a middle-aged man in green robes, an old man in gray robes, and a white-haired boy respectively. The three of them each have different levels of vitality in their bodies. The boy with white hair is the tallest, followed by the old man in gray and the middle-aged man in green robe. And the old man in gold robe was even worse than the middle-aged man in green robe. Yi Yun seemed to understand. The 4 hidden dragon coffins absorbed the dragon energy to varying degrees, according to the order of burial time, resulting in a step-by-step change in the vitality in the body. Yi Yun then looked at everyone's chest. 7 star-like dots formed the shape of the Big Dipper, forming a magical formation. Everyone's formation is exactly the same, there is no difference, except for the different vitality. The human beings in the 4 hidden dragon coffins have undergone certain changes in their bodies due to being infiltrated by dragon energy all year round. Every tissue in the body has been infiltrated by the dragon energy of the dragon veins all year round, and has turned into a golden color, and the strength of the physical body has also been greatly enhanced. The so-called container seems to be based on a powerful physical body. Yi Yun whispered to himself softly, thoughtfully. Songnan continent is the ancestral land of the dragon clan, and the dragon energy in the dragon caves here is completely different from the dragon energy in the dragon caves on other continents. The dragon energy here is the real dragon energy. A human monk, under the control of the 7-star formation, his body has been soaked, washed, and transformed by the dragon's energy for many years, and his body has changed towards the strength of the dragon's body. Although there is still a big difference from the real divine dragon body, but it has surpassed the physical body of ordinary human monks, and also surpassed the physical bodies of some ancient mythical beasts. This discovery made Yi Yun's imagination wander, and he needed further verification. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze. He began to study the 7-star formation on the big black cat again. As long as you study the secrets of one formation, you can unlock other formations. 3 days later, Yi Yun's face showed a hint of joy. He had finally studied more than 90% of this 7-star formation. As for the remaining 10%, it is a 5-seater 7-star formation, and it will also produce some form of linkage. The 5 merged into 1, forming a new 7-star formation. At that time, Yi Yun could continue to study the remaining 10%. I can change now. The speed at which the 7-star formation in the little black cat's body absorbs dragon energy. Yi Yun's eyes twitched, and his fingers made dots in the air one after another. At this time, the countless runes among the 7 silver star points on the big black cat's chest began to undergo some magical arrangement and combination changes. This change happened very quickly and was completed within a few breaths. A silver light rose from 7 star points, covering the big black cat's entire body. The dragon energy in the dragon's cave rushed into the hidden dragon coffin crazily, and was injected into the big black cat's body along the 7 star points. Suddenly, the vitality in the big black cat's body was changing rapidly. Same moment, the big black cat's physical body also began to experience the erosion and beating of dragon energy. Fortunately, his body had devoured a large amount of immortality grass in the Jiuyo underground palace and had become extremely strong. Under the control of the 7-star formation, a large amount of dragon energy rolled in, constantly scouring and beating every inch of tissue in his body. But there was no abnormality for the time being. Yi Yun has been observing this process. Once he discovers that the strength of the dragon's energy exceeds the endurance limit of the big black cat's body, he will change the speed of the 7-star formation to make it slower. It took a stick of incense. Good. Yi Yun found that the big black cat's physical body could withstand the current speed, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Yi Yun clicked twice more on the 7-star formation on his chest. Continue to adjust the speed of the 7-star formation. Then he observed it carefully. This was repeated several times, and finally he stopped adjusting the 7-star formation because it had reached the limit that the big black cat's body could bear. If you continue to adjust, the big black cat's physical body will collapse. Yi Yun looked at the other hidden dragon coffins and compared them a little. He found that the 7-star formation he had modified could absorb and control dragon energy thousands of times faster than the 7-star formations on other people. This is the body of the demon clan, coupled with the fact that it has devoured a lot of immortality grass. It is possible to achieve this multiplier. Yi Yun smiled softly. Because several people were buried at different times, the muscle growth and physical strength in the body are different. If you want to synchronize with the big black cat, you need to make corresponding adjustments. Yi Yun continuously made dots in the air and slightly adjusted the other 4 7-star formations. The 7-star formation on the white-haired boy was adjusted the smallest, because he was the first person buried in the dragon's lair. The 7-star formation on the middle-aged man in green robe has been adjusted to the maximum. After doing all this, Yi Yun carefully compared the speeds of several 7-star formations, and then nodded with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, after 10 days, everyone's vitality will return to normal, and the evolution of the physical body will be complete. In this perfect state, everyone's 7-star formations will echo each other and produce a new change. Yi Yun flashed, left the dragon's lair, and returned to the carriage. Then he gently tapped his hand, and an invisible restriction sealed the dragon's lair, and the golden light could no longer shine through. Master, why did your trip take so long? Shenlong looked at Yi Yun and asked with a smile. It took some time to crack the 7-star formation. Yi Yun answered with a smile. He looked at the big black horse and suddenly said, "Little horse, we will wait here for 10 days. Okay, sir." The big black horse nodded quickly, then dragged the carriage from midair to the top of a mountain. Yi Yun returned to the carriage in a flash. Mu Qing boiled water and made tea. After Yi Yun drank a cup of tea, he began to continue practicing. 10 days' time. He should be able to break through to the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. It's not just Yi Yun who is practicing. The other monsters are also practicing quietly. The Blood Chief demonic dragon has already refined 2 octagonal, bright silver hammers, and is now beginning to study the magical power of the body-holding technique. Alas, in this continent, spiritual energy doesn't even have divinity. It's useless to me whether I practice it or not. Shenlong yawned, held his head with his furry paws, and fell asleep. Again. On the moon star. In the valley where the coffin-bearers lived, the only building that had not collapsed was the lonely dragon temple. Above the altar, the void suddenly fluctuated, and a small whirlpool appeared without warning. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first. A black light hung down from the small vortex and turned into a black puppet. This black puppet has no face and looks exactly like the previous black statue. However, his cultivation is extremely powerful and he has reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. It can be said that it is many times more powerful than the original statue of a true god. Sure enough, something has changed. Puppet number 1 has disappeared, all the pallbearers have also disappeared, and there are signs of fighting at the Scene. The black puppet looked around and made a cold voice. Who is it that has such great strength? This is definitely not a power that monks from Shenlong continent can possess. The black puppet muttered to himself. There are only a handful of masters in the eternal realm of Shenlong continent. In total, and none of them are in the true God realm. How could they be the opponents of puppet number 1? This is really interesting. Someone actually goes against our dragon raising clan. I want to see who is this? The black puppet flashed and disappeared into the dragon temple in an instant. Next moment, he appeared above an abyss. After scanning around the abyss and finding that nothing had changed, the black puppet let out a sigh of relief. The destruction of the Coffin Bearers clan seems to have nothing to do with the wandering spirits of the shining moon dragon and the dragon's shadow. Insects. The black puppet said to himself. He left the moon star and stood in the starry sky, his huge consciousness sweeping downwards. Huh? The sleeping Baihetan Shenlong suddenly felt a powerful spiritual consciousness sweeping over him. After all, it is also the cultivation level of the Divine Lord realm. Sir, there are monks from the Divine Lord realm descending in the night sky. Could it be that they come from the Divine Land? Baihetan Shenlong looked towards the direction of the carriage and whispered. Good. Yi Yin raised his head and looked in the direction of the void, and in an instant he saw the black puppet. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips and smiled faintly. Another black statue, a god-level puppet. However, the cultivation level of this puppet is extremely high, and it has reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. You go and meet him. Yi Yin issued an order to Baihetan Shenlong. Okay, sir. The blue sea and the sky dragon were immediately overjoyed. The master finally assigned him a task. After completing this task, he can obtain a god-level armor. A blue light flashed. The blue sea Tong Tian dragon transformed into a human form and left the carriage in an instant. The Blood King demon dragon and the big black horse were both muffled and silent. The ones coming here are at the Divine Lord realm, and their cultivation is too low, so it's better not to talk. Yi Yin looked at the black puppet deep in the night sky. After looking at it twice, his last gaze fell on the black mirror in the hands of the black puppet. It seems that every black puppet has a black mirror in its hand. Yi Yin also wanted to see if this black mirror could affect the blue sea Tong Tian dragon in the Divine Lord realm. Although the two have the same cultivation level. But a puppet is a puppet after all. When it comes to real fighting, who is the Dragon Clan's opponent? What is that? The black puppet, who was scanning the entire Shenlong continent, suddenly saw a blue light appearing in front of him. It startled him. This blue light came so suddenly and so fast that it was unimaginable. The blue light disappeared, and a young man in blue robe appeared in front of him. Hey, it's actually a puppet? Baihetan Shenlong looked up and down at the black puppet in front of him, with a look of shock in his eyes. This black puppet has actually reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. You know, how much materials does it cost to build a god-level puppet? It's simply unimaginable. According to his experience of living in the Divine Land for so long, he has never heard of a puppet in the realm of the Divine King. Your Excellency did not dare to come to me, and only sent a puppet body to appear. Could it be that he came from the Divine Land? Baihetan Shenlong said coldly. The black puppet was slightly startled, obviously not expecting that the young man in blue robe in front of him could see where he was coming from at a glance. Hiss. After feeling the opponent's breath, the black puppet took a breath of air. The young man in blue robe across from him has actually reached the divine king realm. Just like his own cultivation level, he is also on the first level of the divine sovereign realm. However, he felt the familiar demonic energy from the young man in blue robe. And his expression suddenly changed. A divine dragon in the divine monarch realm. How is this possible? How could a divine dragon in the divine monarch realm appear on Shenlong continent? The black puppet said with a shocked expression. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, I know, you must also come from the divine land. Seeing the black puppet in front of him reacting so quickly, Shenlong frowned. He sneered and said, so what if you come from the divine land? Now that you are here, don't even think about going back. Haha. A little dragon from a sacred land is nothing more than the masterpiece of our dragon breeders. Are you still trying to deal with us? The black puppet laughed loudly, raised the small black mirror in his hand, shook it gently and said, to deal with this little dragon like you, I don't even need to capture the dragon mirror, haha. Are you a dragon breeder? Shenlong was shocked when he heard the black puppet's words. He naturally knows his origins. He is the ancestor of the Fu family on Tongtian Island. He bought a dragon egg from a dragon breeder at a great price and hatched it. After being trained by the Fu family on Tongtian Island from generation to generation, he has grown to the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Inside the carriage. Seeing this scene, Yi Yin raised his brows slightly. The god-level puppets of dragon farmers are confident, and it seems that they are extremely confident in the dragon eggs they have sold. Could it be that there is some hidden secret that has been hidden for a long time? While Yi Yin was thinking, he suddenly heard a low, strange and obscure spell coming from the black puppet. Yi Yin felt nothing at all when hearing this spell. However, when the Shenlong opposite the black puppet heard this, he immediately shook his body, covered his head with his hands, and his expression was distorted, looking like he was in agony. What kind of spell is this? Why can you control me? Tianlong covered his head with his hands, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the black puppet with all his strength. He did not forget his master's instructions. Although he made a mistake, he was assassinated by the black puppet's spell. But no matter what, he had to take a last blow. In the process of rushing towards the black puppet, the Shenlong body swayed and suddenly transformed into a huge blue dragon body. It stretched out its claws and clawed at the black puppet. Do you still want to attack your ancestors? The black puppet sneered and recited the spell faster. Mid-air. Shenlong felt that his body suddenly lost control, and his outstretched claws did not obey his orders. Well, I'll put you away first, and I'll check your number when I get back to see which link caused the problem. The black puppet said to himself. He took out a small black bottle, pointed the mouth of the bottle at the blue sea Tongtian dragon, and prepared to absorb it. Suddenly there was a fluctuation in the void. A figure dressed in white walked out from inside. In an instant, the black puppet felt a kind of suppression coming from the soul, rushing towards him like a mountain. After Yi Yin appeared, with a gentle wave of his hand, he immediately dispelled the spell energy, acting on Shenlong's body. Shenlong took a breath and immediately returned to normal from an extremely painful state. Master, I failed to complete the task you assigned me. Shenlong looked frustrated, lowered his head and whispered. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect that the Dragon Keeper would still have the means to restrain you. Yi Yin chuckled, with a warm expression, and had no intention of blaming Bai Hai Tong Tianlong. Hey! Bai Hai Tong Shenlong was depressed. At this time, he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The black puppet looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared. After feeling the other person's aura, he couldn't help but be surprised. He's actually another monk in the Divine Lord realm? Moreover, the monk's realm was vague and he could not detect it at all. I can only vaguely feel that the opponent's cultivation level is still at the level of the Divine Lord. Could it be that the moon star is your great work? A flash of light flashed in the black puppet's mind. He looked at Yi Yun and said coldly, "The opponent's cultivation level is very high, and this strength is enough to destroy the coffin bearers and puppet number 1. What moon star? What are you talking about?" Yi Yun shrugged and said, deliberately pretending to be stupid. Without being sure whether the black puppet's consciousness was connected to the dragon keeper himself, Yi Yun would definitely not reveal any of his own information to the other party. Even when Yi Yun appeared, Yi Yun had already changed his appearance, and at the same time, his body simulated a faint aura of a monster. Humph. You don't have to pretend, except for you 2 demon clans who have reached the Divine Lord realm. Who else is so powerful that can kill a true God realm puppet and a group of Eternal realm human monks? The black puppet shook his head and sneered. After saying that, he suddenly tapped his face with his hand, and a black vertical eye suddenly appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Yun. Seeing that this guy had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile, but remained calm. But what Yi Yun didn't expect was that the blue sea Tong Tian dragon behind him suddenly screamed and suddenly fell from the air. Yi Yun looked back and found that the blue sea Tong Tian dragon was completely lifeless. What kind of magical power is this? Yi Yun was slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, dragon farmers have such a high level of control over the dragon eggs they sell. A magical power can make the blue sea Tong Tian dragon of the same level fall directly. This method is really powerful. Yi Yun steadied the falling blue sea Tong Tian dragon, then grabbed it with his big hand, and instantly caught the black puppet in his hand. A vast force instantly suppressed the black puppet, making his body and mana unable to move anymore. How can you be so strong? Your cultivation level must be at least above the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm, right? The black puppet looked at Yi Yun in shock, with huge fear in his eyes. When did the demon clan on the Divine Land also have such a great demon that defies nature and is not afraid of death? How could someone so powerful end up in Songnan continent? If you are cursed, won't your path of spiritual practice be ruined? The black golem is incomprehensible. Seal up. Yi Yun softly uttered a word, and a purple rune floated out of his eyes. It landed lightly on the black puppet and disappeared immediately. The next moment, the black puppet felt weak all over and fell down softly. Yi Yun sealed the puppet. He knows how to read memories, but it will definitely have no effect on this puppet. It's better to seal it first. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After sealing the black puppet, Yi Yun put it away. Then he came to the side of the blue sea Tong Tian dragon, who was fixed in the sky by him. Yi Yun felt it carefully. It was discovered that the vitality of Bai He Tong Shenlong had been completely destroyed. It seems that the dragon breeder has already planted some kind of magical power in the body of Bai Hai Tong Tian dragon. Yi Yun took out the 8 treasure glass bottle, poured out a drop of the 3 light divine water, and flicked it into the mouth of the blue sea Tong Tian dragon. After swallowing the 3 light divine water, the blue sea Tong Tian dragon, slowly woke up. Master, thank you for your help. The blue sea Tong Tian dragon transformed into a human form and knelt at Yi Yun's feet. When the black puppet opened its black pupil, Bai He Shenlong suddenly felt an indescribable death coming in an instant. Then he lost all consciousness. Even its soul actually died along with its physical body. It seems that all the dragon eggs and the cubs of the divine dragons sold by the dragon breeders in the sacred land have already been reserved. Once betrayed, they can directly use a thunder strike to take their lives. Yi Yun said softly. Having said this, he looked in the direction of the divine land, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Those who raise dragons will have to destroy him sooner or later after he steps into the divine land. Master, I wonder if the restrictions left by the dragon keeper in my body are still there after I die once? Bihai Tongshenlong asked quickly. I can't tell. When I get back, I'll take a closer look at your body when I have time. Yi Yun frowned and said solemnly. Although he had just scanned it hastily and found no clues, Yi Yun was always a little worried. To be able to deploy such a backup plan on a dragon in the Divine Lord realm probably involves an extremely high level of magical power. Yi Yun needed careful exploration to find any clues. Fortunately, this magical power can be resolved through the three light divine water. Therefore, Yi Yun is not afraid of Bihai Tongshenlong's death at all. There is plenty of Sangwon divine water in his warehouse, and only one drop at a time can revive the blue sea Tong Tian dragon. So in theory, even if there are hundreds of millions of dragons in the world, and they are suddenly killed by the dragon owner with his backhand, Yi Yun can still revive them instantly. Xiaolong, your cultivation is still a bit weak. You can see it this time when you meet a god-level puppet. Yi Yun looked at the blue sea Tong Tian dragon kneeling at his feet and suddenly sighed softly. Fortunately, he, the invincible ancestor, is here, otherwise, no one would be such a powerful opponent as the mastermind and the dragon breeder. Master, I have disappointed you. Bai He Tongshenlong was so sad that he couldn't help but burst into tears. I thought that this mission would be completed successfully and I would be rewarded with a piece of god-level armor from the master. Unexpectedly, when he fought against the black puppet of God, he was instantly killed by the opponent. Bai He Tongshenlong felt depressed and aggrieved, and tears rolled out. This war dragon armor is given to you. It is stronger than Shura armor. Yi Yun took out a blue armor from the warehouse and said with a smile. What? War dragon armor? Bai He Tongshenlong suddenly raised his head, looking at the god-level armor emitting blue light, and suddenly felt that his eyes were going to be blinded. This turned out to be a top-grade god-level armor. The most eye-catching thing was the blue dragon-shaped hood, which was murderous and exuded endless dragon power, giving him an indescribable sense of oppression. Thank you, sir. Bai He Tongshenlong stretched out his hands and took the war dragon armor tremblingly. You first refine it initially and put the war dragon armor into your body. Looking at the extremely excited blue sea Tong Tian dragon, Yi Yun didn't take it seriously and just smiled lightly. This god-level top-grade war dragon armor also comes from another world. After refining the blue sea Tong Tian dragon, once he puts on the war dragon armor, his combat power will be on par with the 9th or even 10th level of the divine sovereign realm. Okay, sir. The extremely excited Bai He Tongshenlong immediately began to refine the war dragon armor. In just one stick of incense, he had initially completed the refining, and Then with a thought, he took the war dragon armor back into his body. It kowtowed to Yi Yun 3 times again, and then stood up respectfully. Although the mission failed this time. However, the master not only saved his life from hell, but also gave him a top-grade god-level dragon armor. Bihai Tongshenlong's eyes were red, and he felt that he was so happy to be with the master. Yi Yun broke through the void and returned to the carriage with the blue sea Tong Tian dragon. He entered the carriage and continued to practice, while the blue sea Tong Tian dragon turned into a blue kitten, lying on the carriage, refining the war dragon armor in his body. Xiaolong, how did you perform this mission? Why did you even go there later? The Blood King demonic dragon came closer and asked in a low voice, looking very gossipy. A dragon keeper's puppet came. He had the magical power to restrain me. I died at that time, but it was the master who saved me. Bihai Tongshenlong opened his eyes, sighed, and said, "It was so thrilling. I almost couldn't see you." The Blood King demon dragon slapped the little blue cat with its plush little paws and said in surprise, "The dignified dragon clan at the first level of the Divine Lord realm actually died at the drop of a hat, which shows how powerful this dragon breeder is." The big dark horse also had a cold war. Thinking of the strange light reflected by the black mirror in the hand of the black god, it swore that it would never want to encounter it again in its next life. That black light is too powerful to restrain the dragons. What a killer! Xiaolong, you failed in completing your mission this time. I'm afraid whatever armor you were thinking about will fly away. The Blood King demonic dragon thought of something and sighed. Senior, although my mission failed, I still gave me a war dragon armor in the end. Bihai Tongshenlong said excitedly. What did you say? The master gave you a war dragon armor. What does it look like? Take it out and show it to me. The Blood Chief demonic dragon suddenly became interested and urged again and again. Yes. What kind of armor is this? I also want to open my eyes. The big black horse turned his head, his eyes showing a blazing light. The armor given by the master, how could it be bad? At the very least, it's god level. We are not outsiders anyway. I'll put it on and show it to you. Bihai Tongshenlong also wanted to show off, and transformed into a blue-robed young man again. Suddenly a blue light flashed from his body, and a set of majestic dragon armor appeared on his body. The blue dragon head and horns soared into the sky, exuding endless majesty. As if an ancient dragon had suddenly come to life from this armor. Other parts of the armor were inlaid with various mysterious runes, emitting a blue light that was difficult to look at. Xiaolong, once you wear this armor, your cultivation level will grow tremendously. You seem to be stronger than before. The Blood King demonic dragon looked shocked and his eyes almost dropped to the ground. Wearing such a majestic set of blue armor actually improved his cultivation a lot. It was beyond his imagination. I have only preliminary refinement, and now I can only reach the second level of the Divine Lord realm. Bihai Tongshenlong said proudly. Naturally, he also felt that wearing the dragon armor in human form was really majestic. When he thought that this set of armor had unparalleled defense and attack power, Bihai Tongshenlong's heart became hot. He wished that the dragon breeders in Shintu would send out another black god level puppet, so that he could have a battle with the opponent and test the power of the dragon armor. Senior, your armor is so handsome. Mao Baoer's eyes lit up and he stared at the figure of Wei Jia in blue armor like a nymphomaniac. He just felt that this dragon senior was so brave and handsome. Haha, cat baby, your little mouth is so sweet. Bai He Shenlong laughed and was elated by her praise. Xiaolong, you are really a blessing in disguise, you are so envious of others. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said sourly. Yes, this set of war dragon armor simply blinded my old horse's eyes. The big black horse was also a little jealous, turning his lips and saying something in a grumpy tone. Mu Qing sat in the carriage and looked outside with her spiritual consciousness, feeling extremely shocked in her heart. She couldn't tell the grade of the armor, but she could feel how powerful and extraordinary it was. My master's background is really profound. The black bird on the top of the carriage murmured to himself, looking a little out of sorts. Although it was known to the master as early as 100,000 years ago, in recent times, it seems that it has nothing worth showing. As a result, I was left empty-handed and did not receive the reward from the master. Yi Yan opened his eyes and took in everyone's expressions and psychology. He knew it well, smiled faintly, and said, God-level armor will only be more powerful when it reaches the true God realm. If it is for the eternal realm, Emperor-level armor is enough. Master, will you leave it to me to carry out the next mission? Hearing Yi Yan's sudden words, the Blood King Demonic Dragon suddenly stood up and spoke loudly. Looking at the extremely excited Blood King Demonic Dragon and several other demonic beasts, Yi Yan smiled. He said softly, who will be assigned to perform the mission is not fixed every time, but as long as you practice seriously and go all out every time you go on a mission, you will naturally be rewarded accordingly. Okay, sir. The Blood King Demonic Dragon was so excited that he spun around on the carriage. The master has said this, which means that he will also have a chance to obtain an armor in the future. Although it is only in the eternal realm, even if it obtains an emperor level armor, the Blood King Demonic Dragon will still feel satisfied. The big black horse and black bird were very excited after hearing what the master said. Even Mu Qing in the carriage was a little lost in her thoughts. The only one with a stable mentality is Mao Bauer. She thinks that her cultivation level is low, and she is content with the colorful clothes given by the master. Collecting everyone's expressions in his eyes, Yi Yan waved his hand and laughed. Okay, go ahead and do what you have to do. This matter has been revealed. Okay, sir. Several monsters outside responded at the same time and immediately became quiet. The blue sea Tong Tian dragon transformed into a cute blue kitten again, lying on the carriage, and continued to refine its war dragon armor. Yi Yan also started practicing. In the next few days, there was no more disturbance, and the dragon breeders did not send any more puppets into Songnan continent. On the 10th day, Yi Yan's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he broke through from the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. It is only half a step away from the Divine realm. Although Yi Yan controlled the aura in his body not to be exposed, Bihai Shenlong still seemed to feel something. Master, have you cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm? Bai He Shenlong sent out a message. I have just broken through to the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. I will go to the Divine Land in a while to find a place where I can break through to the Divine Sovereign realm. Yi Yan smiled and transmitted the message. What? Did I hear that correctly? Bihai Shenlong was immediately shocked. When he was on Tong Tian Island, the master once told him personally that he was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. It's been less than 2 months. The master actually broke through from the 7th level of the Divine Sovereign realm to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. In all its years in the divine land, it has never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. The divine land is vast and boundless, and talented people emerge in large numbers. But Bihai Tongshenlong has never heard of anyone being able to break through from the 7th level of the divine sovereign realm to the 10th level of the divine sovereign realm in just 2 months. The path of spiritual practice becomes more and more difficult the further you go. It is already very rare for a supreme genius to break through one realm in a year. Looking at the master's posture, there seems to be no hurdle at all to break through from the 10th level of the divine sovereign realm to the divine sovereign realm. The divine realm is a realm that is very difficult to break through. There are so many monks in the divine land, but there are very few great monks in the divine realm. Being able to cultivate to the divine realm is enough to dominate a party. Seeing the shocked look of Bihai Tong Tianlong, Yi Yin just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Cultivation means nothing to him. Yi Yin, who is sitting on countless treasures in the world, the meaning of his life is not to practice. Yi Yin's figure flashed, and the next moment, he tore through the void and arrived at the dragon's lair. 10 days have passed, and the 5 hidden dragon coffins are about to undergo new changes. Yi Yin's eyes swept through the 5 hidden dragon coffins one by one. Now, the 5 people in the coffins were full of vitality, and their physical bodies were almost beaten. Each of their bodies was extremely strong. In the next step, the 7-star formation on everyone's chest will undergo new changes. Yi Yin waited quietly. Sure enough, the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest was the first to emit a ray of light and flow into his body. The big black cat regained consciousness instantly and opened its eyes. What's wrong with me? The big black cat looked at the dark coffin lid with a confused expression. He only remembered that 7 rays of light fell into his body and he lost consciousness. The big black cat quickly checked his body. How can my physical body be so strong? There is no trace of injury inside my body. What happened? The big black cat looked shocked. He finally couldn't restrain his excitement, pushed open the coffin lid above his head, and sat up from the coffin. The big black cat immediately saw the familiar figure in white standing opposite the hidden dragon coffin. Master? The big black cat blinked, thinking he was dreaming, and rubbed his eyes several times. Come out. Yi Yin looked at the confused big black cat and said with a smile. It's really the master. The big black cat jumped suddenly and landed next to Yi Yin. I've met the master. The big black cat quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He realized that something must have changed in his body, so the master took action to save him. Therefore, he was extremely grateful at the moment, and his eyes were a little red. Get up. Yi Yin smiled softly and looked at the other 4 hidden dragon coffins. The big black cat stood up, and then he discovered that there were 4 identical hidden dragon coffins lined up next to his hidden dragon coffin. This is? The big black cat was immediately shocked. It turned out that he was not the only one buried in the dragon's lair. This is probably what happened. Yi Yin briefly told the big black cat what happened on the moon star, and then told him, the small 7-star formation on your chest will undergo certain changes in a while. Don't resist it and obey its will. That's fine. Okay, sir. The big black cat nodded quickly, then he lifted up his clothes and took a look. Sure enough, there were 7 silver light spots on his chest. The big black cat thought for a while and suddenly asked again, Master, could I have become a container? With me here, you will definitely not die. Only those 4 people died. If you survive, then you are the container. Yi Yan smiled and said. He estimated that the big black cat would feel creepy after hearing these words. Sure enough, the big black cat immediately shivered. What is this container for? Why do I feel so panicked? The big black cat looked around and asked in fear. It's not clear yet. We'll wait until we get to the sacred land in the future. Yi Yan's eyes fell on the big black cat again, patted his shoulder, and said. There is nothing wrong with being a container. At least your physical body is much stronger than before, and there is also the 7-star formation on your chest. It will also break and won't affect you at all. I understand, sir. The big black cat calmed down and said gratefully. Yi Yan nodded. At this time a coffin lid suddenly flew up, and a young man in white flew out of the coffin. Am I alive? The young man in white felt his physical condition and suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed and cried at the same time, unable to conceal his inner joy and excitement. This guy has been buried for I don't know how many years, but he really came back to life. The big black cat looked at the boy in white and curled his lips, muttering to himself. Yi Yan's body was hidden in the void, with his hands behind his back, quietly observing everything. Who are you? The young man in white suddenly saw the big black cat in the distance and asked in shock. I belong to this coffin. The big black cat pointed nonchalantly at one of the black hidden dragon coffins. How could this happen? Not to mention a dragon lair, can only one hidden dragon coffin be buried? The young man in white was shocked and his face turned extremely ugly. At this moment, the coffin lids of the other 3 hidden dragon coffins flew up one after another, and 3 people flew out from inside. A middle-aged man. 2 old men, one in gray and one in gold. The 3 people looked around at the situation, with shocked expressions on their faces. They already felt that their bodies were different from before when they were in the coffin. They were full of vitality and could live for thousands more years. But what I didn't expect was, after coming out of the hidden dragon coffin, they actually saw 4 more hidden dragon coffins. Everyone in the hidden dragon coffin came to life and came out of the coffin almost at the same time. 5 hidden dragon coffins were buried in a high-grade imperial dragon cave. And all 5 of them survived the second life? What exactly is going on? The old man in gold robe had a rather bad temper, and looked at the people around him and got angry without any courtesy. How do I know? The young man in white glanced at the old man in gold robe silently, a chill flashing in his eyes. The current situation seems to be happy for everyone, but it is actually very embarrassing. Although he looks young, he is also an old monster. In terms of identity, status, and cultivation, he is also very high, so naturally he doesn't act like the old man in gold robe. On the contrary, the old man in gray clothes who had been silent suddenly raised his head and said with a panicked look, "Why can't I use my magic power?" Suddenly? His words immediately caused the expressions of everyone around him to change. At this moment, everyone discovered that the magic power in their bodies could not be used. TSK, I can't use my magic power, that's really good. A proud smile flashed across the big black cat's face. Among the entire audience, those guys were all at the 10th level of the Destiny Realm, and he was the only one who was at the 4th level of the Destiny Realm. Completely at the bottom. But what he didn't expect was that the 7-star formation on his chest suddenly flashed strangely, and the magic power in his body was trapped. The same goes for the other 4 people. For chapters today, this is the first. Here we go. Yi Yun hid in the void and nodded silently. After being inspired by other formations, the 7-star formation really underwent a new change. First, confine the mana in everyone's body. In this case, everyone will be on the same starting line. At this time, the real competition is about whose body is the most powerful. A powerful physical body is the foundation of the container. The stronger the body, the more powerful it can hold. It turns out that if we want to truly live out our second life, only one of the 5 of us can survive. The boy in white seemed to sense some message, and suddenly his mouth split open and he laughed sinisterly. Yes, if you want to survive the second life, you must kill the other 4 people. The middle-aged man in green robes had red eyes and was laughing wildly at this moment. I'm going to eat you guys, and achieve my great achievements in my second life. At this time, the old man in golden robe licked his lips, with a bloodthirsty, killing intent in his eyes. The one who will survive the second life must be me. The old man in gray clothes roared with fierce momentum and fierce eyes. Seeing that the war was about to break out, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A sudden burst of laughter broke everything. The big black cat rolled his eyelids and sneered angrily, "Will you die if you don't brag? Kill." The other 4 people finished speaking and suddenly rushed towards the big black cat. But as soon as the 4 of them reached the air, their consciousness seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, and they began to fight each other. A trace of chaos flashed in the big black cat's eyes. At this moment, his mind was controlled by the 7-star formation. With a flash of his body, he rushed into the air and started fighting with several other people. Everyone relies on their amazing bodies to fight each other. The punches hit the body and blood flew away. The sound of banging was endless, and people were constantly being knocked out. Yi Yun looked at this scene, his eyes sparkling. He was constantly analyzing the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest. The 7-star formation just now affected everyone's sanity again. Let them kill each other like wild beasts at this moment. It's a fair fight. One person attacks the other 4 people indiscriminately. The one who survives to the end is the final winner and the only container that can survive. Yi Yun was naturally not worried about this battle. The big black cat's physical body was now incredibly powerful. He had been strengthened once in the Joyo underground palace, and now this was the second time. In addition, he was a demon clan himself, so the final winner of this battle must be the big black cat. The fighting is getting more intense. The other 4 people were covered in blood, but they were still fighting crazily. Only the big black cat was not injured at all. Soon the time of burning incense passed. The old man in golden robe with a bad temper was finally the first to die. After the fall, the 7-star formation on the golden-robed old man suddenly floated in the air. After casting a ray of light, the golden-robed old man also disappeared. But that 7-star formation seemed to be a bit more powerful than before. Then the middle-aged man in green robe also died. His 7-star formation was also floating in the air. As the middle-aged man's body disappeared, the aura of the 7-star formation became several times stronger. The third person to die was the old man in gray. At the end of the battle, only the boy in white and the big black cat were left fighting. There was only one person left, and the big black cat's attacks became more and more crazy, and finally he killed the boy in white forcefully. The 4 7-star formations were floating in mid-air, with thick auras, and were several times stronger than before. The big black cat panted heavily and kept looking around, as if still looking for an opponent. His consciousness at the moment has not yet recovered. At this moment, the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest suddenly flashed, and the other 4 7-star formations seemed to be summoned and immediately fell towards it. Each 7-star formation is perfectly aligned according to the positions of the 7 stars. After the first 7 stars coincided, they seemed to be no different from before. However, when the 4 7-star formations all overlapped with the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest, 7 rays of light suddenly emitted and were injected into the big black cat's body. The big black cat screamed and fell from the air. Fell into coma again. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and he saw a large amount of dragon energy continuously running in the big black cat's body, washing and transforming his body. I see. Yi Yun nodded. The energy absorbed by the 7-star formation of the 4 dead people was all injected into the big black cat's body, once again increasing the strength of his physical body. The physical strength of the last surviving vessel will reach an incredible level, comparable to a divine dragon. And all this process is carried out under the automatic guidance of the 7-star formation. It has to be said that the 7-star formation is extremely mysteriously designed. Yi Yun quietly observed the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest. He found that if it operated at this speed, it would take at least a year for the big black cat to wake up. And the 7-star formation on his chest seemed to be imprinted on his chest forever and would never disappear again. This is also the only mark on the container. Yi Yun decided to keep the 7-star formation first, let the big black cat serve as a container, and live like this for the first time. Maybe he will reach the divine land in the future. The big black cat container will also play an important role. After the 7-star formation became 5-in-1, there were some new changes. After studying for a day, Yi Yun finally cracked the remaining formation. Then Yi Yun activated the 7-star formation and withdrew the power suppressed in the big black cat's soul. The big black cat woke up as soon as he opened his eyes. Master, what happened just now? I seem to be fighting with someone in a daze? The big black cat purred and got up, asking quickly. The 5 of you, as seeds, were suppressed by the 7-star formation. After a crazy battle, you were the only one left alive, and the energy in their bodies also entered your body, constantly improving your physical body. Strength of Yi Yun said with a smile. So that's it. The big black cat scratched his head, looked at the other black hidden dragon coffins, and chuckled. These guys were all so arrogant and lawless, but I killed them all, haha. It was so happy. You are a demon clan. After eating so much immortal grass, your physical body will naturally take advantage of you. Yi Yun laughed. The big black cat blushed and lowered his head. He knew all this, and he didn't know what weird things would happen if the master wasn't there to help. Let's go. This time you are a blessing in disguise. Your body is becoming more and more comparable to a dragon. Yi Yun said with a smile. After saying that, he tore through the void and returned to the carriage with the big black cat. Seeing the big black cat back, the other mythical beasts were a little excited. Brother, are you okay? Mao Bauer asked with a concerned look on his face. What could possibly happen? On the contrary, after lying in the coffin for More than 10 days, my body is stronger than before. The big black cat chuckled, with a proud look on his face. It made us worry about you for nothing. Now it's good that you come back. Safely. The Blood King demonic dragon sighed and said, "Call." At this time a black ponytail swept over and landed on the big black cat. He originally wanted to smash the bragging big black cat into meat pies, but the big black horse's surprise attack was unsuccessful. The big black cat's body just shook. "Oh, kitten, your physical body is many times stronger than before." The big black horse grunted, bared his white teeth, and said with a look of shock. The kitten absorbed a large amount of dragon energy and successfully swallowed several other seeds of the 7-star formation. Now it is a qualified container, and its physique is naturally very different from before. Yi Yun said with a smile beside him. In the past, I could hit the big black horse's tail accurately, but I didn't expect it to fail this time. This time it really encountered difficulties. The big black cat's physical body is much stronger than before, and this powerful process is still going on. Kitten, you are really a blessing in disguise. The rewards from this mission are really high. The big dark horse was not angry, but said with a happy smile, "Uncle Ma, please stop complimenting me. Don't you know how much I weigh? Compared to the 4th level of Destiny Realm and you, the great demon of Eternal Realm, the gap is really huge." The big black cat chuckled, then transformed into a small black cat again in a low-key manner. He lay down on the carriage very obediently. Its actions immediately caused several monster beasts nearby to laugh. "Pony, go to the Underworld Dynasty." Yi Yun suppressed his smile, looked in a certain direction, seemed to have remembered something, and said lightly, "Okay, sir." The big black horse turned around and flew toward the southeast. "Master, you don't want to go to the underworld cave, do you?" Bihai Tongshenlong opened his eyes and asked. During this period of time, it has been refining the war dragon armor, and now it is almost complete. I want to go to the underworld cave and see that child. Yi Yun said with a smile, and then walked into the car in a flash. Bihai Tongshenlong glanced at the Blood King demonic dragon, and the two looked at each other with shock on their faces. That young man in white clothes who was about to die was worthy of a visit in person. I really don't know what kind of good luck he got. The distance from Tianyue Dynasty to Mingxian Dynasty is very far, at least billions of miles. With the strength of the big dark horse Eternal Realm, it took 3 days to enter the underworld Immortal Dynasty. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. Sometimes, it was impossible for him, the ancestor of the Shenlong Sect, to do everything himself. If he had to do it himself, even tearing apart the void and driving the carriage, it would really be inconsistent with his status. During these 3 days, Yi Yun did not practice. He is about to break through to the realm of God, so he still needs to slow down his practice. He put more energy on the realization of magical powers. "Master, the underworld cave has arrived." The sound of the big black horse came from outside the car. "Good." Yi Yun nodded and looked in the direction of the underworld cave. The Ningxian cave is the most powerful force in the Ningxian dynasty. This sect is located on the top of a huge mountain. There is an unfathomable cave on the top of the mountain. This is the underworld cave. The Mingxian cave is hundreds of miles in diameter, unfathomable and shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. This place is full of spiritual energy, and many of the buildings in the underworld cave continue to extend downward along this large cave. Many disciples practice in the surrounding buildings. Such a peculiar building is extremely unique in the entire Songnan continent. After all, most sects are built on mountains and are located on mountains. There will never be any continuous arrangement of buildings deep into the cave. Entrance. It has to be said that the spiritual energy in the Ningxian cave is very abundant. Compared with the mountains outside, the concentration is at least 10 times higher. Therefore, the disciples of Ningxian cave all like to practice in Ningxian cave. At this moment, a black carriage stopped at the foot of the underworld cave. Mountains. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the top of the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing 3 young men. There were 2 young men among them, one holding the arms of a young man in white on the left and the other on the right, forcing him to push him out. Let's go. Your father has shouldered everything and is now in prison. I have to say, you are really a loser. After pushing away the young man in white, a young man in green robe crossed his arms and mocked coldly. The young man in white swayed, walked unsteadily, and coughed repeatedly. His face was extremely pale, without even a trace of blood. Dad, why bother? It's better to put everything on me, a dying person. The young man in white smiled miserably, his body swaying, and he walked alone down the mountain. Elder Yu is really confused. Can the sect's void projection array be used easily? For his dying son, he used a void projection array. Not only did he lose his identity as an elder, but he was also imprisoned. Even his good-for-nothing son was expelled from the sect. It's really not worth the loss. Another young man in green robes looked at the figure in white clothes going away and said with a hint of regret, "Leave him alone, he won't live for a few days anyway, and Elder Yu will never be able to turn over in his lifetime." Another young man curled his lips and said. The 2 looked at each other and immediately turned into a ray of light, soaring into the sky and back to the top of the mountain. On top of the carriage. Isn't this the guy who competed with me for the coffin? The big black cat stared at the familiar young man in white and curled his lips. A complicated mood arose spontaneously in my heart. The young man in white clothes staggered every step he took, as if any gust of wind could blow him down. Ahem. The young man in white coughed violently twice and spit out a large mouthful of blood, but he covered it with his hand in time, and the blood seeped out from his palm. The originally bright red blood was actually mixed with a hint of green, which looked shocking. This child really doesn't have a few days to live. Baihe Tongshenlong also showed a look of pity in his eyes. How pitiful. His father is in prison, and he himself has been kicked out of the sect. The Blood Chief demonic dragon also sighed. What several seniors said is that although this boy competes with me for the hidden dragon coffin, I don't know why, but I always feel that I owe him. The big black cat sighed, with a very complicated expression in his eyes. Xiaohei. You have a pretty good heart. Yi Yan's voice came from inside the car, and then a light flashed, and a small white jade bottle appeared. Give him this. This child can't die yet. We still need to find out what's going on in the Netherworld cave. Yi Yan said with a smile. Looking at the white jade vial floating in front of them, the several kittens looked at each other, wondering who should go to save the young man. Xiaohaizi, you know him, why don't you let him go? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suggested. Senior, I snatched his coffin, but I still feel uncomfortable and don't dare to face him? The big black cat said with a sad face. How about I go? Mao Bauer's eyes suddenly lit up and he volunteered. Your cultivation level is too bad. Although you have just broken through to The Nirvana realm, the guy opposite is at the top of the 10th level of the Destiny realm. The big black cat glanced at Cat Bauer with a look of disdain in his eyes. He still remembered the painful experience of being stabbed on his hand, so he always wanted to take advantage of Mao Bauer's words. When the nine-tailed civet said that his cultivation level was low, Mao Bauer's eyes suddenly turned red. She has been practicing very hard. It's just that her starting point is a bit low, but her breakthrough speed is actually not slow. Let Mao Bauer go, it's just a medicine. The Blood King demonic dragon said carelessly. Since Senior has said it, let Mao Bauer go. Seeing the Blood King demonic dragon speaking, the big black cat immediately showed a flattering smile. Little Heisey, you really have no sympathy at all. The Blood King demonic dragon raised its furry red paw and patted the big black cat gently. Oh, Senior, please be gentle, my little body and bones cannot withstand what you have done. The big black cat grinned and shouted. Haha, I'm joking with you. I want to see how powerful your physical body is. Now that I look at it, it is indeed getting closer to an ordinary dragon. The Blood King demonic dragon scratched his chin with his claws and said with a thoughtful look. The big black cat chuckled. As a member of the nine-tailed civet family, its physical defense is naturally incomparable to that of a divine dragon. Unexpectedly, 2 consecutive coincidences allowed its physical body to be so greatly improved. Now its physical body is definitely the strongest among the nine-tailed civets. Seniors, I'll go then. Mao Bauer grabbed the small white bottle and flew over immediately. Seeing these monster beasts playing around, Yi Yin in the car just smiled slightly. Quite interesting. It's fun to play around. The big black cat is really a straight man, with no hint of the opposite sex in his eyes. Although this guy is a bit glib, he is actually very reliable at critical moments. Yi Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at the young man in white who was about to collapse in the distance. The child was poisoned by some kind of poison. There are very few antidotes that can cure this kind of poison in a short time, especially in Shenlong continent. If we go to the Divine Land, we might be able to find the antidote. This kind of poison reminded Yi Yin of a kind of divine dragon. Dark blood greenwood dragon. There were quite a few of these divine dragons in ancient times, but after the extinction of the divine dragons, almost none were passed down. This kind of divine dragon contains extremely poison. Yi Yin wanted to know how a disciple of Xiao Mingxian cave was contaminated with this poison. But now that we have arrived outside the underworld cave, Yi Yin probably understood what was going on. There was a lot of mystery in the Mingxian cave. In addition to looking for clues about the dark blood greenwood dragon, Yi Yin also cherished the talent of this young man in white. Nowadays, human races with the blood of divine dragons are extremely rare in Shenlong continent. The young man in white clothes in front of him has a meager amount of dragon blood in his body. Although the concentration of Shenlong blood was lower than that of Lord Grimm. But when meeting such a person, Yi Yin naturally wanted to absorb him into the Shenlong Sect. At this time, Mao Bauer flew over. It was floating in the air and blocked the young man in white from going down the mountain. Senior, please stay. Mao Bauer said very politely. It still maintains the body of the celestial spirit cat and has not transformed into a human form. He saw a white kitten whose cultivation was only in the Nirvana realm, suddenly blocking his way. The young man in white was also stunned. What's the matter with you? The young man in white coughed and asked with a frown. Senior, I have a healing medicine here, please take it. Mao Bauer said very gently. Holy medicine, for healing? How is this possible? There is no cure for the poison in my body. The boy in white gave a sad laugh and continued to stagger forward. Senior, please stay. Mao Bauer felt anxious and immediately floated over again, blocking the way. Again. Senior, this medicine is really a holy medicine for healing. After you take it, your poison will be eliminated immediately. Mao Bauer said very anxiously. You're such a strange little kitten. We met by chance and you actually gave me medicine. What's your purpose? The young man in white asked with a frown. Senior, this is the medicine my master asked me to give you. Mao Bauer blinked his big jewel-like eyes and said frankly. Who is your master? The young man in white asked. My master. When Mao Bauer said this, he was immediately speechless. She can't reveal the master's identity, can she? After all, the master is so noble, how can the little destiny monk in front of him be able to touch him? That's all, I'm a person who can't live for 3 days, why should I care? About you, a little demon cat? It doesn't matter if it's a holy medicine or a poison, just take it. The young man in white thought of something, suddenly laughed miserably, and stretched out a hand. Mao Bauer was pleasantly surprised, and quickly flew over, throwing the vial on his paw into the palm of the young man in white, and then flew aside. The young man in white smiled sadly. He opened the vial and took a gentle sniff. A surging life force poured into his body along the tip of his nose, instantly making his spirit greatly improved. What kind of medicine is this? Why does just taking a sip have such a magical effect? The young man in white was shocked. He has been poisoned for 3 years, during which time he has taken countless healing medicines, but he has never had such an immediate effect. Is this really the antidote? A blush of excitement appeared on the pale face of the young man in white, and his body began to tremble, and it seemed that his arms could no longer hold the small jade bottle. Senior, there is no need to hesitate, just take it quickly. Mao Bauer quickly advised from the side. Seeing the young man in white so frail and seemingly ready to die at any time, Mao Bauer felt anxious. Good. The young man in white pointed the small jade bottle at his mouth and drank the green liquid inside. Boom. A surging vitality suddenly exploded in his mouth. It flowed down his throat and into his lower abdomen, and this surging vitality immediately dispelled the toxins in his body. This speed was so fast that he could hardly imagine it. Just like throwing a piece of ice into boiling water, the ice melts quickly. The effort of a few breaths. All the toxins in the body of the young man in white were removed, and he became full of energy, no longer feeling as weak as before. Thank you for saving me. The young man in white knelt at Mao Bauer's feet with a plop. This made Mao Bauer panic. Senior, please get up quickly. If you want to thank me, you must also thank my master. It said quickly. The young man in white stood up, looked at the white kitten in front of him, and asked earnestly, where is your master? Hurry up and let me go and say thank you in person. Follow me. Mao Bauer said something and immediately led the way, followed closely by the young man in white. Not only has all the poison in his body disappeared, but his body has returned to its previous peak state. There is even a feeling that he is about to break through to the realm of life and death. He had to be shocked by the powerful effects of that small bottle of mysterious green liquid. Cat Bauer flew to the carriage, pointed at the carriage with his furry little paws, and said, Master, it's in the car in front. The young man in white looked excited, strode to the side of the carriage, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Yulong, thank you, senior, for saving your life. Yiyan looked at the young man in white outside and smiled slightly. Get up. If you really want to thank me, take me to the underworld cave to have a look. Hearing the words of the man in the car, Yulong was slightly startled. This senior actually wanted him to take him to the netherworld cave, which was beyond his expectation. But he has been expelled from the sect, can he still go to the underworld cave? 4 chapters have been updated. Please vote for recommendations and 5-star reviews. Thank you. Yulong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He had just been expelled from the sect, and his father, as the elder of the law enforcement hall of Netherworld Cave, had offended many people in the past. This time, for the sake of his son's life and death, he abused the sect's void projection formation, committed a serious crime, and has been thrown into prison. Although the poison in his body has been detoxified now, if he rashly takes this senior to the Netherworld Cave, it may be detrimental to this senior. He is not afraid of death. But if this senior is trapped in the huge power of the Underworld Cave, and if something unexpected happens, then he, the leader, will really be unworthy of his senior's life-saving grace. But when he thought that his senior had saved his life and now made such a request, Yulong felt that he could not refuse. While he was feeling uneasy and having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that sounded like thunder from his ears. You are too much of a mother-in-law. Why are you hesitating? Do you also want to refuse the master's request? Yulong looked for the voice and saw that the speaker was actually a black kitten lying on the carriage. He looked stunned. Only then did I realize that there were 4 kittens of different colors lying on the carriage. The white kitten is at the 1st level of Nirvana. The black kitten is at the 4th level of Destiny Realm. In addition, he couldn't see any cultivation in the red kitten and the blue kitten. Looking on the roof of the car, I saw a black bird standing on it, raising its head very proudly and looking towards the sky. Yulong could not tell the cultivation level of this little black bird. This made him very ashamed. Why is this car a monster? Yulong was a little confused. Could it be that there is also a senior demon clan in the carriage? But why did the seniors of the demon clan want to save themselves? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. However, Yulong quickly put these thoughts aside. He knew very well in his heart that for his resurrection this time, he must thank the senior in the carriage. Senior, since you want to go to the Netherworld Cave, then I will lead the way. Yulong bent down very low and said respectfully. Let's go, you don't have anything to worry about. Yiyan looked at Yulong's embarrassed expression and smiled slightly. This kid has a good nature. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen to him if he fell into the underworld cave. After all, in Yulong's heart, Mingxian Cave, as the largest force in the Mingxian dynasty, was so powerful and terrifying that no one dared to match it. Seeing that the senior in the carriage was so determined and even encouraged him, Yulong couldn't say anything else. Boy. The big black cat glanced sideways at Yulong and chuckled, don't hesitate. Just lead the way. Yulong was stunned for a moment. He looked at the black kitten in front of him, and suddenly a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hadn't he heard this voice on the top of the mountain of Shenlong Sect of Tianhua dynasty? Isn't it the young man in black robe? A black coffin comes to mind. Yu Long felt inexplicable horror in his heart and blurted out, "You didn't you enter the hidden dragon coffin? Why did you come out so quickly?" Seeing that the young man in white clothes in front of him suddenly wanted to inquire into the core secrets of the sect, the big black cat said angrily, "You talk so much nonsense, hurry up and lead the way." Well. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Yu Long's forehead. He suddenly realized that his question was a bit impolite. After all, this was someone else's secret, and it was really inappropriate for him to say it casually like this. Perhaps being resurrected from the dead made him so excited that he neglected etiquette in some places. Yu Long turned around, not daring to say anything more, and immediately walked towards the top of the mountain. The big black horse pulled the carriage slowly. When he reached the mountainside, Yi Yun saw a towering mountain gate, guarded by 2 disciples of the Destiny Realm at the entrance. "Yu Long, you have been expelled from the sect, why do you dare to come back?" A disciple stepped forward to block the way and asked with a cold face. "2 junior brothers, I want to take a senior to the underworld cave, please. Don't stop me." Yu Long smiled slightly, clasped his hands in his fists, and explained politely. Although he had been expelled from the sect, for the moment, he was not mentally prepared to attack these 2 junior brothers who were only at the first level of the Destiny Realm. "Yu Long, get out of here quickly. Your father has been imprisoned, and now you, a dying man, have been expelled from the sect. Don't come back again. Otherwise we won't be polite." Another disciple drew his sword and shouted angrily. Yu Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, his father has indeed offended many people over the years. The father of the junior brother who drew the sword had been punished by his father. So he has always been worried about his father and son. You 2 junior brothers are offended. Yu Long's figure swayed slightly, exuding a powerful aura at the 10th level of the Destiny Realm. His entire aura changed, like an unsheathed sword, and he no longer looked like the half-dead sick man he had been before. A strong coercion immediately suppressed the 2 young men who were only at the first level of Destiny Realm, unable to move. "Weren't you poisoned? Why are you so strong all of a sudden?" A gatekeeper disciple looked at Yu Long and said with a horrified expression. Without saying a word, Yu Long rushed over, tapped the 2 people twice, imprisoned their bodies, and then stepped back. "Senior, I made you laugh, I will continue to lead the way." Yu Long turned around, bowed, his face turned slightly red, and he said awkwardly, "The warmth and coldness of human relationships are like those of a person who knows when he drinks water. Let's go." In the carriage, Yi Yun just smiled slightly. Hearing that his senior did not mean to blame him, Yu Long quickened his pace energetically and flew quickly towards the top of the mountain. He didn't fly too fast, naturally he was afraid that the carriage behind him wouldn't be able to keep up. However, when he reached the top of the mountain, he found that the carriage had been steadily following him. Only then did Yu Long realize that the cultivation of the big black horse pulling the cart was definitely not simple. Senior must be a powerful person from the demon clan. I don't know why he came to the Netherworld cave. This is the sphere of influence of the human clan. Once there is any contradiction or conflict, it will easily trigger a war between the human and demon clans. Yu Long felt a little uneasy at this time. As a supreme-level large sect, Ningxian Cave is unimaginably powerful. In the entire dynasty, no demon clan dares to compete with Ningxian Cave. This is not to say that the demon clan is not powerful. It can only be said that within the territory of the Underworld dynasty, the human race dominates everything. The Blood King demonic dragon and the Blue Sea Tong Tian dragon had been lying on their backs without speaking, appearing extremely quiet. After all, it was the master who wanted to go up and take a look. Nothing would happen without the two of them. After passing through the mountain gate, along the way, all the way to the top of the mountain, no disciples from the Netherworld cave were encountered again. In fact, it's not that there are few disciples in Ningxian cave, but most of the time, the disciples in Ningxian cave practice in the buildings in the cave. I only leave there when I'm out on a mission. The car curtain opened and Yi Yun walked out. Master. Several monsters on the carriage quickly called respectfully. Yi Yun nodded. He stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the entrance of the Mingxian cave, where the mist was steaming in front of him, with streaks of colorful clouds peeking out, creating a myriad of scenes and a very magnificent sight. Yi Yun's eyes flickered, as if he could see the deepest part of the underworld cave at a glance. It turns out this is that senior. When Yulong saw Yi Yun in white, he felt shaken. At this moment, he actually had an illusion. He felt that the senior in white was like a supreme god who came out of the painting, standing shiningly on the car, with thousands of rays of light blooming all over his body. Fourth update, Chapter 1 arrives. I've met Senior. Yulong was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and he knelt at Yi Yun's feet with a plop. Get up. Yi Yun smiled faintly, looking at the unfathomable and mist-shrouded Mingxian cave, and suddenly asked, the Mingxian cave has been passed down for many years, is there anything special about it? Yulong stood up and said respectfully, Senior, the Mingxian cave has been passed down for more than 90,000 years. It is said that there is a corpse of an immortal buried inside, so this ancient cave is filled with unusually abundant spiritual energy from top to bottom. Starting from the first generation of ancestors, the entire sect built its buildings on the rock walls around the Mingxian cave, which has been passed down to this day. The corpse of an immortal? Yi Yun smiled faintly, then shook his head gently. How can there be any immortals in this world? After the eternal realm, there is the true God. The immortal corpse in the underworld immortal cave was obviously meant to confuse the public. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze and looked at the monsters around him. He swept over several demonic beasts with the blood of the dragon one by one, and finally landed on the black bird on the roof of the car. Suanio, come down with me, Yi Yun said with a smile. After a while, a conflict broke out, and naturally Shan Niao was needed as a thug. As for Yi Yun, he didn't want to take action. The monsters in this carriage are so powerful that there is no need for him, the ancestor, to take action. Moreover, the cultivation level of those little guys in Ningxian cave is too low. With Yi Yun's current cultivation level of half-step to the divine realm, he does not bother to bully those disciples in Ningxian cave. Okay, sir. Suanio was overjoyed and immediately turned into a black light and landed next to Yi Yun. The master is assigning a task to him. Suanio was also very excited when he thought about the possibility of getting a reward from his master for completing the task. If possible, Suanio also wanted to get a piece of god-level armor. Let's go down and have a look. Yi Yun looked at Yulong, smiled lightly, and walked towards the Mingxian cave. Yulong hurriedly followed over, feeling a little uneasy. He lowered his head and whispered, Senior, the people in Mingxian cave have always been arrogant and blind. I am afraid that once you go down, you will be offended. It's okay, didn't you see I brought a helper? Yiyan smiled softly and patted the shoulder of the young man in black robe. Next to him. Master, I'm just helping you, but it's not really a help. I don't have that qualification yet. Being patted on the shoulder by Yiyan, Zuanio was flattered and his face turned red. He is just one of the little monsters of the Shenlong Sect. This time the master named him, it was obvious that he was taking care of him. A supreme sect is nothing more than a few monks in the realm of life and death. For him, a great demon at the first level of eternity, there is no need to care at all. Yiyan took a step forward and followed the churning mist, falling gently. Suenio and Yulong followed closely behind him. Yiyan glanced at Yulong and asked with a half-smile, "How did you get the poison in your body?" Senior, the spiritual energy in the depths of Mingxian Cave is rich, and there are many spiritual fruits growing on the surrounding rock walls. I was poisoned after taking one spiritual fruit. Yulong explained. What about the others? Yiyan asked with a smile. Senior Qi, the others were not poisoned. I don't know why the spiritual fruit I took contained some kind of strange poison that cannot be cured. In the past 3 years, my father has thought of many ways, consulted many famous doctors, and taken many pills, but there was nothing he could do with the highly toxic poison. Yulong couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the past. He is the top genius in Ningxian Cave. At such a young age, he is already at the peak of the 10th level of the Destiny realm, and is only one step away from the life and death realm. But he didn't expect that a normally harmless spirit fruit would almost kill him. Looking back now, Yulong still has lingering fears, and all the past events make him unable to look back. After hearing Yulong's explanation, Yiyan nodded. The spiritual fruit that Yulong took inadvertently absorbed the poisonous energy of the dark blood greenwood dragon. Fortunately, it was just a wisp of poisonous gas that prevented Yulong's life. At this time, Yiyan looked into the depths of the Mingxian Cave. The area covered with spiritual fruits was lush and green, and the aura was even richer. But who would have thought that deep in this rock wall, there is actually a dragon egg of the dark blood greenwood dragon? This dragon egg must have been hatching for a long time, and now it is almost time to be born. Once the dark blood greenwood dragon is born, the entire population of the dark immortal cave will be killed by the poisonous gas it releases, and no one will be spared. Yiyan planned to give the little dragon a certain amount of time to hatch and let it break out of its shell. And deep in the netherworld cave, there were some things that he was more interested in, as if waiting for him. Who is it? Dare you break into my netherworld immortal cave without permission? A loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the mist. The mist rolled and swept away in all directions. Suddenly, a vacuum zone without fog appeared in the space. A full 40 or 50 people appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they surrounded Yiyan and others. Yulong, why is it you? You were kicked out of the sect, so why do you dare to come back? The leader, an old man, narrowed his eyelids slightly and looked at Yulong opposite, with an angry look on his face. Hey, something's wrong. This kid has been poisoned for 3 years and is already dying. Why is he so active again now? Another old man next to him frowned slightly and looked at Yulong with an expression of surprise and uncertainty. When he said this, everyone looked at Yulong. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be true. Yulong today is no different from 3 years ago. He was full of energy, but he still looked like he was terminally ill. This discovery immediately shocked everyone present. The poison planted in Yulong's body, everyone knew that there was basically no cure, and after 3 years of hard work, Yulong had reached the point where he was exhausted. Why did it suddenly feel better? Could it be that the inexplicable poison in his body was removed? Several uncles. Yulong clasped his hands in his fists and said respectfully, "My nephews. Poison, thanks to the gift of my senior, he gave me the supreme healing medicine, which wiped away the poison in my body. Now my senior wants to come to the netherworld cave to have a look. I also ask a few martial uncles, it's best not to stop them." Although he is no longer from Ningxian Cave, Yulong still speaks politely. After all, he has been practicing and living in Ningxian Cave for so many years, and he is very familiar with the elders in front of him. If he fell out directly, he wouldn't be able to do it for a while. "Yulong, you dare to bring the demon tribe to the Ningxian Cave. I think you betrayed the human race and took refuge with the demon tribe, right?" After hearing Yulong's explanation, the old man looked at Yiyun and the young man in black robe next to him. Suddenly his expression changed and he roared angrily. He couldn't see through the young man in white. However, the young man in black robe next to him is a real monster. The human race and the demon race have never dealt with each other, and they are like fire and water. Now that Yulong has brought such a big demon to the Ningxian Cave, it is simply a naked provocation to the Ningxian Cave. All of a sudden, all the monks in the surrounding nether immortal cave realized this, and they were all furious. They drew out their swords and pointed the sword tips at Yulong. "Uncles, don't get excited yet, listen to me." Seeing the sect's uncles and some fellow sect members raising their swords towards each other, with raised eyebrows and murderous intent, Yulong felt a little panicked. "You kid has brought the demon tribe to the immortal cave. Such a wolfish ambition is obvious," an old man said angrily. "Uncle, senior, he is not a monster, he is a human, and he has no ill intentions." Yulong's face turned red and he waved his hands repeatedly to explain. He really didn't want his fellow disciples from the netherworld cave to fight with the black-robed demon youth under his senior. After all, even his father could not defeat this black-robed demon youth. And his father is already at the 4th level of the life and death realm, and is also among the top 10 in terms of high-end combat power in the entire netherworld cave. Deep in the underworld cave, a brilliant golden hall stands on the rock wall. It is the main hall of the clan. At this moment, there were 2 old men standing inside. One of the old men had reached the 5th level of life and death realm. He was wearing a cyan robe, very simple, and his white hair was blowing in the wind. Another old man was wearing a white robe, with a ruddy complexion, good energy, and an unusually tall body. His cultivation level has also reached the 5th level of life and death realm. "Brother, headmaster, have you noticed that the poison in Yulong's body has disappeared, and his aura is as powerful as before?" The old man in white robe put his hands behind his back, looked up in the direction of the void, and said in surprise, "This group of people is not simple." The old man in green robe frowned slightly and said solemnly. His heart stirred, and he suddenly remembered something, and said in a deep voice, "That young man in black robe from the demon clan should be the guy who defeated the elder at the top of Shenlong Sect." The white-robed old man's heart moved, and he immediately grabbed a white scroll from the table next to him, opened it, and took a serious look at it. There is a young man in black robe drawn on the scroll, who is the demon youth. Above It's true, senior brother. The white-robed old man looked at the void in amazement, frowned, and said, "Why did the demon clan come to my netherworld immortal cave? Could it be that they have taken a fancy to the remains of the immortals under the ground? I don't know, our Ningxian cave has stood for tens of thousands of years as the Ningxian dynasty, and no demon clan has ever dared to covet the immortal remains at the bottom of the cave," the old man in green robe said slowly. Having said this, his eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "If these monsters dare to take action, our netherworld cave will definitely make them regret coming here." Over the underworld cave. Yulong was unable to defend himself at this moment. Because no matter what he says now, it has no weight. After all, in the eyes of people like Ningxian Cave, Yulong is no longer a member of the sect. "Suanio, these people are too noisy, tell them to get away," Yi Yun said calmly. "Okay, sir." Suanio immediately walked out, looked around with a cold smile, and suddenly opened his arms and slapped outwards. Call. A strong wind suddenly rose. The white mist was blown to pieces by the strong wind, and the monks in the netherworld cave could not stand in the strong wind, and rolled out in all directions in an extremely embarrassed manner. Bang bang. These monks bumped into the rock walls of the underworld cave one after another, and many of the rock walls had deep craters. So strong. In the sect leader's hall below, the two old men couldn't help but gasped when they saw this scene. The young man from the black-robed demon clan had at least the 5th level of life and death realm. "Hurry and gather all the life and death realm disciples of the sect," the old man in green robe said with a solemn expression. The old man in white robe agreed and disappeared in a flash. This? Yulong stared at all this in stunned silence. This black-robed demon clan senior is not only at the 4th level of life and death realm. The attack he just displayed must be at least the 5th level of life and death realm. When one's cultivation has reached the realm of life and death, each level is a level 1, and the gap in combat power is huge. After easily handling this group of small life and death realm and destiny realm monks, Suenio clapped his hands and smiled indifferently. It's really too weak. As a great demon in the eternal realm, it was really easy for him to take care of these little monks. Let's go. Yi Yun smiled and suddenly accelerated his fall. Zuanio and Yulong quickly followed. After descending for a full 100 miles, a formation blocked the way out of thin air. Break! Yi Yun uttered a word, and the formation disappeared silently. There is no protection from the formation. The scene below was clearly revealed. Below is an emerald green valley with extremely rich spiritual energy and covered with various colorful spiritual grasses. In the center of the valley, 7 black coffins were arranged in an unusually eye-catching manner. What moved Yi Yun was that the 7 coffins were actually arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Why is it the Big Dipper again? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. Originally he wanted to look for the nether-blooded greenwood dragon, but as for the depths of the nether immortal cave, he just wanted to come and take a look out of curiosity. But not expected. After breaking through the defensive formation that covered the Qi machine, Yi Yun saw a 7-star formation composed of 7 black coffins. These 7 coffins seemed to echo the Big Dipper in the sky. Have you ever seen these 7 coffins? Yi Yun turned his head and looked at Yulong beside him calmly. Yulong was also very surprised. It was also the first time for him to enter the deepest valley of the Mingxian cave. Unexpectedly, there were 7 coffins here. Is it true that the remains of immortals are buried in the immortal cave? Senior, this place is the core secret of the sect, and it is my first time to enter. Yulong was excited and said with trembling voice, "It seems that the legend is true. The remains of immortals are buried in the Ningxian cave." "Where are the immortals?" Suenio, next to him, curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "Rishi is just a legend. According to his feeling, at most there are monks from the eternal realm buried here. But it is still very shocking to bury so many monks in the eternal realm at once." Doubts also arose in Suenio's heart. At this time, countless figures suddenly appeared above the three people. "Set up the formation." With a roar sounded. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was chaotic, and sword lights rose into the sky, forming a large formation above. In the big formation, the shadow of an old man in green robes slowly revealed a huge face from the sword light. "Yulong, you damn scum of the sect, you actually introduced outsiders into the core of the sect. You should be punished for your crime." The old man finished speaking. "Yulong deserves to be executed. Be punished." There were countless monks from the netherworld immortal cave nearby, and they all roared like an ocean. The sound was earth-shattering, and at this moment, all the dark clouds over the underworld cave were swept away. All the monsters within a radius of 10,000 miles fled in a hurry. The sound wave fell from mid-air, and Yulong barely managed to steady his body. He looked pale and trembling at the old man in green robe, and stammered, "Sect master, you must have misunderstood, Senior will not." Before he could finish his explanation, "Kill." A shocking sword energy suddenly fell from mid-air and headed straight towards the dragon sect. Laugh. Suenio suddenly flicked his fingers, and a ray of light rose into the sky, meeting the shocking sword light. Boom! The two collided with a loud bang and disappeared at the same time. These people in Ningxian cave. They are all so stubborn. Suenio shook his head helplessly. Yulong is a pretty good kid, he has always known how to be patient, but it's a pity that those guys are too aggressive. Master, should I kill them? Suenio looked at the monks in the underworld cave who had formed a large formation in the sky, with a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. With his cultivation in the eternal realm, if he wanted to kill these monks in the life and death realm, it would be as easy as turning his back on him. Even if they form a peerless killing formation, they are no match for him. There's no need for you to take action. Yi Yun felt the murderous intention in Suenio's heart, smiled calmly, and looked up. Runes as small as stars appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Yun activated the Sky Disillusionment Eye. All the monks in the netherworld cave, including the clan elders, were suddenly frozen in mid-air at this moment. They fell into a confusing dream world and couldn't extricate themselves. Completely forgetting the hatred in front of me. It's quiet. Yi Yun smiled and fell towards the 7 black coffins in the valley. Yi Yun didn't want to go on a killing spree until something was confirmed. Killing these little life and death realm and destiny realm monks is of no use. Seeing that the master used his great magical power again, and pinned everyone here without any bloodshed, Suenio had a look of envy in his eyes. Yulong was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what happened just now. Suenio ignored him and followed Yi Yun in a single stride. After a while, Yulong finally woke up from a dream. He seemed to understand. The godlike senior in front of him had just used a great magical power to freeze all the monks in the netherworld cave in mid-air. I'm afraid this senior is a great monk in the eternal realm, right? Yulong guessed anxiously. He quickly descended and came to the side of the 7 coffins. Haha, there are actually 7 coffins. Is it another 7-star formation? Yi Yun gently touched one of the coffins with his hand and said with emotion. What is the mastermind behind this? There are still vague seals on these coffins, blocking anyone from visiting them. Yi Yun broke the seal on one of the coffins with a gentle touch of his hand. With another flick of the hand, the coffin lid flew out. There was a shriveled corpse lying in this coffin. This is? When he saw the clothes on the shriveled corpse, Suenio next to him took a breath of air and his expression fluctuated violently. This mummy was wearing a black robe with a striking style that made him recognize it at a glance. It turned out to be the Taoist robe of the Shenlong Sect. There are 2 golden dragons embroidered on the left and right sleeves, and 3 characters are embroidered on the right chest. Shenlong Sect. Sir, why are there monks from my Shenlong Sect here? Zuanio looked at the shriveled corpse and could no longer tell who it was. His heart was surging, his emotions were out of control, and tears burst out. Instantly. Looking at the shriveled corpse, Yi Yun recognized who it was at a glance. Tang Hu. 100,000 years ago, a protector elder of the Shenlong Sect was at the first level of the Eternal Realm. How could this happen? Do you not even spare the dead? Yi Yun murmured to himself. He opened each coffin one by one and found 7 corpses lying there, all wearing Shenlong Sect costumes. And Yi Yun also identified their identities one by one. These are the elders of the Shenlong Sect and the great monks of the Eternal Realm. Unexpectedly, after the Shenlong Sect was destroyed, their bodies would be moved to this place. Yi Yun's eyes flashed with crystal tears. An indescribable emotion weighed on his heart, making it difficult for him to cover up the deep sadness. Yi Yun flicked his hand gently, and a silver star suddenly appeared on the left chests of the 7 people. A total of 7 star points formed a 7-star formation. Yi Yun silently felt the 7-star formation, and suddenly sneered, You want to use even the little value of the dead people? Do you really want to use up the Shenlong Sect's luck? Master, what on earth is going on? Suenio didn't understand Yi Yun's words and asked nervously. Yi Yun shook his head. He did not tell Suenio the mystery behind this. This matter involved too many areas, and Yi Yun did not intend to let them get involved. These 7 elders of the Shenlong Sect died in the battle to protect the Shenlong Sect, but their bodies were moved to this ancient cave, and a 7-star formation was set up. This 7-star formation contains extremely profound numerological powers. And the 7 small arrows inserted into the black dragon's body in the underground palace are similar in principle, and they are also robbing the Shenlong Sect's luck. Whether it is a descendant of the Shenlong Sect or an item of the Shenlong Sect, once it is fixed by this numerological magical power, the formation will continuously consume the sect's luck of the Shenlong Sect. The eternal level Shenlong Sect is the only sect on the Tsongnan continent that is intertwined with the destiny of the continent. The luck of the Tsongnan continent, to put it another way, is the luck of the Hidden Dragon continent. It is also the luck of the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. The ancestral land of the Dragon clan secretly protects the Shenlong Sect, allowing it to continue to grow stronger. The mastermind behind the scenes used various means to kill the descendants of the Shenlong Sect, or used advanced numerology and magical powers to plunder the luck of the Shenlong Sect, or even the luck of the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. The methods are cruel and vicious, making every step a success and shocking. Every step. If it weren't for Yi Yun's profound knowledge, even if the top 10 super dragons from ancient times were reborn, they would never be a match for the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes is really too powerful. We need strength and power, means, layer by layer layout, endless means, in order to completely destroy this dragon clan's ancestral land. Once destroyed, there will never be a new dragon clan on this continent. The dragon clan has truly ended its inheritance. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at the mummies, Yi Yan felt complicated. With a wave of his hand, he covered the coffins again. As for the 7-star formation formed by the 7 light points, Yi Yan caught it in his hand. This formation is very mysterious and involves profound numerology and magical powers. It is even more mysterious and profound than the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in his ancient warehouse. In terms of numerology, Yi Yan also felt inferior. However, Yi Yan could vaguely guess. This 7-star formation, through the 7 eternal realm elders of the Shenlong Sect, intercepted the luck of the Shenlong Sect and transformed it into abundant spiritual energy, which seeped out from the valley. This formed the abundant spiritual energy in this ancient cave. I have to say that this 7-star formation is really strong, and it seems to be even stronger than the 7 small arrows. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire Mingxian cave suddenly shook, and countless rocks fell from midair. What's going on here? Suenio looked nervously at the rock wall above, and he felt an aura of eternity. Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and his glance penetrated eternity. I saw an extremely huge dragon egg deep in the rock wall above the Ningxian cave. It was shaking violently, as if the dragon inside was about to break out of the shell at any time. There's a little dragon about to break out of its shell. Let's go see it, Yi Yan said with a chuckle. After saying that, his body floated above the underworld cave. When Yi Yan crossed the large formation, all the monks in the Ningxian cave immediately retreated to both sides and made way for a passage. Yi Yan was suspended in the space above the heads of the monks. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the trembling rock wall 10 miles above. Is there a little dragon? The black birds in the valley were shocked. How could a dragon break out of its shell in the Ningxian cave? This underworld cave is really weird. First of all, there are 7 coffins at the bottom of the cave, and all of them are elders of the eternal realm of Shenlong Sect. Now inside the rock wall, there is a dragon that is about to break out of its shell. Could it be that it is also the divine dragon of the Shenlong Sect? After all, it was that era. The Shenlong Sect also raised some divine dragons, but the number was not large. Seeing that the master had already flown into the air, Suenio swayed slightly and followed quickly. In the valley, only the stunned Yulong was left. At this moment, Yulong's mind was very confused. He did not expect that those buried in the 7 black coffins in the valley were actually the elders of the previous sect. Although he couldn't figure out these complicated relationships, he also knew that the secrets involved were astonishing. Yulong raised his head and glanced above. I saw the rock wall trembling violently, and countless rocks rolling down like meteors with an astonishing momentum. But when it fell around the senior, those rocks disappeared one after another. And no one knew where they went. Yulong's eyes were straightened and his mind was buzzing. Senior seemed to say just now, there is a dragon born over there. What is going on? Seeing those 7 black coffins, Yulong felt horrified. He didn't dare to stop for a moment and quickly jumped into the air. After passing through the passage in the formation, Yulong felt his heart pounding when he saw that all the monks in the Netherworld cave, including the sect leader, were in a state of bewilderment. The magical powers this senior displayed were extremely terrifying. As the supreme sect of Mingxian Cave, the power of the entire sect is as vulnerable as a flying insect in front of the seniors. Yu Longfei flew to Yi Yun's side, lowering his head and not daring to speak. At this time, Yi Yun looked towards the direction of the valley, as if he thought of something, and suddenly stretched out his hand and set up a large formation, sealing the valley again. As the saying goes, rest in peace. The 7 elders of Shenlong Sect have been sleeping here for nearly 100,000 years. In the years to come, let them continue to sleep here. The formation set up by Yi Yun at this time can protect these 7 elders from being disturbed by anyone. He thought for a moment and threw another white stone into the formation. This is a Yuanling stone that contains terrifying spiritual energy. This formation will slowly release the spiritual energy in the Yuanling stone, maintaining the rich spiritual energy of the underworld cave. The reason why Yi Yun did this was to keep the supreme sect, Ningxian Cave, in its original state. Nothing will change. It is equivalent to letting these people guard the 7 dead elders of Shenlong Sect. After he left, Yi Yun planned to erase the memories of all the monks in Ningxian Cave. Let this place be restored to its condition before he came. As for Yu Long and his father, both of them possess rare divine dragon blood. And Yi Yun is ready to take them both away, to be cultivated as the reserve force of Shenlong Sect. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer human monks on the Cangnan continent who can possess the blood of the dragon. After finally encountering 2, Yi Yun will naturally not let them go. As for the memories of this father and son among all the monks in the entire Netherworld Cave, Yi Yun will also eliminate them all by then. For these people, this father and son seem to have never appeared in the Underworld Cave. Boom! The huge vibrations became louder and louder, and the entire Netherworld Cave trembled at this moment, as if a huge creature was about to be born. Suenio's face became more and more serious. This divine dragon broke out of its shell and was already at the level of eternity. This starting point is really too high. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the dark blood green wood dragon to break out of its shell. Boom! A huge rock wall suddenly fell off and fell in the direction of Yi Yun, and then a huge green dragon shadow suddenly emerged from the rock wall. Yi Yun narrowed his eyelids slightly, and the huge rock disappeared immediately. And 10 miles away from their heads, hovering was a giant green dragon tens of thousands of feet long. This giant green dragon has radiant green scales all over its body, except for a circle of red scales around its neck, which is unusually eye-catching. Ouch! This giant green dragon had just been born, extremely excited, and kept roaring up to the sky. Along with roars, a lot of green translucent gas actually fell from the big green dragon's mouth. The gas drifted downwards and fell down. Some fell on the rock walls everywhere, and those rock walls were instantly dyed with a strange green color. Some fell on some spiritual grasses, and those spiritual grasses also experienced some changes, and their growth rate suddenly accelerated. More green than before. The growth rate of those trees that grow spiritual fruits is also extremely accelerated. From flower to fruit, it only takes a few breaths of effort. Master, this dragon has the catalytic power of vegetation. Suenio looked at all this and said with a shocked expression. Yes, this dragon is called the dark blood green wood dragon. It is a divine dragon that is close to the wood type. Regardless of its mana, its blood, and even the poisonous gas it exhales, it can cause the surrounding vegetation to grow crazily. Yi Yan said with a smile. Senior, after absorbing the green gas, those plants and trees are poisonous. Right? Yulong looked at the spiritual fruits in the distance with lingering fear and swallowed hard. Yi Yan nodded and said with a smile, the dark blood greenwood dragon has a strange poison. After the breath it exhales contaminates the surrounding vegetation. If humans take it, the weak ones will be killed on the spot. So that's it. Yulong nodded with a pale face. The spirit fruit you left behind was just a wisp of aura that it inadvertently leaked, so you were able to survive for 3 years. Otherwise, if you ate one of the spirit fruits above, you would die in an instant. Yi Yun glanced at Yulong and said calmly. Very scary. Yulong said with fear. Yi Yun looked at a certain direction under his feet and said calmly, your father is still in prison. Go and rescue him. Okay, senior. Yulong was immediately overjoyed, bowed quickly, and quickly flew downwards. The excitement of the nether-blooded greenwood dragon above the nether immortal cave finally subsided. Only then did it realize that there were a large number of monks gathered below. It is no stranger to those monks. They are the monks from the netherworld cave, who have been accompanying it here for tens of thousands of years. But in the void above these netherworld cave monks, there were 2 figures standing. It's 2 young people. A young man in black robe exudes a faint demonic aura, and his cultivation has reached the first level of the eternal realm. It is exactly the same as its realm. The other young man in white clothes is a human monk. I don't know what secret method he used to cover his aura, so it can't see his cultivation level. Who are these 2 people? How come there are such powerful monks in the netherworld cave? The dark-blooded greenwood dragon floats in mid-air, with a pair of green dragon eyes showing a hint of doubt. Suanio, you are also at the first level of the eternal realm. Do you want to fight with this dragon? Yi Yan said with a smile. Master, I also want to experience the power of this dragon, so I will go and meet it now. Suanio cupped his hands and bowed. He is also an ancient divine beast, but he has never fought against a divine dragon. Now that the opponent's cultivation level is comparable to that of it, he just wants to see who is stronger. Yi Yun gently tapped his hand, and a white light fell into Suanio's body. Go, this mana can protect you from its poisonous effects. Yi Yun said with a smile. Haha, thank you, sir. Suanio quickly thanked him, and with a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and flew into the air. Yi Yun raised his head and stared at the upcoming battle with interest. In mid-air, the black bird suddenly transformed into a giant black bird. The black bird also showed its true form. Only in its true form can it exert its strongest combat effectiveness. The dark blood greenwood dragon on the opposite side is also in the state of a dragon body. This battle can be called a dragon and phoenix battle. Ouch, my god! What kind of dragon is this? Outside the underworld cave, the big black horse looked inside with its head raised, and looked at the giant green dragon with a shocked look on its face. Whoosh! A red kitten suddenly flew over the head of the big black horse and looked down. Boss, I never expected that there are still remaining dark-blooded greenwood dragons in Songnan continent. There was a hint of surprise on the face of the Blood King demonic dragon, and he said with a click of his tongue, this little dragon is so weak and pitiful. Bai Heitong Shenlong opened one eye, took a look, and then closed it again. As a divine dragon in the Divine King realm, it has no interest in this kind of battle at all. It was almost like watching 2 babies fight. This dragon is so poisonous. After hearing what the Blood King demonic dragon said, the big black horse nodded, recalling the green gas, and said thoughtfully, "Yes, there were some dragons in ancient times who were poisonous dragons. They carried some kind of violent and strange poison with amazing lethality. So in that era, Master Zulong had strict restrictions on them." The Blood Chief demonic dragon murmured, "I don't know who can win this battle. What do you think, Dick?" After hearing the words of the Blood King demonic dragon, the big black horse grinned, revealing his white teeth. "The dark blood Aoki dragon must have won, and the black bird is still worse." The Blood Chief demonic dragon chuckled. "As a dragon clan, it naturally wants to speak for the dragon clan. Then we'll see." The big black horse smiled and said, "In the void of the nether immortal cave, there is a huge black bird and a huge nether blood greenwood dragon. Confronting each other in midair, the auras of the two divine beasts collided fiercely in midair, making an extremely shocking sound. You must be the legendary black bird, right? Why did you come to my netherworld cave?" The dark blood greenwood dragon stared at Suenio coldly and asked loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, let's try 2 moves first." Suenio shouted loudly, flapped his wings, picked up a gust of wind, and suddenly stretched out his black claws in the direction of the dark blood greenwood dragon, grabbing it fiercely. Seeing that this black bird wanted to take action at the slightest disagreement, the dark blood greenwood dragon was also furious. It roared angrily and said, "If you want to fight me, you are no match yet." As it spoke, it shook its head and tail, and stretched out its scaly green claws to face the giant black claw. Boom! The claws of the two monsters, one green and one black, collided with each other, making a loud noise. A huge shockwave spread crazily towards the surroundings. However, before it hit the surrounding rock walls, the shockwave disappeared automatically. All of this was naturally Yi Yun's handiwork. He wanted to keep the nether immortal cave intact and try his best not to let the battle between these two monsters affect other parts of the nether immortal cave. A huge force suddenly made the black bird retreat continuously. It suddenly flapped its wings and blew up waves of hurricanes before it stabilized its body. As expected of the dragon clan. What a powerful physical force. Suenio was also secretly surprised. However, the master was supervising the battle below, and it didn't dare to be lazy. It rushed up again and grabbed the dark blood greenwood dragon. "You wanna die?" The dark blood greenwood dragon was furious, opened its mouth, and spewed out a large amount of green poisonous gas. Call. The poisonous gas was overwhelming and roaring, shrouding Suenio like a dark cloud. Suenio didn't want to dodge, he folded his wings, directly, passed through the green poisonous gas, and continued to catch the dark blood green wood dragon. What? It's not afraid of this poisonous gas? Seeing that Suenio passed through the poisonous gas and nothing happened, the dark blood greenwood dragon was immediately shocked. It is still very confident in its own poison. Once this black bird in the eternal realm is contaminated with its unique poisonous gas, although it will not die immediately, at least its movements will be hindered. But apparently, the black bird was not affected at all and seemed to be immune to its poisonous gas, to some extent. Seeing that the poison gas was ineffective, the dark blood greenwood dragon could only bite the bullet and rely on the strength of his body to fight this black bird. Boom! Boom! Two huge figures started a fierce hand-to-hand battle in mid-air. Although Suenio's attack was fierce, it was still unable to break through the defense around the dark blood greenwood dragon. Even if it occasionally broke through its defense, Suenio was surprised to find that the green dragon on the opposite side had extremely strong recovery capabilities. Even if there is a wound on the body, the wound will heal instantly. After dozens of rounds, Suenio's advantage was gone, and it could only rely on its extremely fast speed to constantly deal with the dark blood green wood dragon in front of it. Occasionally, if you are not careful, you will be swept by the dragon's tail, and a few black feathers will fall off your body. The dragon clan is the dragon clan. Even if it has just broken out of its shell, its fighting power is still extremely powerful. Standing in the void below, Yi saw this, moved slightly, and instantly appeared in the center of the battle scene between the two. Boom! Yi waved his arm, and a mysterious force rippled out, separating Suenio and dark blood green wood dragon. Suenio, stop it. You are not its opponent yet, Yi ordered with a smile. After hearing what the master said, Suenio felt ashamed. It transformed into the original young man in black robe and landed next to Yi. Don't blame yourself. Yi patted Xian on the shoulder, said softly, retracted his arm, and looked at the dark blood green wood dragon opposite. Suenio, is your help here? The dark-blooded green wood dragon, which shot out the true fire, lowered its huge head, looked at the two tiny figures in front of him, and let out a victor's sneer. You, the little dragon in the eternal realm, are not my opponent yet. I will find a new opponent for you. Yi smiled softly, and with his thought, the Blood King demonic dragon, who was watching the excitement, was suddenly mobilized by him. In the void, suddenly a red kitten appeared. The red kitten looked at the dark blood green wood dragon that suddenly became extremely huge in front of it, with a confused look in its eyes. Just now, you were watching the excitement at the top of the cave. Why did you suddenly find yourself in front of the dark blood green wood dragon? Sword. Hey! I'm so confused. It must be the master who asked me to come here to deal with that dark-blooded green wood dragon. The Blood King demonic dragon raised its furry red paw, slapped its head suddenly, and thought with an annoyed look on its face. After thinking about it, it became excited. In ancient times, it once challenged a dark-blooded green wood dragon in private, but failed that time. Unexpectedly, now he has a chance to face the dark-blood Aoki dragon. But this time it has an absolute advantage in cultivation. With its current level of cultivation at the 6th level of the Eternal Realm, the Blood Chief demonic dragon felt that it would not be a problem to easily win against a dark blood green wood dragon that had just hatched from the 1st level of the Eternal Realm. As for the opponent's poison, the Blood King demonic dragon is not afraid. This. Looking at a red kitten that suddenly appeared in front of him, the dark blood green wood dragon was also startled. He only felt that the scene in front of him was really weird. But when it went to feel the red kitten's cultivation, it found that the other person's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. It is a full 5 realms higher than it. At this moment, the idea of escape came into his mind. This is the helper I'm looking for. You little dragon, see if you can defeat it. Yi clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the dark blood green wood dragon with an increasingly frightened expression with interest, and couldn't help but laugh. This little dragon had just been born and had little experience. When he realized that the gap in realm was too big, he was ready to run away. Fuck you, who's fighting you? The dark blood green wood dragon roared loudly, spit out a billowing stream of poisonous gas, and enveloped it overwhelmingly, then turned around and ran away. Want to run? A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of the Blood Chief demonic dragon, and he suddenly transformed into a giant blood dragon and chased after the dark blood green wood dragon. One red and one green, two giant dragons started chasing each other in mid-air. However, the chase only lasted a short time and ended. After all, the level difference was too big, and the Blood Chief demonic dragon easily blocked the dark blood green wood dragon's retreat. Little Mao-Tu, stop running away, and come here to fight with your uncle. Long. The Blood Chief demonic dragon sneered, stretched out his claws, and grabbed the dark blood green wood dragon's head. Although the grasping movement was very light, just like an elder stroking the junior's head, but when it fell into the eyes of the dark blood green wood dragon, there was huge panic. What kind of dragon is this bloody dragon? It didn't even have any memory in its mind. The dark blood cyanwood dragon is only a young dragon, and the blood memory in the body has not yet fully awakened, so it cannot be identified. Unable to escape, it had no choice but to stretch out its dragon claws and reach forward. Boom! One red and one green, the two dragon claws collided together, and the dark blood greenwood dragon was immediately knocked away. The difference in realm is too great, and coupled with the extraordinary bloodline of the Blood Chief demon dragon, the dark blood greenwood dragon is no match at all. It's really too weak. The Blood King demonic dragon curled his lips and rushed downwards again. This little dragon has just hatched and is ready to teach it a lesson. Let him not sound so arrogant in the future. In mid-air, the Blood Chief demonic dragon launched an attack on the dark blood greenwood dragon, but it still had some discretion and did not kill it. Because the Blood Chief demonic dragon knew that this divine dragon was going to be received from the divine dragon sect. This senior is really strong. Suenio looked at the battle between the two giant dragons in mid-air with an envious look in his eyes. There is no doubt about the power of the dragon clan. This ancient monster really has no advantage when facing the dragon clan. Now, I can only hope that the master can reward him with a piece of god-level armor in the future. Stop fighting. Why don't I admit defeat? We are all dragons, why bother killing them all? The dark blood greenwood dragon transformed into a young man in green robe, kneeling on the ground, holding his head and begging for mercy. Okay, then I won't fight. The Blood King demonic dragon curled his lips, then transformed and returned to the appearance of the cute red kitten. Dark blood Aoki dragon saw this cute red kitten with a blank look on his face. This dragon senior is so powerful, why does he have the quirk of turning into a cat? It's really hard to understand. Master, what do you think we should do with this little dragon? The Blood King demonic dragon turned to look at Yi Yun and asked. Yi Yun walked over in the void, walked to the side of the dark blood green wood dragon, put his hands behind his back, and asked calmly, You, this little dragon, have just broken out of its shell and have no family or sect. Why not join our divine dragon sect? Join the Shenlong Sect? The dark blood greenwood dragon was immediately stunned. They had a fight together and beat it almost to death, just to get it to join the other side's sect. Where did this guy come from? What? Don't you want to? The Blood King demonic dragon said angrily beside him. I want to think about it. The dark blood greenwood dragon lowered his head, seeming to be thinking about something. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the dark blood greenwood dragon calmly. If the little dragon refused to agree, he would issue an order using the ancestral dragon bloodline to force it to join the Shenlong Sect. Go and take a look below. Why hasn't you long come back yet? Is it because of The prison's restrictions that he can't open for a while? Yi Yun looked at the direction under his feet and gave instructions to the Blood King demonic dragon. Okay, sir, I'll go down and take a look. With a flash of red light, the Blood King demonic dragon disappeared from sight. The dark blood Aoki dragon still lowered his head. Suenia was a little anxious at this time and urged from the side, "You guys haven't thought about it yet?" The dark blood greenwood dragon suddenly raised his head, and as soon as he said a word, a yellow sword light suddenly appeared from his mouth and went straight towards Yi Yun. This sword light came extremely suddenly, faster than lightning. "You dare!" Seeing the dark-blooded greenwood dragon hiding a knife in his smile and unexpectedly attacking the master, suddenly, Zuanio was furious. He rushed out and punched the dark-blooded greenwood dragon. The dark-blood Aoki dragon showed no fear on his face, stretched out his fist, and withstood the black bird's attack. The yellow sword light appeared very suddenly, flying to Yi Yun's chest at lightning speed, and suddenly stopped. The sword light disappeared, and a mahogany sword appeared. "You actually blocked it. What kind of cultivation level are you, a human being?" The dark blood greenwood dragon couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his fatal blow was blocked. It originally thought that the young man in white was the most powerful, but because of his low cultivation level, he had always used monsters to fend off enemies. However, it didn't expect that this magical power, which was a surefire sneak attack, didn't even cause a splash. The sneak attack failed. The dark blood greenwood dragon was about to escape again, but suddenly he found a vast force coming to his body, making him unable to move. This young man in white is actually more powerful than that giant red dragon. At this moment, the dark blood greenwood dragon only felt a huge terror coming. It shivered, and its whole body started to tremble. It knew that it might be doomed. This young man in white might kill it with just one finger. Yi Yun stared blankly at the light yellow peachwood sword on his chest. When he saw the familiar runes engraved on the sword, a faint sadness rose in his eyes. This peachwood sword comes from Louis 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun has many confidants, each of whom has an unparalleled appearance that will captivate the whole country. But when it comes to swordsmanship, Louis can definitely be ranked first. Louis has extremely high talent in swordsmanship and often likes to compete with Yi Yun on weekdays. He is also considered a sword fanatic. Due to their frequent exchanges of ideas, Yi Yun and Louis had a similar mind, and they worked together to create a set of swordsmanship. It's the sword technique on the Sword King Stone. 9 Heavens Lotus Technique. Yi Yun gently stretched out his hand and grabbed the small mahogany sword in his hand with a rather excited expression. This sword is not an ordinary peachwood sword. It has runes carved on it, which were carved by Yi Yun himself. Inside the peachwood sword, there is a sword intention left by Louis. However, that sword intent has been consumed by the attack just now. Despite this, Yi Yun was still able to tell that this was Louis' sword intention. Yi Yun fell into deep thought. That day, the guardian near the Sword King Stone told Yi Yun that his family's ancestor Louis had passed away long ago. Yi Yun could also accept Louis' death. After all, even if you cultivate to a true god, you will not be able to live for 100,000 years. After Yi Yun was reborn, he had already been mentally prepared for the fate of his former friend. After all, none of them could live that long. Yi Yun was a little confused because Louis was a sword fanatic and only had swords in her heart. Where did she get a dragon egg? He also sealed this dragon egg deep in the rock wall of the underworld cave. What's even more surprising is that he actually gave this peach wood sword to the dark blood green wood dragon. All this is really incredible. Yi Yun took 2 steps forward and came to the dark blood green wood dragon. He released a trace of the bloodline aura of the ancestral dragon. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon suppresses the people for eternity. All dragon clans in the world dare not disobey. When he felt the pressure of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, which was like the law of heaven, the dark blood green wood dragon's expression changed drastically. He suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and said, "Respectfully, Xiaolong has met Lord Ancestral Dragon." Seeing the dark blood green wood dragon surrendering, Yi Yun nodded lightly. "Master, what's wrong with him?" Suanio, next to him, stared at all this with some confusion. For some unknown reason, that small mahogany sword actually caused such a huge change in the master's expression. Suanio has never seen the master be so out of control. "Where did you get this sword?" Looking at the dark blood green wood dragon, Yi Yun regained his composure and asked softly, "Master Zulong, my master gave this to me before leaving Songnam continent. He said that if I break out of my shell in the future, if I am lucky enough to reach the realm of true gods in Songnam continent, I will take this sword to the divine land to find it." The dark blood green wood dragon said respectfully. "Your master? What does it look like?" "You quickly used your magic power to transform it." Yi Yun was slightly startled, and then ordered, "Okay." The dark blood green wood dragon immediately used its magic power to form an illusory image of a stunningly beautiful woman in midair. When he saw the woman's appearance, Yi Yun's expression changed drastically, and his body shook slightly. Even though he was determined, the mahogany sword in his hand almost fell. Unexpectedly, the shadow of the stunning woman turned out to be Nangong Yu. Why her? There was a storm in Yi Yun's heart. Since his fall in the Shenlong Sect, Nangong Yu's behavior has been different from ordinary people. His behavior is extremely strange, both good and evil, and unpredictable. How come she has Louis's peachwood sword? He also gave Louis's peachwood sword to the dark blood green wood dragon, which was still in the state of a dragon egg at that time. This is really incredible. Do you know what your master's name is? Yi Yun calmed down and asked calmly. I don't know, Lord Zulong. My master never said her name, and we didn't get along for a long time. She sealed me in the underworld cave and asked me to hatch with the help of the rich spiritual energy here. The dark blood green wood dragon answered honestly. Incubated for more than 90,000 years? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked quietly. My master told me before he left that it was very dangerous outside and that I could never break out of my shell until I reached the eternal realm. So I followed my master's will and postponed it for 10,000 years. Dark Blood Aoki Dragon said. What the hell is this Nangong Yu doing? Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and star-like runes flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he read the memory of the dark blood green wood dragon. What surprised Yi Yun was that the memory of the dark blood green wood dragon was not restricted, and its memory was relatively complete. Everything is exactly as the dark blood Aoki dragon said. Nangong Yu sealed the dragon eggs deep in the rock wall of the Mingxian cave, gave instructions, and then left. According to its memory, Nangong Yu should have gone to the divine land. But there was something that Netherblood King Mialong had to say just now, but he didn't have time to say it. It was Nangong Yu who asked the dark blood green wood dragon to come to the divine land one day, take this peachwood sword, and go to Deluo domain to find her. Could it be that Lu Yi's death has something to do with Nangongyu? Such a question suddenly appeared in Yi Yun's mind. It seemed that he had to go to the divine land. Originally, now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 10th level of the divine sovereign realm, he was about to go to the divine land to make a breakthrough. Now he just had a clue about Nangongyu, and the two things merged into one. Yi Yun moved slightly and withdrew the suppressive ancestral dragon aura. Get up, Yi Yun said softly. Looking up into the void, Yi Yun breathed out the turbid air that was depressed in his heart. It is also a good thing to accidentally get clues about Nangongyu. This time when I went to the Netherworld cave, I also found traces of the mastermind behind the scenes, and harvested a 7-star formation. In addition, I collected a nether-blooded greenwood dragon at the 1st level of the Eternal Realm. All this is a very good sign. Since then, Yi Yun discovered that what he encountered was the layout of the mastermind. Behind the scenes, these plans were laid out a long time ago. So far, the mastermind behind the scenes has not really arrived in Shenlong continent. Perhaps it was because the time was still short, and Yi Yun had erased the memories of many relevant people along the way, so the mastermind hiding in the sacred land should not have noticed it yet. Yi Yun thought for a while. He, the 13th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect, could suddenly resurrect after 100,000 years. This huge change was something that the mastermind behind the scenes never expected. After all, he is a time traveler, has a system, and is a huge variable. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes has been sitting back and enjoying the original meticulous layout, quietly waiting for the fate of the Shenlong Sect and the dragon clan of Shenlong continent to completely decline. A red light swept out from below and landed in front of him. The Blood King demonic dragon came back with the Yu family and his son. Yi Yun took out the green bead and put them in it with a wave of his hand. Then he separated a ray of soul, entered the world in the beads, and took both of them under the command of Shenlong Sect. After leaving some cultivation resources, that ray of soul returned. Yi Yun checked the large formation deep in the Ningxian cave to make sure there was no problem, and then processed the memories in the minds of all the monks in the Ningxian cave. Afterwards, returning to the carriage, Yi Yun explained to the 3 juniors of Shenlong Sect and several monster beasts, and then left Shenlong continent with the dark blood greenwood dragon and headed straight for the divine land. Master, this ancient road to the sky is really scary. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get through even one level. At the end of the ancient road to the sky, 2 figures flew out. A young man in white clothes, with deep facial features, extremely handsome, and an indescribable aura of transcendence blooming all over his body. Another young man in green robe has a slightly green look on his face. The young man in green robe was the one who spoke just now. After finishing speaking, the young man in green robe looked back, still with a horrified expression on his face. If the ancient road to heaven is not strong, how can it stop the monks coming and going? Yi Yun smiled faintly and shook his head slightly, then his eyes fell on a small wooden house in a fenced yard in the distance. The cabin was empty. After the original gatekeeper of Tongtian Ancient Road was killed by him, there was no one to guard the place anymore. Yi Yun guessed that a new gatekeeper would be sent to this place sooner or later. After all, the forces of the divine land are very worried about Shenlong continent and do not want the monks from Shenlong continent to go out as much as possible. Setting up gatekeepers also adds another layer of obstacles. Although the gatekeeper seemed a little greedy at that time, he was actually a ruthless character who would kill him if he disagreed. Therefore, in the past, even if there were monks from Shenlong continent who were lucky enough to walk out of the ancient road to heaven, it would be extremely difficult for them to pass the gatekeeper level. The cabin disappeared in a flash. Yi Yun took the dark blood green wood dragon through the last barrier of the Tongtian ancient road and entered a blue sea. Wow, the aura in the air is actually different from the one in Shenlong continent. After taking a breath of spiritual energy, Netherblood King Mialong's face showed an intoxicated expression, and then the intoxication turned into shock. Wouldn't it be possible to practice at this place several times faster? The aura of the divine soil contains divinity. 4 monks above the true God realm, this is a paradise for cultivation. Yi Yun smiled and said, "This place is really nice. No wonder the owner asked me to come here." The dark blood Aoki dragon scratched his head, showing a fascinated look. "Then you must have that strength." Yi Yun laughed so loudly that the young man in green robe opposite him suddenly turned red. "Master, I know that my strength is very weak, and the obstacles on the Tongtian ancient road are really terrible. With my strength, even at the 10th level of the eternal realm, I can't break through." The dark blood Aoki dragon said with a red face. "Yes, you are somewhat self-aware. Let's go. Let's go directly to Daluo domain to see if Nangonyu is there." Yi Yun smiled, broke through the void, and left here with the dark blood green wood dragon. Just a few breaths after Yi Yun left, suddenly, a black immortal boat came through the sky from a distance and stopped near the barrier outside the Tongtian ancient road. There was a group of people standing on the ferry boat, about 34 people. These people look similar to normal humans, but each one has a strange black mark between their eyebrows. They are from the Yuanma tribe. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the distant netherworld to come here. This should be the place. Among the many Yuanma clan members, there stood a middle-aged man in black robes. He is none other than the demon god of the Yuan demon clan. But his real name is Wuda. From other worlds. Wuda finally entered this world, took possession of the demon god's body, and naturally became the leader of the Yuan demon tribe. Then he led the Yuan demon clan and easily defeated the bloodthirsty demon clan, shocking several other major demon clan. It took a while to settle in. Wuda's addiction to smoking was overtaken, and he missed his treasure again. The purple gold cigarette stick. So he led a group of subordinates, looking for the feeling in the dark, and traveled all the way through mountains and rivers, and finally arrived at the Chen Xi area. Lord Demon God, this is the entrance to the hidden dragon forbidden zone. The beautiful high priest with fair skin and delicate face, holding a white bone staff, looked at the translucent barrier below with a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. Even though the netherworld demonic realm they live in is extremely far away from here, as a demon clan in the divine land, all Yuanma clan members know what the hidden dragon forbidden zone means. This is a real no-go zone. No monk dared to enter this terrifying place. Once you enter rashly, you will be subject to a terrifying curse. Your lifelong cultivation will be stopped, and you will never be able to move forward. The spiritual energy within the restricted area is extremely thin, has no divinity at all, and is not suitable for cultivating by monks in the divine land. After listening to the words of this beautiful and sexy high priest, Wuda showed a look of embarrassment on his face. Due to the hasty takeover, the demon's soul was shattered by him, so he inherited no memory. During this period of time, Wuda relied on his special identity and amazing combat power to obtain a lot of information about the divine land continent. through deception. However, this was the first time he had heard of this hidden dragon restricted area. Wuda coughed and said quite seriously, High Priest, what's the point of this hidden dragon, forbidden zone? Tell me quickly, I've been sleeping for too long, and I can't remember some things clearly. The High Priest smiled charmingly, but he didn't take it seriously. Ever since the Lord Demon God arrived, he has been somewhat unclear, which often makes people feel surprised. However, this Lord Demon God was extremely powerful and defeated the bloodthirsty demon clan with one attack. That battle shocked the entire Netherworld demon realm. This also established the status of the Yuanma clan members in the demon clan. Some people from the demon clan even began to classify Yuan Demon as one of the top 10 demon clans. As for the other major demon tribes, they are also extremely afraid of the Yuan demon tribe and no longer dare to bully them as casually as before. Lord Demon God, there is a terrifying curse in the hidden dragon forbidden zone. Any cultivator from the divine land who enters will be cursed, making it difficult to break through even half a point on the path of cultivation. The High Priest said softly. She looked at the transparent barrier with a look of fear in her eyes. The road to spiritual practice is long. Who doesn't want to go further on this avenue? Once the path of spiritual practice is cut off, life will stagnate and one will eventually die. Oh. Wuda nodded, was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said, then I'll go in and take a look first. After saying that, he disappeared from the ferry boat in a flash. Lord Demon God. The High Priest shouted so loudly that her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. She quickly flew towards the barrier. In panic, other members of the Yuan Demon clan quickly controlled the immortal boat, turned into a ray of light, and penetrated into the barrier. Go behind the barrier. The High Priest suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She discovered that there was a small wooden house in the distance, and the demon god of their Yuanma clan was standing in front of the wooden house, seeming to be looking for something. The High Priest quickly flew over with his clansmen. Lord Demon God, this is the Tongtian ancient road. Fortunately, you didn't directly enter the hidden dragon restricted area. After flying nearby, the High Priest took a breath with lingering fear. There is a lingering smell of cigarette smoke in this place. It seems like there are people of the same kind. Wuda put his hands behind his back, with a bright smile on his face, and said, with Tut. For updates today, this is the first chapter. Lord Demon God, what are you looking for along the way? The High Priest came closer, blinked his beautiful eyes, and asked, curiously. I lost one of my purple and gold pipes, so I have to find it. Wuda waved his hand casually, then walked around the courtyard, constantly smelling the air. Lord Demon God, are you looking for a purple gold smokestick? The High Priest and the Yuanma tribesmen next to him looked at each other and couldn't help but look at each other. In the memory of the High Priest, when did the demon god learn to smoke? She was extremely confused. So the High Priest bravely asked, Master Demon God, do you still smoke? Wuda turned around, glared at the High Priest angrily, and said angrily, what's wrong with smoking? When a man smokes a cigarette, he is as happy as a god, but you are so in charge. The High Priest was so shocked by this sentence that he didn't know what to say. Lord Demon God, I remember the first time you came to this world. Didn't you smoke at that time? The High Priest said sarcastically. Can't you learn it later? Can you guys save me some trouble? Wuda said angrily. Seeing that the demon god was getting angry, the High Priest immediately closed his sexy red mouth. Ha ha. Wuda suddenly let out a wild laugh, his nose twitched twice in a row, and he laughed loudly. The purple gold tobacco pole really did appear here. Lord Demon God, this should be where the gatekeeper of Tongtian Ancient Road lives, but for some reason the gatekeeper disappeared. The high priest said cautiously from the side. She naturally knew that there was a gatekeeper on the Tongtian Ancient Road. I asked why I couldn't find it. It turned out that the gatekeeper had stolen my purple gold cigarette rod, and someone else had secretly hidden it. Wuda slapped his forehead and shouted excitedly. It smells like smoking. So it can be seen that the people living in this house also like to smoke. And the faint smell of his purple gold cigarette stick remains here, indicating that it has something to do with the gatekeeper. Most likely he escaped with his purple and gold tobacco stick. After all, the level of his purple gold cigarette rod is too high, and no one in this world of gods and earth will be tempted by it. Along this road is the hidden dragon restricted area, right? Wuda thought of this and looked towards the Tongtian Ancient Road in the distance. He planned to go to the hidden dragon restricted area to look for it himself. As soon as the Lord Demon God asked this question, the high priest immediately panicked. Lord Demon God, are you trying to enter this hidden dragon restricted area? The high priest asked tremblingly. Well, that's the plan. Wuda said thoughtfully. Plop. The high priest immediately knelt at Wuda's feet, and the other Yuanma clan members also knelt down immediately. Lord Demon God, you must not go to the hidden dragon restricted area. The curse in that place is too terrifying. Once you step into the cursed area, even a god king's cultivation will stagnate. The high priest's beautiful little face turned red and he said excitedly. Wuda said nothing with a straight face. He didn't care at all about the so-called practice. Anyway, his original body is still wandering outside this world. However, seeing these little Yuanma tribesmen kneeling at his feet, Wuda felt a little embarrassed for a moment. This world is so solid. If my practice stagnates, won't I be trapped in this world forever and be unable to get out? A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and Wuda suddenly realized something. So what if he goes in and finds the purple gold cigarette rod? If he couldn't escape from this world, wouldn't he suffer a big loss? After thinking about it, Wuda felt that the high priest's words made sense. He couldn't take the risk just yet. Seeing that the demon god was still pondering, the high priest became a little anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, Lord Demon God, the human monks in the world of the hidden dragon restricted area are all so weak in cultivation that they don't even have true gods. If you want to find your purple gold smoke stick, why not send one of our tribesmen in to find out? After all, that's a good idea. Wuda's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Among the tribesmen he brought this time, those with the worst cultivation levels were also in the true god realm. The high priest stood up, looked back at the tribesman kneeling next to him, and gently touched his hand. Come out. A young man from the Yuan demon clan, who was on the third level of the divine Lord realm, stood up with a look of panic on his face. The high priest looked unhappy and frowned. It is your supreme honor to serve the demon god. After hearing what the high priest said, the young man suddenly realized, and his expression changed from panic to fanaticism. Wood gently touched his hand, and a ray of light was injected into the young man's mind. This is the information about my purple gold cigarette stick. After you go in, you have to look for it carefully. Wuda solemnly asked. Lord Demon God, don't worry, I will definitely find your purple gold cigarette rod. The young man knelt on the ground and said loudly. Wuda nodded with satisfaction. In a place where there is not even a true god, sending a member of the Yuan demon tribe at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm is an invincible existence. I give you a magical power that can destroy anyone within the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm with one move. Wuda still seemed to feel uneasy, so he used his hand again, and a ray of light fell into the mark between the young man's eyebrows. With this magical power, he felt relieved. The so-called gatekeeper would not be this young man's opponent. After the arrangements are made, go. Wuda waved his hand and gave the order to set off. Wait a moment, Lord Demon God, let me explain a few words to him. The high priest seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped the young man. The young man paused. The high priest looked serious and said slowly, it is said that this hidden dragon forbidden zone is also concerned by some of the supreme powers of the divine land. You must not go on a killing spree after entering. I understand, High Priest. The young man nodded solemnly, then disappeared in a flash. The High Priest let out a breath. Although the human cultivation in the hidden dragon forbidden zone was very weak, she knew that the supreme power in the divine land was also very concerned about this restricted area. The gods of the sacred land are not allowed to rely on their cultivation to massacre the monks inside. Okay, let's go back first. Wuda watched the young man's back disappear, then turned around and stepped on the ferry boat. He also has to go back and practice seriously. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more likely he is to escape from this world. The aura of the nether demon realm contains demonic nature, which is suitable for the cultivation of his Yuan demon body. Call. The ferry boat rose up, turned into a ray of light, rushed out of the barrier at the end of the ancient road to the sky, and then disappeared into the sky. Yi Yun, who was tearing apart space and heading to the Daluo domain, didn't know that when he left Songnan continent, the owner of the Zijin smoke rod actually sent a Yuan demon from the Divine Lord realm to enter Songnan continent. Fortunately, Yi Yun had great luck. When he brought out so many god-level and super god-level smoking poles, only one strong man felt it. Otherwise, if the powerful people in all dimensions and universes feel it, the world of the divine land may be turned upside down. After Yi Yun entered the divine land, he did not go to Tongtian Island in the 9th Sea region first. Instead, it tore apart the void and kept moving towards the Great Luo domain. The Daluo territory has a long coastline and is adjacent to the First Sea area. Its territory is vast, and it is filled with various forces, large and small. Yi Yun once captured Jiang Hingyue's memory, so he knew the direction of Daluo territory very clearly. Master, your continuous tearing of the void consumes too much mana. Do you want to take a rest? Seeing the master tearing apart the void, starting from the Songnan continent, and still doing the same in the divine land, the dark blood greenwood dragon was shocked and asked quietly beside Yi Yun. Let's talk about it when we get there. Yi Yun just smiled and continued to tear through the void and rush on his way. Continuously tearing apart the void is also a huge burden for him. Fortunately, he has the body of an ancestral dragon and can still bear it for now. However, Yi Yun's mana consumption was also very huge. Some time passed. After Yi Yun tore the void apart, he walked out of the void with the dark blood greenwood dragon. At this moment, they have entered the territory of Daluo territory. We're here, this is the Great Luo territory. Yi Yun took a gentle breath, took a few pills, and quickly recovered his mana. Master, this Great Luo realm is so vast, with a huge sea of people, and 100,000 years have passed. Where can we find people? The dark blood greenwood dragon looked around with a confused expression, with no clue in his heart. The place where the two of them were at the moment was on the top of a mountain, and the city could be vaguely seen in the distance. Let's go take a look at the front first. Yi Yun pointed to a huge city in the distance with his right hand and said, with a smile, looking for Nangongyu now is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, 100,000 years have passed. Who knows what her situation is now? Although Yi Yun speculated that Nangongyu had the support of Shinto forces behind him. But 100,000 years is too long. If Nangongyu could not break through to the Divine King realm, it would be difficult for him to survive. Until now. Although he came in a hurry, Yi Yun's heart calmed down after arriving in Daluo territory. Master, you had a hard time tearing apart the void just now. Why don't you let me do it for you next? The dark blood greenwood dragon suddenly said. That's fine. Yi Yun smiled slightly and did not refuse. The dark blood greenwood dragon transformed into a green giant dozens of feet tall, floating in midair. Yi Yun took one step to reach the top of its head, smiled softly and said, Let's go. The dark blood greenwood dragon carried Yi Yun and flew towards the distant city. Master, I find that my speed has slowed down here. After flying like this, the dark blood greenwood dragon suddenly noticed something strange and was shocked. The world of Divine Land is higher in level than the world of Songnan continent, so it is stronger and has greater pressure, so your speed will slow down. This is normal. Yi Yun explained with a smile. So that's it. This world is really scary. I, a little dragon in the eternal realm, am simply precarious in this place. I am at the bottom of the pile. The dark blood Aoki dragon said in frustration. Haha, don't worry, you won't be in any danger with me here. Yi Yun said with a smile. The dark blood greenwood dragon is now at the first level of the eternal realm. In this divine land where true gods are everywhere, the realm is indeed a bit pitiful. At this time, rays of light continued to fly from all around and quickly towards the distant city. Yi Yun took a look and saw that many of them were cultivators of the true God realm, but there were also very few cultivators of the Divine Lord realm. Brother Taoist, is your dragon mount a good one? At this time, 2 rays of light fell from the sky, which were 2 middle-aged men. A burly middle-aged man looked at Yi Yun with his hands folded into fists and smiled. What do you two do for a living? Yi Yun remained calm and just smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist, it is said that a young dragon is about to be auctioned in Yunxiao City ahead. Could it be yours? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Auction of baby dragons? Yi Yun's expression changed, and a look of interest suddenly appeared on his face. In the vast sacred land, there is only a clan of dragon breeders who have been tirelessly cultivating dragon eggs and various baby dragons and handing them over to the auction house for auction. Unexpectedly, this time it was such a coincidence that we caught up with the baby dragon auction. Maybe, he might still have a chance to catch a dragon breeder. Seeing that Yi Yun didn't speak, another middle-aged man next to him cupped his fists and asked with a smile. Brother Taoist, are you the legendary mysterious dragon keeper? Hearing this man's question, Yi Yun immediately laughed. No, the 2 fellow Taoists have recognized the wrong person. I am just an ordinary cultivator, not a dragon breeder. Yi Yun answered with a smile. The faces of the 2 middle-aged men suddenly showed expressions of disappointment. If it was a dragon breeder, they would also like to make some friends. But if you are a casual cultivator, forget it. Two Taoist brothers, do you know which auction house in Yunxiao City is auctioning baby dragons? Yi Yun asked, cupping his fists. Is Brother Tao also interested in auctioning young dragons? The largest gold and jade auction house in Yunxiao City is responsible for this auction, and it should start soon. The burly middle-aged man on the left said with a smile. I do have some interest. If I had the chance, I would naturally like to take a photo. Yi Yun smiled. When he meets a dragon, he naturally can't let it go. Even if the dragon raised by a dragon breeder does something to it, he doesn't mind at all. Brother Taoist, as a casual cultivator, I suggest you withdraw from this auction. The other thin middle-aged man, seeing Yi Yun being so interested, smiled bitterly and poured a basin of cold water down. Yi Yun was slightly startled. Two Taoist brothers, do you think I don't have enough financial resources? Yi Yun pretended to be angry. Brother Dao, you misunderstood. The main reason is that a big figure from the Divine Lord Realm came to Yunxiao City this time, and he specified that he wanted to take a picture of this young dragon as a gift for the Sword Cloud Sect's Heaven Sacrifice Ceremony. The thin middle-aged man looked embarrassed and waved his hands repeatedly. A gift from the Shenlong Sect's Heaven Sacrifice Ceremony? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. What exactly is going on? Is it necessary to kill a dragon in the ceremony of worshipping heaven? Seeing Yi Yun's expression, the two middle-aged men looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Dao, you misunderstood. This heaven sacrifice ceremony is not about killing dragons to sacrifice to heaven, but because the sword master of Shenlong Sect likes to raise dragons very much. Therefore, if many of the forces below want to ask for help from Shenlong Sect, they will all send a baby dragon there. The burly middle-aged man explained with a smile. Even if the baby dragon doesn't send a dragon egg, that's okay. At this time, another thin middle-aged man added. So this is Yi Yun nodded, with a look of surprise on his face. In today's sacred land, is it popular to give dragon eggs or baby dragons as gifts? The dragon clan, which was originally able to compete with the gods of the gods and earth, has now fallen into such a miserable state. It really makes people feel helpless and desolate. Oh my God! This world is too scary. The baby dragons are being auctioned off as gifts. Fortunately, I came with the master. Otherwise, I would have been captured if I had come alone. Hearing the words of the two middle-aged men, Dark Blood King Milong felt a turmoil in his heart. However, it pretended to be calm and floated in the void, motionless. Two Taoist brothers, what level of force is this Sword Cloud Sect? There are so many people giving them gifts? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Brother Dao, you must be from somewhere else, right? The burly middle-aged man asked, cautiously. Yi Yun nodded. That's no wonder. Sword Cloud Sect is a force at the level of God Lord in our Great Luo domain. It is very powerful, especially the Sword Master. His swordsmanship is superb. With a cultivation level of 10th level of God Lord realm, he can fight even half a step to the level of God Lord the Strong One. The burly man explained. As he said this, there was a look of infinite yearning in his eyes. It turns out to be a force in the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yun nodded. In this place called Divine Land, power is divided according to realm. There are forces at the true God realm level, like the Star God Island in the Ninth Sea. There are also forces at the level of the Divine Sovereign. One step further up, there are forces at the divine level. Even the level of God King. Every increase in level represents an earth-shaking change in power. As for this so-called Sword Cloud sect, a great monk with 10th level cultivation of the Divine Lord realm, it can be seen that he is already atop existence among the powers at the Divine Lord realm. And this sword master is able to defeat a monk who is at the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm and defeats a monk who is half a step above the Divine Lord realm. He is absolutely unique in the way of swordsmanship. Brother Dao, there are still many things to be auctioned at the Gold and Jade auction house this time. You can take a look at the others. The two of us will take the first step. The burly middle-aged man clasped his hands and smiled, and then the two of them left through the air. Yi Yin smiled. These two monks at the 10th level of the true God realm are quite enthusiastic. He actually revealed such important information to him. Yi Yin must go to Yunxiao City. He wanted to capture that young dragon. If the dragon breeder showed up, Yi Yun would naturally capture him. Master, I never thought that the dragon clan, which controls the wind and rain in Sangnan continent, would turn into gifts when they come to the divine land. The dark-blood Aoki dragon said with a bitter smile. There is nothing we can do about it. In the ancient battle, the dragon clan was defeated. After so many years, the dragon clan has completely withdrawn from the stage of history. Yi Yin said calmly, gently exerted force on his feet, and said quietly, let's go. Okay. The dark blood greenwood dragon took a deep breath, shook its head and flew forward. It only flew a few hundred miles. Suddenly, several rays of light fell from the sky, blocking Yi Yin's path. May I ask if you are a dragon breeder? Can this baby dragon be sold to us directly? As the light dissipated, a big man in purple robes walked out. His cultivation had reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. He clasped his fists with both hands and said to Yi Yun, Your Excellency, you have admitted the wrong person. I am not a dragon breeder. This little dragon is just my flying mount. Yi Yun clasped his hands in his fists and explained in a dumbfounded manner. Why do everyone think he is a dragon breeder? You know, he is still looking for a dragon keeper? After hearing Yi Yun's reply, the big man in purple robe showed a look of disappointment on his face. He sighed and said, Fellow Taoist, the heaven sacrifice ceremony of the Sword Cloud Sect is about to begin. Now many people are looking for baby dragons as gifts to the Sword Sect. If you fly outside like this, it is easy for others to get caught. Targeted. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for reminding me. Yi Yin smiled and said, if anyone dares to take advantage of him, his life will be too long. Seeing Yi Yin's confident look, the purple-robed man shook his head, turned around and left. This guy still looks a bit decent, but he didn't try to rob him. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He has restrained his aura now, and it is difficult for ordinary people to discover his realm. Some people will not dare to take action if they throw a rat-proof weapon. But there are also some people who are bold and cruel and will take action. However, this place is not far from Yunxiao City, and I wonder if anyone still has time to take action. After those figures flew away, one of the men whispered, Brother, why don't you grab that young dragon? The big man in purple robe frowned and said, the young man in white can't tell his cultivation level. Maybe his strength is far higher than that of you and me. It's better not to wade into this muddy water. The man hesitated and said, if the tyrant sect takes action, can we take the Photo of the young dragon from the gold and jade auction house? Just try your best. If it doesn't work, we can just change it to another gift. And give it to the sword master. The big man in purple robe said. Besides raising dragons, sword master seems to have no other hobbies? The man frowned and said. The purple-robed man looked around and whispered, it is rumored that sword master likes to carve dolls out of peach wood. There are more than a dozen. 1,000-year-old peach trees in the mountains behind our sect. When the time comes, we will just chop them down and give them to sword master. Sword master likes to carve dolls? How do you know, senior brother? The man raised his eyebrows and asked quickly. This heaven sacrifice ceremony is said to be extremely grand and rare in the world. It contains many contents, including the official name change of the Sword Cloud Sect, and a mysterious master who is said to challenge the sword master. Therefore, the commotion was very big, and the entire Daluo domain, large and small, was in a sensation. They all inquired about the news and wanted to take advantage of the sword master. So recently, the top-secret news that sword master likes to carve dolls has spread through some channels. So this is the man suddenly realized. Yes, I also spent a lot of money to get this news. Since I can't get baby dragons or dragon eggs, I can only settle for the next best thing. The big man in purple robe said proudly. Senior brother, I remember that the Sword Cloud Sect used to be called the Qingluo Sword Sect, but the name was changed once thousands of years ago. What the hell is this official name change? The man asked. That time the sword master suppressed the master and forcibly changed the name of the sect. After all, it was a bit disgraceful. Now that the old immortal has returned to the west, everyone in the Great Luo domain knows the name of the Sword Cloud Sect. Through this time, during the heaven sacrifice ceremony, Sword Master decided to officially announce the name of Sword Cloud Sect in front of all the monks in the world. The big man in purple robe said quietly. After hearing his explanation, everyone else nodded silently. Everyone stopped talking and quickly flew towards Yunxiao City. At this moment, Yiyin was still some distance away from Yunxiao City. In terms of speed, it is far incomparable to the big man in purple robe and others. After all, the dark blood green wood dragon is only at the first level of the eternal realm. In the solid world of Divine Land, its flying speed is relatively slow. Swish. It takes as long as a stick of incense to fly. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures descended from high altitude, blocking Yi Yun's path. The leader, an old man in black robe, walked out of the crowd, clasped his hands and said, "May I ask if you are a dragon breeder?" "No." Yi Yun shook his head. "Since you are not a dragon breeder, how about you sell us your baby dragon?" The old man in black robe looked at Yi Yun, his eyes flashed coldly, and his face showed a hint of murderous intent. 4th update completed. Please vote for recommendations and praise. Not for sale. Yi Yun said. His voice was soft, but extremely firm. At this moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and his eyes were as bright as 2 bright moons, staring at the monks in front of him with interest. The black-robed old man has the highest level, having reached the 4th level of the divine sovereign realm. Among the 7 people behind him, 3 have reached the divine sovereign realm, and the other 4 are at the true God realm. Among the true God realm, the one with the worst cultivation level is the 8th level of the true God realm. It can be said that such a powerful force, if placed in the 10 sea areas, would definitely sweep across the entire sea area, and no force would dare to compete with it. After this powerful force blocked Yi Yun's path, Yi Yun found that many monks had stopped not far away. Everyone seemed very interested. I want to see how this excitement will end. Yi Yun knew that he was going to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Although his appearance in public now is considered an act of exposure, he has not tampered with the memories of those around him. After all, this is a divine land, and there are many people with high cultivation levels. It will be much more difficult to use the sky disillusionment on a large scale as before to change the memories of so many true gods or powerful people in the divine king realm. And now, after Yi Yun came out of Tongtian Ancient Road, his appearance had already changed, making it impossible for anyone to see his true identity. In this world of gods and earth, no one will recognize him. Not selling? The old man in black robe was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the young man in white clothes in front of me would refuse so simply. Is this kid's cultivation higher than him? He glanced around and found that many people were standing in midair, waiting to watch this wonderful show, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Leave far away. The old man in black robe roared angrily, raised his hand, and a surging mana swept over like a tidal wave. Most of the monks around him were not of high cultivation. Even monks with the divine king realm could not compete with the strength of the black-robed old man's team in terms of numbers. The big devil of the Jutian demon sect is so fierce and arrogant. As expected of a demonic force in the divine lord realm, you can't afford to offend him. Come on, hurry up, these demons are going to kill people and seize treasures. Let's stay away. The expressions of the monks watching all around changed drastically. They couldn't afford to offend these big demons, so they hurriedly hid far away. Seeing those people suddenly walking away, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the old man in black robe. He looked at the young man in white opposite him again. The old man in black robe looked fierce, gritted his teeth, and said coldly from between his teeth, Your Excellency, we are bound to win this young dragon. I hope you can understand the situation and not do anything detrimental to yourself. Choose. The eyes of the 7 people behind the black-robed old man were as cold as sharp swords, directed at Yi Yun. At this time, one of the 7 men suddenly sneered and said, although we, the Jutian demon sect, have done many things that are harmful to the world, we have always been honest when doing business. Not bad. Haha. Several others laughed wildly. Let me understand the situation? Yi Yun laughed. What's the use of these demon sect monks threatening him in such a polite way? If they took action directly, Yi Yun would still think highly of them. To be honest, I am also a bully. I have done too many harmful things in the past. You Jutian demon sect, compared with me, is simply a pile of rubbish. Yi Yun laughed, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. When the other party didn't react, Yi Yun crossed his arms and sneered, I will also give you a chance. I hope you will recognize the situation clearly and not do anything detrimental to the Jutian demon sect. After hearing the words of the young man in white across from him, the 8 monks of Jutian demon sect suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat and couldn't help but look at each other. This young man who looks very handsome does not look fierce at all. Could it be that he is also a big devil? This young man in white looks so confident that one has to wonder, could it be? Does the other party have any trump cards? Haha, when did you, the Jutian demon sect, become such a mother-in-law? If you fall in love with someone else's baby dragon, you'll just grab it, and you're still wasting your saliva here. It's really embarrassing. A deep male voice came from the distance. Then there was a flash of golden light. A middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe appeared. This middle-aged man has a tall build, thick eyebrows, and a pair of twinkling leopard eyes. He stands in the void with his hands behind his back, exuding a powerful aura. Astonishingly, he was a great monk at the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm. The old man in black robe looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face darkened, his eyelids narrowed slightly, his eyes were restrained, and he said calmly, "Your Excellency, is he the Wandao Dragon King of the Wandao Divine Kingdom?" The golden-robed man in the void is none other than the 10,000 Dao Dragon King. At this time, there was a proud smile on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "I heard that there are 7 great demons in the Jutian demon sect. You must be the 3rd-ranked demon lord of the sky, right?" "Good." The old man in black robe nodded. He looked at the Wandao Dragon King very solemnly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. No doubt. The Wandao Dragon King also came towards the young dragon from the gold and jade auction house in Yunshao City. Now outside the city, I saw the young green dragon controlled by the young man in white, and I also thought about snatching it. This way. They both have the same goals and will definitely conflict. Just when the old man in black robe was thinking, the Wandao Dragon King narrowed his eyelids slightly, emitting 2 rays of divine light, and looked at the young man in white in the distance. The young man in white clothes is particularly mysterious, and his aura is dim and unclear, making it difficult to discern his true cultivation level. However, Wandao Dragon King is very familiar with all the large and small forces in the entire Deluo domain. He had never seen this young man in white. In other words, the mysterious young man in white is not from Daluo domain. Coming to Daluo territory alone like this, do you really think that Daluo territory is not a dragon's pond and a tiger's den? There are still people who dare to call Wandao Dragon King. This name is too arrogant. Yi Yun shook his head. His hatred for this 10,000 Dao Dragon King was far stronger than that of the black-robed old man. Yi Yun, who possesses 99% of the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body and is infinitely close to the ancestral dragon, is naturally extremely unhappy with the title of Dragon King of 10,000 Daos. "Come here." Yi Yun's face was slightly cold, and he stretched out his hand, and an invisible force grabbed the Wandao Dragon King, forcefully pulling him from the distance to the front of the void. "Your name is Wandao Dragon King?" Yi Yun was condescending, looking at the Wandao Dragon King below with an indifferent expression, and said lightly, "I." Looking at the young man in white clothes in front of him, Wandao Dragon King seemed to have seen the most terrifying demon in the world, and he was immediately frightened to death. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm, he was caught in front of the young man in white, without any warning or resistance. Isn't the opponent's strength too terrifying? Being able to make him lose the ability to resist would at least be 3 realms higher than him. Is this a great monk at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm? Wandao Dragon King speculated with fear. What? Wandao Dragon King was captured? The old man in black robe watched as the young man in white stretched out his hand and grabbed Wandao Dragon Emperor in front of him, but Wandao Dragon Emperor was unable to move. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out all over his body, his heart seemed to jump into his throat, and he almost died of fright. The 7 people behind him were all pale, sweating profusely, trembling, and almost unsteady on their feet. Today there are still 4 chapters. Horrible. What kind of cultivation level does this mysterious young man in white have? The 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperors at the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm were like weak ants in his hands, with no ability to resist at all. The 8 monks from their Ju Tian demon sect all rushed forward, and they might not be their opponents. The old man in black robe felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, but his whole body was dripping with sweat. He secretly guessed that the cultivation level of this young man in white was at least at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. Let me go, isn't that the 10,000 Dao Dragon King? Why was he caught by the young man in white all of a sudden? What kind of magical power is this? It's so scary. It turns out that this young man in white is a hidden boss. Hurry up and stay away. If you offend this big boss, we little true gods will not be able to withstand his anger. The expressions of the monks who were watching in the distance changed drastically, and they all turned around and flew away. These people couldn't even afford to offend the monks from the Ju Tian demon sect, let alone this mysterious young man in white. For a moment, the surroundings were empty and there was no one left. Seeing that Wandao Dragon King's face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, his mouth was open, but he didn't speak. Yi Yun's face turned cold. Your name is Wandao Dragon King? A few cold words suddenly popped out from between Yi Yun's teeth. It's okay if I didn't know before. Now that this happens, Yi Yun must deal with this guy. I am the Dragon King of 10,000 Daos. Wandao Dragon King opened his mouth and said with great difficulty, we have no hatred or grudges. Why did you arrest me here? I see you are unhappy. Is this an acceptable reason? Yi Yun smiled lightly. He suddenly reached out his hand and gave Wandao Dragon King a crisp slap in the face. Yi Yun didn't use any force in this slap, because he was afraid of slapping Wandao Dragon King to death. But even so, Wandao Dragon King's eyes were filled with stars, his mind was dizzy, and he almost fainted. At this moment, Wandao Dragon King wanted to cry. He was just passing by and wanted to watch a good show, but he didn't expect that he would be involved in this muddy water first. Although he also has selfish motives. He coveted the green baby dragon to a certain extent, but it was still very difficult for him to deal with 8 people from the Ju Tian demon sect alone. Originally, he didn't take this young man in white seriously. But Wandao Dragon King never imagined that the strength of the young man in white was so terrifying. He's a true hidden power. This time, he was really unlucky, as if he was walking in the dark at night and bumped into an iron plate. Let's go. The old man in black robe, not far away, saw Yi Yun slap the Wandao Dragon King so cruelly, and his whole body trembled. He immediately made a gesture, turned around and fled with the other 7 people. Still want to leave? Yi Yun sneered, and countless runes as small as stars appeared in his eyes. And a power of change of life and death came instantly. The bodies of the 8 people from the Ju Tian demon sect instantly turned into particles as they fled, quickly dissipating between heaven and earth. The storage rings of these 8 people immediately turned into rays of light, flew into Yi Yun's hands, and were put away by him. Go to the gold and jade auction house in a while. Then you can use the contents of these storage rings. Although the resources in Yi Yun's warehouse are endless, the levels are too high, and he doesn't want to take them out easily. Hiss. The Wandao Dragon King took a breath of air conditioning and saw the 8 powerful men from the Ju Tian demon sect wiped out in ashes. He almost peed in fear. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's really too scary. He didn't see any movement from the young man in white, and the 8 people who escaped silently turned into particles and disappeared. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The physical body and the soul disintegrated at the same time, turning into those particles. When Wandao Dragon King thought of this, his whole body became cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he felt panic in his heart. He knew that his little fourth level of the Divine Lord realm was not even an ant in the eyes of the other party. Closing his eyes, Wandao Dragon King was ready to die. Snapped. Yi Yun slapped him again, hitting the other half of Wandao Dragon King's face. His left and right faces suddenly became red and swollen. The originally majestic Wandao Dragon King became very embarrassed. Why are you called Wandao Dragon King? Yi Yun looked at the golden-robed man in front of him and said calmly again. He did not kill the Wandao Dragon King. Instead, he took action first and killed 8 monks from the Jutian demon sect. Those 8 people had murderous intentions against Yi Yun from the beginning, wanting to kill him and then seize the dark blood green wood dragon. Therefore, Yi Yun would not be polite and directly let them die physically and mentally. As for this 10,000 Dao Dragon King, Yi Yun still has some uses, so he won't kill him for the time being. I didn't die? I just got a slap in the face? Wandao Dragon King, who originally closed his eyes and prepared to wait for death, felt a vague sense of joy in his heart after being slapped again. The unfathomable young man in white slapped him in the face and asked the same questions continuously, which showed that he did not want to kill him. Wandao Dragon King felt a little excited and quickly opened his eyes. Senior. Wandao Dragon King said respectfully, he even changed his title. Because our royal family of the Wandao Divine Dynasty is good at practicing the Wanlong Divine Art, the emperors of each generation are called Wandao Dragon Emperors. Wandao Dragon King said with a humble tone and a candid look. 10,000 dragons, divine art? Yi Yun was slightly stunned and said with interest, come on, let me show you how to use it. After saying that, Yi Yun then removed the pressure on Wandao Dragon King. Wandao Dragon King's body lightened up, and he quickly moved his hands and feet and found that his body could really move. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The senior in front of him had an eccentric personality, and the reason for not killing him was actually to let him demonstrate the 10,000 dragons magic skill. Senior, if you want to see it, I will show it to you. The Wandao Dragon King took a deep breath, and suddenly his whole body erupted with a dazzling golden light. With a wave of fluctuations in the golden light behind him, thousands of golden divine dragons appeared. Each golden dragon is made of magical power, but it is lifelike, with teeth and claws, and a majestic aura. Okay, take it. Yi Yun lowered his eyelids and said lightly. He could probably deduce some of the attack moves of Wanlong Divine Art, and in his opinion, they were not weak. Compared with the 3 great secrets of Shenlong Sect, it is naturally better. After all, this 10,000 Dao Divine Dynasty is also a god-level force. And the Shenlong Sect he belongs to is just an eternal-level sect. Wandao Dragon King, I can spare your life, but in the future, you need to change your title. Yi Yun said calmly, with a supreme majesty like the power of heaven in his voice. Change the title? Wandao Dragon King stared at him with big eyes, unable to believe his ears. Why is the senior so weird? Spare his life and let him change his title? Senior, I don't know, what title do you want me to change? Wandao Dragon King asked bravely. What name should I change? Yi Yun raised his head, looked at the end of the sky, and said in a deep voice, otherwise, let's call him the Snake King of 10,000 Daos. 10,000 Ways Snake King? Hearing the name given by his senior, Wandao Dragon King almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. His body was shaky, his mind was shaking, and he couldn't control himself. He is a dignified Dragon King of 10,000 Daos, with a noble status above 10,000 people, and powerful in the entire Daluo territory. If he were changed to the Snake King of 10,000 Daos, wouldn't he be ridiculed by all the practitioners in Daluo territory? Doesn't that mean killing him? Wandao Dragon King's face was pale and livid. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't know how to speak. He was also afraid that if he said something rude and offended the senior, he would also follow in the footsteps of the skybreaking demon lord. Just when he was feeling uneasy, Yi Yin suddenly smiled. Although there is nothing wrong with being called the 10,000 Dao Snake King, Yi Yin would probably feel more uncomfortable with this title than killing the 10,000 Dao Dragon King. How about this, remove the word dragon, and whatever you call it in the middle is up to you. Yi Yin smiled lightly. He absolutely cannot allow a name like Wandao Dragon Emperor to appear in the divine land. The reason why the Dragon King of 10,000 Daos was spared was because his name was widely circulated in the divine land and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If you want to break this inherent impression, then let the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor live and personally announce to the entire Daluo territory that he has changed his title. In this way, the old title of Dragon King of 10,000 Daos will slowly disappear in people's hearts. Many people's concepts will also be changed. Senior, maybe you are a dragon lover, and my name may offend you. As for what title you want to change, why not let you decide? Wandao Dragon King said modestly. He was also afraid that his new title would offend the senior and kill him. That would be really unfair to him. Moreover, the senior gave him a chance just now and did not ask him to call him the Wandao Snake King. It can be seen that the senior did not really want to kill him. Since you are the emperor of the Wandao Divine Dynasty, why not just call yourself the Wandao Divine Emperor? Yi Yin thought for a while and said, "Thank you, senior." The Wandao Dragon King quickly bowed, with a hint of joy on his face. No, he should be called the Divine Emperor of 10,000 Daos now. This name is quite good. If it were announced to the world, it would not cause any criticism. The Wandao God Emperor felt at ease. You go back, I will supervise what you tell the world. Yi Yin waved his hand and smiled lightly. Senior, don't worry. I will tell the world after I go back. The Wandao God Emperor clasped his hands in a salute, then turned and left. Let's go too. Yi Yin whispered to the dark blood greenwood dragon. The dark blood greenwood dragon agreed and continued to fly in the direction of Yunxiao City. Just now, the master used some kind of great magical power and easily killed several great monks in the Divine Lord realm. This shocked Netherblood King Nilong. The master is really too strong. This kind of invisible killing power is extremely terrifying and makes people unable to guard against it. Fortunately, the one who surrendered him that day was the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. If the master had taken action, the dark blood Aoki dragon felt that he would have turned into particles and dissipated long ago. The journey went surprisingly smoothly, and I never encountered any monks without eyes. When we are approaching Yunxiao City, Yi Yin restored the dark blood greenwood dragon to its human form. The two people flew to the gate of Yunxiao City. Although there were guards standing guard, no one dared to stop Yi Yin. The two of them entered Yunxiao City easily. Yi Yin glanced around and discovered the location of the gold and jade auction house, and then walked over with the dark blood green wood dragon. This Yunxiao city is huge in scale and has a lot of people coming and going. All are monks. Even those who practice the worst are in the eternal realm. Sir, I'm afraid I'm the least cultivated person in this city. The green-robed boy's self-esteem was greatly affected. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is no comparison between you. Don't forget that you are from Songnan continent. Yi Yun smiled slightly and patted the dark blood green wood dragon on the shoulder. Don't belittle yourself in the future. The path of cultivation lies in yourself. Only the strength of your heart will make you truly strong. I understand, sir. The dark blood green wood dragon suddenly felt enlightened and sober. He looked solemn and nodded quickly. Yi Yun said nothing and continued walking towards the gold and jade auction. He didn't walk very fast, looking at the bustling streets around him as he walked, silently feeling the customs here. If it weren't for the fact that the auction was about to start, Yi Yun would have wanted to find a restaurant and order a few dishes to taste. The gold and jade auction house arrived soon. The two people walked in. Yi Yun explained the purpose of their visit, and immediately a young boy took them to a large auction hall on the top of the building. Yi Yun entered a private room and waited quietly. In front of him, there is a small mirror with spiritual stones inlaid behind it, showing the scene at the front desk of the auction hall. Is it live broadcast? Seeing the image on the small mirror, Yi Yun couldn't help but think of some things before the time travel, and smiled with emotion. Waited for an hour. The auction finally started. A sexy and enchanting beauty at the 7th level of the True God realm walked up to the auction table, said an opening speech, and then entered the formal auction session. The first auction items were some magic weapons and elixirs. Yi Yun had no interest in these, and just regarded himself as a bystander. He tried to use his spiritual consciousness to scan the entire gold and jade auction house, and found that there were many restrictions in this place, making it impossible for his spiritual consciousness to pass through. If it were cracked using brute force, Yi Yun could easily do it. But that way, the movement produced would be too great, and it would be easy to alert the enemy. Yi Yun also wanted to see if the dragon breeder would appear during the final auction of the young dragons, so he did not continue to use his spiritual consciousness to scan and waited quietly. Dear distinguished guests, this auction has entered the final stage, and a young dragon from the eternal realm will be auctioned. The beautiful host's clear and melodious voice echoed throughout the audience. These words, it immediately ignited the flames in the hearts of the monks waiting in the surrounding rooms. This time I, the Tyrant Sect, are determined to win. I would also like to ask all fellow Taoists to give me some thin noodles. One will be very grateful. A powerful sound was like morning bells and evening drums, buzzing throughout the entire auction hall and the surrounding rooms. The Tyrant Sect is indeed here. It seems that we have no chance this time. I heard that the sect master Wan Ting is a great monk at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. He is very powerful. Even if ordinary people can successfully bid, they may not be able to keep the young dragon once they leave Yunxiao City. It's better not to compete with him. Sword Master, let's give him some other gifts. Different voices of discussion arose in various private rooms. Regarding Tyrant Sect's actions, most people chose to endure it. Yi Yun looked at the mirror and his expression suddenly changed. I saw a man in black walking up slowly. His whole body was tightly wrapped in black cloth, and he had a mask on his face. Even his hands were wearing black gloves. It makes it impossible for people to see his true face clearly. The man in black holds a crystal-clear bead in his left hand. Among the beads, there is a mini golden dragon swimming continuously. Dragon breeder? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows, and there was an imperceptible cold light in his eyes. Obtained. Haha, what a cunning dragon keeper, this man in black is just a puppet. Yi Yan's eyes flashed with divine light, and he saw through the true face of the man in black in an instant. This puppet looks different from the puppet in the Moon Star Dragon Temple. The biggest difference between the two is that the puppet of the Dragon Keeper from the Jinyu auction house has clear facial features, just like a human being. The two puppets that appeared in Moon Star had no faces. The dragon-raising puppet in today's auction house is not at a high level of cultivation, only at the level of the Divine Lord. Yi Yan's eyes moved. An undetectable mark was instantly planted on the man in black. The man in black didn't notice. Yi Yan wanted to find the dragon breeder's lair through this man in black. Dear distinguished guests, this auction is for a 5-clawed golden dragon. The auction begins now, with a starting price of 5 billion spiritual stones. The voice of the beautiful host rang out. I'm offering 6 billion, so no one else can compete with me. Beauty, this price should be pretty good, right? In a certain private room, Wang Ting of Tyrant Sect said with a sneer. The beautiful host had an expressionless face. She naturally hoped that the price would be as high as possible. However, the Tyrant Sect is very powerful, and their gold and jade auction house is not willing to provoke him. 6 billion spirit stones, this is really a terrifying number. There was a look of shock on the face of the dark-blood Aoki dragon. The spiritual stones of the divine land contain divinity, which is far beyond the comparison of the spiritual stones of Shenlong continent. Yi Yan looked in the mirror and said with a smile. He had already glanced at the spiritual stones in those storage rings. There are 7 billion in total. 7 billion. Yi Yan shouted directly. Anyway, there are some other elixirs and magic weapons in those storage rings. And if calculated, they are estimated to reach 10 billion. These are all windfalls, and you won't feel any heartache when you spend them. What? How dare anyone dare to compete with this sect leader? In a certain private room, Wang Ting, who was wearing a green robe, had a sulky expression on his face. 8 billion. He shouted out another astonishing number, without any hesitation. 9 billion. Yi Yan followed the quotation. No matter what the cost, he would take a picture of this 5-clawed golden dragon. Seeing that another price was announced in that private room, Wang Ting's face suddenly turned livid, and he waved his hand. 9.5 billion. 10 billion. Yi Yan followed up again without any pause. The continuous quotation suppressed Wang Ting of the Tyrant Sect, and immediately aroused speculation among the monks from various forces in other private rooms. Who is this person? He dares to challenge the Tyrant Sect. He is so arrogant. The Tyrant Sect has always been domineering, haha, they finally met a powerful opponent today. The monks from different factions had different expressions on their faces, and they all felt admiration for the mysterious figure who suddenly emerged from the army. They wished that the Tyrant Sect would fail. Wang Ting was about to follow up when suddenly an old man beside him tugged on his sleeve. Why should the sect master be familiar with him? If he has the guts to take a photo, then I, the Tyrant Sect, will have the guts to cut him off. The old man said with a sneer. That makes sense. Wang Ting laughed, his face showed a ferocious look, and he stopped following. The price. The beautiful host shouted 3 times and found that no one continued to follow the price, so she made the final decision and announced the ownership of the young dragon. An old man from the auction house walked into Yi Yun's private room. Yi Yun threw all 8 storage rings to the old man. It should be worth 10 billion. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it. Yi Yun said calmly. Okay, sir, I'm going to verify it right away. Please wait a moment. The old man held 8 rings and stepped out respectfully. After a while, the old man entered the private room again. Next to him stood the beautiful host holding a transparent ball in her hands. Sir, your ring is worth a total of 10.5 billion, and there are still 500 million spiritual stones left, which are all in this ring now. As for this young dragon, please keep it. The old man said politely and placed a storage ring on the table. Yi Yun nodded. He didn't expect that an extra 500 million spiritual stones would come out. It seemed that this auction house was very particular about doing business, and it left a good impression on him. Yi Yun put away the storage ring and took the crystal bead from the hand of the beautiful host. Seeing the little golden dragon swimming continuously inside, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly softened. This poor little dragon. Although it was sold by the dragon keeper, there is still a certain restriction in the body. No matter how far it cultivates in the future, the dragon keeper can kill it at any time. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. It was discovered that the dragon breeder left Yunxiao City quickly after getting the spirit stone. Yi Yun didn't take it seriously. That puppet has been marked by him, and there is no way to escape his control. Yi Yun put away the crystal beads and walked out of the gold and jade auction house with the dark blood greenwood dragon. As soon as he reached the door, he saw 2 people standing outside the door, staring at him coldly. I thought it was something with 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out you were the one who took away the 5-clawed golden dragon. Wang Ting had a cold face and a mocking look in his eyes. Why, are you still not convinced? Yi Yun smiled faintly and responded unceremoniously with an indifferent look. He had discovered Wang Ting's behavior long ago, so he let himself reveal the aura of the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Naturally, he also wanted to dig a hole for Wang Ting so that this arrogant guy could attack him as soon as possible. Just wait for me. A sinister smile flashed across Wang Ting's face, and he turned around and left with the old man. Yi Yun smiled, with expectant eyes in his eyes. Wang Ting came running after the young dragon. The amount of spiritual stones in his storage ring was at least 10 billion. Kill this guy. It will be a small fortune again, which is really good. Although Yi Yun can't use it, he can take it back and use it for the juniors and monsters of Shenlong Sect. After all, the spirit stones here contain divinity, and their quality is much higher than those in Songnan continent. This young master, do you need protection? Our gold and jade auction house has a 7th level divine king who can help you. The beautiful host from the auction house walked over slowly, looked at Yi Yun's beautiful face, and said with a smile, No. Yi Yun smiled lightly, immediately left the gold and jade auction house, and walked towards the gate of Yunxiao City. What a shame. The beautiful host looked at Yi Yun's back, a look of regret flashed in her eyes. Yi Yun left the city and only flew about 10 miles away. 2 rays of light fell from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, blocking his way. Boy, hand over the baby dragon and I can spare your life. Wang Ting put his hands behind his back, his breath strong, like a mountain of burning flames, looking at Yi Yun, laughing unusually arrogantly. The old man next to him was also a great monk at the 6th level of the divine Lord realm. The powerful aura swept over like a tidal wave. Yi Yun was indifferent. His eyes were calm, the corners of his lips were raised, and he smiled brightly and said, "If you hand over the storage ring, maybe I can spare your life." "What? Save my life?" Looking at such an arrogant young man in white, Wang Ting laughed. This strange young man in white has a really serious tone. What? What a speed! The next moment, Wang Ting's expression changed drastically as he was laughing. He was horrified to find that a slap suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning. Snapped. A crisp sound. Half of Wang Ting's face was suddenly slapped by Yi Yun, and it became red and swollen. Snapped. This crisp slap made Wang Ting's eyes flash with stars, and half of his face swelled up. Before he could react, his eyes blurred, and the figure in white suddenly disappeared again. During the whole process, not only Wang Ting failed to react, but also the old man next to him. Hiss! What a speed! The old man looked at the young man in white across from him in horror. His forehead suddenly broke out in sweat, and his heart started beating wildly. At such a close distance, if the young man in white had held a sword, he might have already struck the sect leader on the neck. Thinking of this, the old man immediately summoned a black-yellow pagoda and placed it above his head. Rays of light dropped from the pagoda, protecting him and Wang Ting. This pagoda is an imperial-level defensive treasure. Seeing the light spread all over his body, the old man relaxed a little. "Sect Master, are you okay?" the old man asked in a low voice. The old man's voice echoed in his ears, and Wang Ting finally woke up. "How dare you sneak attack me? This despicable guy, let's see how I kill him." Wang Ting touched the red and swollen half of his face and secretly used magic power. The redness and swelling on his face disappeared instantly. With one move with one hand, he immediately had 2 sledgehammers in his hand. The 2 sledgehammers were like 2 huge black pumpkins. They were pitch black and had a dark luster. The surface was densely covered with many small textures and looked extremely hard. The hammerhead was huge, 3 to 5 times larger than a human head. Wang Ting held the hammer in both hands, and his aura surged, as if an unparalleled demon king had descended into the world. Ouch, another hammer wielder, but it's a pity that the blood demonic dragon is not here. Yi Yun licked his lips and smiled lightly. However, the blood chief demon dragon here is no match for Wang Ting, who is at the 7th level of the divine lord realm. This guy is known as the leader of the Overlord sect. He uses double hammers as weapons and should have some brute strength. Outside Yunqiao City, there are many monks coming and going. Many people knew Wang Ting from the tyrant sect, so everyone hid in the void in the distance and watched. Because Yi Yun's speed was so fast, none of the monks noticed that Wang Ting had been slapped. After all, among these people, there is only one monk at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm, and most of them are in the True God realm. Wang Ting of the Tyrant sect is about to take action. The young man in white is at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm, which is 2 small realms away. Does Wang Ting still need to use his Overlord hammer? A middle-aged monk hid high in the sky and whispered. Beside him, there was an old man, stroking his long beard, frowning, and saying, "I don't understand. It stands to reason that this Wang Ting has the body of a Kuan-Yo, and his whole body is extremely powerful, as strong as a diamond. A top-level monk can make his opponent vomit blood with just one punch. What senior brother said is absolutely true, and I am extremely confused in my heart. The middle-aged man nodded and said, both of them belong to small forces, and their cultivation level is only at the true God realm, so it is difficult to see the situation clearly for the upcoming battle. It's not just these two people. In the surrounding void, there were probably hundreds of monks, all of them discussing in whispers. Many people also admired the young man in white. Facing the Overlord sect, Wang Ting did not escape immediately after taking out the Overlord hammer. This courage is admirable. Perhaps that young man in white at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm also has some powerful methods. An old man at the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm sighed softly and said, after all, everyone who can cultivate to the realm of the Divine Lord is not a vegetarian and has some ability to save his life. Some people have powerful magic weapons, and some have unpredictable escape techniques. These can enhance their chances of saving their lives when the enemy is strong and we are weak. In the void outside Yunxiao City, there are several young monks floating around, all of whom are at the 7th to 10th level of the true God realm. One of the young men crossed his shoulders, looked into the distance, and suddenly laughed. Haha, that kid was scared to death, wasn't he? What an idiot. Who is Wang Ting? He is the leader of the Tyrant Sect. He possesses the body of Kuan Yu and is invincible against opponents of the same level. That kid is dead. It is said that he cut off Hu at the Jean Jade auction house and did not give the face of Sect Master Wang Ting. He deserves this disaster. Another young man next to him sneered. Death early and reincarnated early may not be a bad thing. Another young man laughed lightly. Ha ha. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. Yi Yin heard all the sounds around him, but the words of these young men evoked a ray of anger in his heart. Yi Yin glanced lightly and flicked his fingers. Laugh. A sword light spurted out. The young man who said he would die early and be reincarnated was hit by the sword light before he could react, and turned into a ball of blood mist, destroying both body and soul. So strong. Everyone, run. These young men in the true God realm were immediately scared to death. However, after killing the first young man, the sword light split into 4 and hit the remaining young men respectively. Poof. There were muffled groans one after another, and these young men did not even let out a scream and instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Not even the soul escaped. When Wang Ting saw this scene, his eyes were filled with tears, his blood surged all over his body, and he shouted loudly, "Kill!" After he activated the Kuan Yu tyrant body, the sound was filled with a powerful sense of power, vibrating in all directions in the void like rolling thunder. Some true God cultivators with weak cultivation were instantly shocked to the point of vomiting blood and fled in a hurry. It can be seen that once the Kuan Yu tyrant body is activated, just a roar can have such powerful power. And Wang Ting's physical body will be so powerful that it's terrifying. The old man beside Wang Ting also drew a sword, ready to respond at any time. It seems like this slap hasn't woken you up yet. Yi Yin couldn't help but smile softly when he saw Wang Ting falling from the sky menacingly, smashing the void into pieces with the 2 black sledgehammers in his hands. To be honest, he could kill Wang Ting with a look, and crush this so-called Kuan Yu bully to death with a poke of his finger. He had countless ways to kill Wang Ting. But Yi Yin slowly pulled out a silver sword. This silver sword was very Ordinary. It was placed in Yi Yun's warehouse. It was a very rubbish imperial level sword. At this moment, Yi Yun's white clothes were better than the snow, his wind was outstanding, his eyes were indifferent, he slashed out with a sword, and a shocking giant flashed in the sky. This ray of shock was so fast that it was unimaginable. It seems to have broken through the world's ultimate speed. This? Wang Ting was only 3 to 5 feet away from Yi Yun at this moment. Then he suddenly stared straight at the thin ray of sword light falling on his eyebrows. Puff. Although the sword light is thin, it contains unimaginable power. After activating the Kuei-Nyo tyrant body, Wang Ting's body became harder than King Kong. But even so, the sword light still easily entered between his eyebrows. Well. Accompanied by a low painful sound, Wang Ting's burly body suddenly stopped in midair. Call. A small bloodline suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The bloodline then expanded, and a line of blood mixed with white brain matter surged out. Today's 4 chapters, Chapter 1. How can you be so strong? Wang Ting's eyes were distracted, with a sad smile, he barely took a breath. Looked at Yi Yun and said. After saying that, the crack between his forehead suddenly expanded rapidly. The entire head was split into 2. The crack continued to expand, and Wang Ting's entire body was split into 2. The moment the 2 bodies on the left and right separated, they were dripping with blood and filled the entire void. Even though people died. But the 2 black sledgehammers held in his left and right hands still did not let go, and fell heavily from the air. Boom boom. The 2 halves of the body made 2 deep holes in the ground, which looked shocking. Yi Yun killed Wang Ting, the leader of Overlord Sect, with a sword without any fancy. When the old man from the Overlord Sect saw this scene, he was so frightened that he almost died. The swordsmanship of this young man in white must be too strong. Rare in the world. In his impression, it seemed that only the sword master could use such a powerful killing sword technique. Senior, spare my life. The old man was so distraught that he knelt down in midair, with a plop. He knew that in front of the peerless swordsmanship of the young man in white, his life was as fragile and vulnerable as a piece of paper. You wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I'm that boring person? Yi Yun smiled faintly. The silver sword light flashed and disappeared in the void. This ray of sword light contained unimaginable divine power, and it cut easily into the falling golden light of the black-yellow pagoda. Puff. The old man let out a scream and was split in half by Yi Yun, ending up with both body and spirit destroyed. Kill 1 person with 1 sword. Easy and clean. Hiss. Countless monks around witnessed this scene, and they were all so frightened that they became cold and gasped repeatedly. It's too terrifying. There are only a few people in the world who can succeed in this unparalleled and powerful killing swordsmanship. An old man from the 3rd level of the Divine Lord General was shocked and murmured to himself. At this moment, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Even though the distance was extremely far, he still felt the pressure of death. In our Daluo territory, I am afraid that only the sword master can fight with this young man in white. Another strong man in the Divine Lord realm could not hide the turmoil in his heart and whispered. At the heaven sacrifice ceremony, there was a mysterious strong man challenging the sword master. Could it be this person? Suddenly, a man in the Divine Lord realm's eyes lit up and he said loudly. His voice immediately resonated with everyone. The young man in white had unparalleled swordsmanship and slaughtered the Kuei Nyoba body like a dog. In the end, the old man from Ba Tian sect was still cut by the sword light even though he was protected by the imperial weapon. This shows how terrifying this swordsmanship is. You can't be wrong, the mysterious strong man who challenges the sword master must be this person. You're right. The monks around him all looked excited, looking at the figure in white in the distance with a look of fanaticism in their eyes. How strong is your swordsmanship to be able to challenge the sword master? Ha ha. A cultivator at the True God realm laughed loudly. Poor Wang Ting from the Overlord sect, he actually wants to snatch the baby dragon that he got at the Gold and Jade auction house. How ridiculous. This Wang Ting is used to being arrogant and domineering, and he is full of evildoers. Now his evil deeds are rewarded with evil consequences. Another monk also smiled. Many monks also laughed. It seemed that many people had been bullied by the tyrant sect and did not dare to speak out. Now this mysterious young man in white has killed Wang Ting, which is really satisfying. Killing 2 tiny ants did not bring any special excitement to Yi Yun. He stretched out his hand and Wang Ting's 2 black sledgehammers and a storage ring fell into Yi Yun's hands. The quality of these 2 sledgehammers is not low, they have reached the imperial level. You can put it away first. If there are disciples of the sect or monsters who like to use the hammer in the future, you can give it to them. This guy is quite rich. Yi Yun glanced at the storage ring, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. There are 15 billion spiritual stones in the ring, as well as some magical elixirs and jade slips for practicing skills. There are also a lot of them. Yi Yun waved again and took over the small black-yellow tower, as well as the old man's storage ring. There are about 4 to 5 billion spiritual stones in the ring. Yi Yun gained a lot from killing Wang Ting and the old man. Call. The dark blood-green wood dragon, who had been silent next to him, finally let out a breath and woke up from the shock. Just now he witnessed the master displaying his great power and easily killing 2 powerful men in the Divine Lord realm with 2 swords. He was really shocked. I have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, but I haven't used it yet. I'm afraid this is my real trump card. The dark blood Aoki dragon thought to himself in his heart. It's all gone. Yi Yun looked at the monks around him and smiled lightly. Immediately, the monks around him clasped their hands in a salute, then dispersed like birds and beasts. No one dared to stay for 1 more minute in front of this invincible and mysterious swordsman. For fear of offending Yi Yun, he was killed on the spot with a sword. The surroundings quickly returned to tranquility. And on a tall building in Yunxiao City, 2 figures stood. One of them was the beautiful host of the gold and jade auction house. Next to her, there was a middle-aged man standing. This middle-aged man is at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm and is the most powerful worshipper of the gold and jade auction house. Senior, I was mistaken. I didn't expect that the swordsmanship of this young man in white is so superb. This sexy beauty had an indescribable frustration on her beautiful little face. I didn't see his strength before he took action, so you don't have to blame yourself. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, looked into the distance, and whispered to himself, he should be the mysterious strong man who challenged the sword Lord. The sexy beauty took a deep breath, and her expression returned to normal. She smiled and said, Senior, this time the heaven sacrifice ceremony will be held in Jianyan sect in 3 days. Our auction house, would you like to go over and give a gift to join in the fun? Go ahead, the sword master's talent is unparalleled in the world, and he will enter the divine realm sooner or later. Such a powerful figure naturally needs to be taken care of a lot, the middle-aged man said with a smile. When he thought of that magnificent swordsman, a look of fanaticism appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Outside Yunxiao City, Yi Yun and the dark blood-green wood dragon only flew 100 miles away. Suddenly, his heart moved and he discovered that the puppet of the dragon keeper was constantly jumping in the endless territory of the Great Luo. Territory, as if it was constantly tearing apart the void. That's really weird. Can a puppet tear apart the void? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and immediately tore the void apart and left the place. Next moment, Yi Yun appeared in a large city. At this moment, there was a teleportation formation in front of him. Surrounding the formation were 4 guards at the 10th level of the true God realm. Yi Yun understood immediately. That guy is continuously jumping in the void, passing through the teleportation array. The teleportation array in front of him is the teleportation array used by the dragon-raising puppet for its first jump. Who? Seeing the void split open and 2 figures suddenly walking out, the 4 guards immediately became very nervous and made defensive postures one after another. Hee hee. Looking at these 4 guards, who looked like they were facing formidable enemies, Yi Yun just smiled indifferently. He turned around, tore through the void, and disappeared immediately. What kind of cultivation level does this senior have? He can actually tear apart the void. A guard stared blankly at the direction where Yi Yun disappeared, with a look of shock on his face. Tearing apart the void can only be achieved by a half-step to the level of God. Another guard said. It's really scary that such a senior has come to our Ziyun city. The third guard muttered. Fortunately, this senior only showed up to take a look and did not take action. Otherwise, no one in the entire Ziyun city would be this senior's opponent. The fourth guard sighed. Guess, this senior took a look at the teleportation array. What was it for? The first guard asked. Could it be the man in black robe? The second guard thought for a while, and the mysterious man in black naturally appeared in his mind, so he guessed and said. He was the only one who used this teleportation array today. It must have something to do with him. The first guard nodded. They didn't understand the man in black robe at all. However, since the other party is willing to pay the spirit stones, they will naturally not turn down the door-to-door business. It's strange, the puppet stopped before we even left the Great Luo territory. Yi Yun, who was tearing apart the void, suddenly stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that the puppet of the Dragon Keeper would definitely leave the Great Luo territory, but unexpectedly, after only jumping 13 cities, he began to fly at extremely high speeds. These 13 cities are no more than 30 million miles apart from each other. For Yi Yun, tear apart the void and reach that place quickly. There is no need to ride in the teleportation array, it is troublesome to go around. Yi Yun tore through the void again and reached the territory where the dragon raising puppet was. The void fluctuated. Yi Yun and Netherblood King Nilong walked out of it. Today's dark blood cyanwood dragon has long been accustomed to the master's behavior of tearing the void apart. After all, from Sangnan continent all the way through the void, across 10 sea areas, and into the Deluo territory, the combined distance is unimaginable. This far, the master has managed to tear apart the void continuously. Nowadays, such a small distance is even easier for the master. Therefore, the dark blood greenwood dragon is even more accustomed to it. Sir, what are you tracking? The dark blood greenwood dragon looked around and asked in surprise. He never knew the master's whereabouts and what he was talking about. After all, Yi Yun didn't tell him about the dragon keeper. Remember the dragon breeder? I'm looking for him, Yi Yun said with a smile. At this time, his expression moved slightly. After the dragon-raising puppet flew to a place, it suddenly jumped again, and seemed to be riding the teleportation array again, crossing a small distance. After arriving at a certain place, the puppet actually stayed at that place, without moving. Could it be his lair? Yi Yun's interest was suddenly aroused. If he found the dragon breeder's lair, and had a pot of it, the harvest would be unimaginable. Maybe, we can even catch more clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. Let's go. Yi Yun tore through the void again, easily crossed a distance, and arrived at the teleportation point where the dragon raider's puppet made its last jump. It is surrounded by a valley. Yi Yun felt the surrounding atmosphere and discovered that there was a teleportation formation hidden in a jungle in the center of the valley. It's just that this teleportation formation is restricted by invisibility, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect it. Are you really careful? After teleporting to the final lair, you even used a teleportation directional array. Yi Yun smiled. When he came to the jungle, runes as small as stars flashed in his eyes, and the invisible restrictions protecting the teleportation formation were immediately opened by him easily. A small teleportation formation burst into view. The dark blood cyanwood dragon showed a look of amazement. Master, this dragon breeder is really careful. He is careful every step of the way, for fear of being discovered by others. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. One baby dragon is worth 10 billion spiritual stones. There are many baby dragons in their lair. That is an unimaginable amount of wealth, Yi Yun said with a smile. He did not tell anything about the mastermind behind the scenes. The dark blood Aoki dragon had a shallow mind and was not suitable to participate. And Yi Yun does not intend to let these juniors enter the divine land in the future. It would be better to rest assured and practice seriously in Songnan continent, where the dragon clan originated. As for this vast sacred land, it is enough for Yi Yun to explore it alone. Of course, now is not the time. The 3 younger generations of the Shenlong Sect have not yet grown up, and the Shenlong Sect has not rebuilt the mountain gate. Everything still takes time. It has been signed for 100,000 years. Yi Yun is not short of this time either. It had not been a year since he was resurrected from the ancient tomb, so Yi Yun was not in a hurry at all. As he continued to break the situation in Songnan continent, Yi Yun's methods became more and more skillful. At the same time, he also found more clues and became more familiar with the style and methods of the mastermind behind the scenes. A light rose. Yi Yun activated the fixed-point teleportation formation, and the 2 people disappeared into the void instantly. Deep underground, there is a huge bronze palace, crawling in the soil like a giant beast. At the entrance of the palace, there was an ancient teleportation formation. As the void fluctuated, a ray of light fell and 2 figures appeared. Yi Yun looked around and found that there was no guard at the entrance of the palace, and a sneer appeared on his face. It seems that the dragon breeder is also very confident and believes that no one will be able to find this place. Yi Yun walked towards the bronze palace. This palace is extremely ancient and exudes an atmosphere of vicissitudes of life. There are 2 huge stone pillars at the entrance of the bronze ancient palace. On each stone pillar, there are two giant bronze dragons entwined. The giant bronze dragon is lifelike, with its head looking into the void with a ferocious expression, which makes it look weird. Walking to the door, along the crack of the ajar bronze door, Yi Yan looked inside. Within the main hall, there is actually a huge area of silver water. On the surface of the water, there are 7 huge golden dragon nests floating. Each dragon nest exudes a faint golden brilliance, mysterious and gorgeous. In the golden dragon nest, there are about 4 or 5 huge dragon eggs, which seem to be gestating and hatching. The shape of these 7 golden dragon nests is actually the shape of the Big Dipper. It's the 7-star formation again. A cold look suddenly flashed across Yi Yan's face. It is indeed unimaginable that dragon farmers hatch dragon eggs using the 7-star formation. Master, there are so many dragon eggs in this hall. The dark blood green wood dragon looked shocked and quietly sent out a message. Huh? Yi Yan's expression suddenly changed. He unexpectedly found the puppet of the dragon keeper walking to an altar next to the pool. He lit a stick of incense, and after bowing 3 times in a row, he placed the incense in the incense burner. There is a statue of a god standing on the altar, with a dragon wrapped around its limbs. In front of the statue, there is also a divine tablet with 2 words written on it. Dragon candle.